Chapter 1324 His home is with us. Then let's do it. Sheila jumped to her face as her face regained its usual enthusiasm and playfulness. Her arm was growing back already thanks to the recovery pill, but if they had been any second later, it might have been gone forever. Around them were still thousands of dark creatures with horns, but they were glad that they would only have to worry about facing the oppositions now. Bang! A death angel landed about 100 feet ahead of them and dark corrosion spread forward like a wave. Thum tilde almost everyone leapt into the air while conjuring attacks. Angie turned around and sped away at unfathomable speed while a silver-colored wave gathered around her figure. On the other side of the second disc, Gustav happened to have a death angel hand in his grasp as he dodged the claws of another one of them. A trail of dark energy cut across the air, slicing buildings into multiple parts he dodged. They were incredibly fast and powerful, but Gustav was a tiny bit faster. The Jaiko Herkai katana in his grasp tore through the belly of the one in front of him, completely splitting him in two. However, right before Gustav's eyes, dark tendrils phased out of the split body parts and connected to each other before rejoining the Death Angel. One of the Death Angels opened his mouth and a dark mist spread across the air. Endrik, back up, Gustav yelled to Endrik, who was hundreds of feet eastwards battling the third Death Angel. Endrik blinked and reappeared thousands of feet behind his initial location while Gustav flew backwards, leaving a wide gap between himself and the Death Angels before him. As the dark mist spread, the body of water thousands of feet below completely dried up. The buildings disintegrated and a huge chunk of the second disc collapsed. In just a few moments, there was a gigantic hole left beneath which would lead to the third disc if one was to fall through. Gustav noticed the mist continuously spreading and channeled his atomic manipulation bloodline. He stretched forth his arm and a milky glow coated his hand. Blazing milky-colored orbs shot out in the next instant, infiltrating the dark mist. Boom! 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 The orbs exploded forth with milky waves that spread across the entire vicinity in a bid to disintegrate the mist of darkness. Gustav's face lit up with an expression of confusion as he stared ahead. What happened? Endrik questioned with a look of bafflement as well after noticing the dark mist was unaffected. K. A weird laughter drifted across the place as the three Death Angels charged forward. Gustav's eyebrows furrowed. Death Angels, eh? The mist most like destroys everything including abilities, but... Gustav's eyes twinkled as he shot forth the milky orbs once more. Thweewee tilde. The orbs blasted milky waves across the vicinity once more, and this time, the air suddenly turned to metal. Ting! 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 The dark mist was stopped as it could no longer travel through the air since Gustav turned the air in that vicinity to metal. It instantly became stationary. Gustav had multiple methods of manipulating atoms, and this was one of them. The Death Angels arrived before them bearing their dark claws. Endrik snapped his finger, causing a telekinetic barrier to appear before them which stopped the Death Angels for a split second. Gustav swung the Jaiko Herkai katana once more, causing the sky to split in two, dividing the Death Angel before him. Black bloody mess splattered across the air as the split creature body parts separated. Gustav flew forward with incredible speed and grabbed one half of the Death Angel's body before swinging it sideways like a weapon. Bang! It heavily slammed into the second Death Angel, sending it hurling across the air. Gustav held the Jaiko Herkai katana horizontally with his other hand like a javelin and flung it forward with intensity. Thweewee tilde. From below, everyone witnessed red and blue electric light streak across the sky in a straight line. The third Death Angel got pierced in the throat and dragged thousands of feet across the air by the Jaiko Herkai katana, which Gustav turned into a projectile. Bang! 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 Its body blasted through several buildings, leaving massive holes in them. It continued forward for another couple thousand feet before slamming onto the ground. Like a large nail, the Death Angel was pinned to the ground by the Jaiko Herkai katana with half of its body completely obliterated. It screed in pain. #carrot and %, and at #this dimension. Another utterance was heard. This translated to, "We are weaker in this dimension. Did you hear that?" Endrik asked Gustav beside him. I did. It sounds like they're beginning to understand how to speak the language of our dimension. Gustav's eyebrows furrowed as he turned to stare into the distance. He spotted something ongoing and wanted to head there when all three Death Angels that had been initially discarded flew forward with incredible speed. Their bodies had regenerated very swiftly and they were back to their initial state. We can't keep doing this forever. Gustav's eyes turned into slits as his body began transforming. We don't have time, we need to find a way to deal with them permanently, Endrik stated in agreement. Gustav's eyes emitted a crimson glow as he charged forward. More than 20,000 feet away, the figure of the smiley-faced Death Angel finally let go of Vikrush Insa. Vikrush had undergone a great change at this point. He went from his initial 6 feet to 8 feet tall. His figure radiated with dark energy as he stood to his feet while the smiley-faced Emir Death Angel slowly stepped forward. A staff appeared in his right hand and he proceeded to stomp it onto the ground. Bang! A black swirling hole opened up beside him on the ground and a figure wrapped in dark robes phased out of it. He grabbed the figure and unfurled the robes, revealing an unconscious humanoid figure. My master's offspring, there you are, the smiley-faced Death Angel spoke in an understandable tone this time. Falco. Angie yelled as she spotted the unconscious figure from up ahead. Everyone else noticed as well. They had him hidden amongst these dark creatures all this time? Fildhor voiced with a look of disbelief. They were occupied with battling 2 Death Angels at this moment, so they were finding it difficult to break free from the attacks so as to interfere. Take the offspring home, the smiley-faced Death Angel voiced with a thunderous tone while handing Falco over to Vikrush. As you wish, Vikrush answered while receiving Falco's unconscious body. His home is with us. Angie roared before charging forward swiftly. She tilted her immense speed, made it seem like she instantly appeared in between Vikrush and the smiley-faced Death Angel. In Angie's eyes it looked like the world had come to a standstill. Vikrush was still reaching out to grab Falco's unconscious body but he hadn't made contact yet. The Death Angel's smiley face remained glued in a particular direction and not even her teammates behind seemed to be moving at this moment due to her high speed. Angie grabbed Falco's body from his grasp and turned around to flee but at this moment, the hollow grey eyes of the Death Angel shifted to peer in her direction. Angie thrust her right leg forward in a bid to move away when she felt a tug behind her. Not so fast, Earthling. The smiley-faced Death Angel's thunderous voice reverberated across the vicinity as he lifted Angie like a helpless chicken. Let me go. Angie noticed her entire body weakening as dark corrosive marks spread from her neck where contact was made. Her right horn suddenly gleamed with a mysterious light as she prepared to use an ability she had only used once out of desperation. Angie was about to rewind time around her. The Death Angel suddenly reached out with his other hand and grabbed Angie's horn. Perchi tilde a loud ripping sound rang across the air as he yanked Angie's horn out of her forehead, causing her to release a painful and blood-curdling scream. Arrah! Fuhu tilde he flung Angie's figure away while blood streamed out of her forehead like a fountain. Bang! 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 Her figure spun across the air as she slammed into buildings, tearing through them due to the force at which she was thrown. Angie! Everyone who had witnessed this only saw Angie charge forward and suddenly got thrown away. They had not been fast enough to witness everything that happened, but one thing they were sure of was that this Death Angel had injured their teammate. You bastard! Matilda, EE and Elevera charged forward, leaving the others to deal with the 2 Death Angels behind. Vikrush, who thought he had received Falco's body, only came to a realization after he noticed Falco's unconscious body on the ground beside him. Take the offspring and leave, the smiley-faced Death Angel commanded before turning to face the incoming threats. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1325 Get Off. Do not unlock Take the offspring and leave, the smiley-faced Death Angel commanded before turning to face the incoming threats. Vikrush Insa nodded and grabbed Falco's body before turning around to head in the direction of the 500 feet large dark hole up ahead. Meanwhile, a bald figure had headed in the direction of Angie's catapulting figure. He turned into a 3-headed silver and golden scaled dragon. He arrived before a building and caught Angie in his bosom the moment she blasted through one of its walls. Her entire face was coated in thick scarlet liquid which kept dripping down, and a finger-sized hole could be seen on her forehead. Her neck along with half her body had dark marks on them, and she continuously writhed in pain. "Gustav, it's bad," he voiced like he was communicating with someone. Close to the edge of the second disc where the dark hole was located, a battle had ensued. Vikrushinsa leapt forward. His figure flew towards the hole, which was now only a few feet away. Twiish tilde, a black bolt suddenly streaked through the air. Bang! One of the Death Angel's body, which was used as a projectile, collided heavily with Vikrushinsa's figure, sending him flying. He subconsciously let go of Falco's unconscious body as he and the Dark Angel spiraled across the air with loud cracks ringing out. Fwoosh tilde, a figure blurred and appeared below Falco's unconscious body, which was falling from the air. He caught it in his grasp, holding Falco in a princess-style format. "What did you just do to Angie?" His voice boomed thunderously with anguish as his glowing red eyes further intensified the tension in the vicinity. The smiley-faced Death Angel turned around as he felt the blistering sensation behind him. "You cannot." He was about speaking when Gustav's figure blurred and reappeared before him. "Perish." Gustav's voice caused the entire vicinity to tremble as his glowing fist tore through the chest of the 10-foot-tall Death Angel. Boom! His fist exploded with a burst of crimson energy, blasting the smiley-faced Death Angel across the air. "Take Falco to the spacecraft." "You all leave now," Gustav voiced while handing Falco over to E. "Are you crazy? You can't go against all of them by yourself," Matilda yelled. "How long do we have, Endrik?" Gustav inquired. "Around 10 minutes, Endrik answered. "So long as we all leave this galaxy, things should be fine, right?" He inquired once more. "Yes, the anomaly will vanish after consuming this planet," Endrik answered. "Good, everyone leave now," Gustav commanded once more. "You must be crazy if you think we're leaving without you," Matilda voiced once more. "There is no time for this. Someone has to hold them back and none of you have a chance. I can get to the spacecraft instantly, so it'll be fine. You all get to it now and move, it'll get there the moment it takes off," Gustav yelled before charging forward. Bang! He instantly collided with the smiley-faced Death Angel up ahead. Bang! Bang! Gustav's left fist was stopped by the death while his right hand was wrapped around its left arm, preventing it from slashing him. The grounds quaked immensely as they seemed to be in a stalemate. Make sure everyone gets to the spacecraft safely." Who initially wanted to stay back to help Gustav, got this message in his mind and paused. He let out a sigh as he opened a massive reddish vortex above the group. "What the fuck? You bastard!" Some of them yelled as they got sucked into the vortex. "I am actually a bastard though," shrugged. The MBO officers and general were reluctant to leave after hearing Gustav would be staying behind. "We are the ones that should face those monstrosities. We are the ones that should sacrifice ourselves for the future generation," the MBO general yelled as he resisted the suction force of ES vortex. Bang! Gustav headbutted the Death Angel before him, causing it to spiral across the air forcefully. The Jaiko Herkai katana appeared in his grasp and he proceeded to fling it forward. Bang! 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 The hilt of the katana slammed into the MBO officers and general, pushing them into the vortexes. A massive golden and silver-scaled dragon descended with Angie in his grasp. "Take care of her," Gustav spoke, arded at Gustav's direction and getting sucked in. Two Death Angels suddenly appeared by Gusta's sides at this moment, brandishing their claws. A wave of blue-silvery energy spread across the air at this same moment, and holes appeared in the chests of both Death Angels before their claws could reach Gustav. Endrik's arm was outstretched as he walked towards Gustav and flayed his hand up. An unfathomable energy lifted both Death Angels into the air and their bodies split apart. Ealdris witnessed the scene of the Death Angels' limbs tearing from their bodies and grey eyes bursting out of their sockets. He heaved a sigh of relief as he got sucked in as well, and the vortex vanished afterwards. At this moment, Gustav and Endrik were the only ones left from the group. SSS. The air of tension and fear that spread across the place. Only one person could be responsible for this. It's not your fault, T. You did your best. I don't regret following you. It was the best venture of my life. Timmy's voiced weakly while Gustav listened attentively. I certainly would do it again if time was reversed. My only regret is not being able to continue this journey with you all. You guys are family to me. A trail of tear leaked down Timmy's eyes as his blood-soaked hand reached out to grab Gustav. Take my bloodline. I want you to put it to good use. Timmy's voice trailed off after saying this, and his hands fell weakly as he finally let out his last breath. Gustav stared at the massive charred hole in Timmy's chest and then proceeded to touch his corpse. His face was still as expressionless as his fingers made contact with Timmy's blood. Bloodline acquisition has been activated, calculating host compatibility rate with Crimson Matter bloodline, 0-100%, 24-100%, 52-100%, 79-1000%. Host compatibility with Crimson Matter is 91%. Does host wish to extract this bloodline? Yes, no. Everyone's gaze remained transfixed on Gustav's position. It seemed like they couldn't get their eyes off him as he remained in place for a few seconds before finally standing to his feet. Bloodline successfully acquired, Gustav moved towards Glade's corpse and performed the same action. Bloodline successfully acquired, host has acquired 2 halves of a bloodline. Does host wish to merge them? Yes, no. At this moment, Gustav was no longer paying attention to the system notifications popping up by the left corner of his eyes. He slowly turned around as a silent rage began building within him. The monolith, which was a structure of great power and strength, trembled as he stared at Oremon up ahead. Now that you have achieved your objective. Gustav began stepping forward slowly. I hope you're prepared to meet your end in the most gruesome, painstaking way you can ever imagine. The more Gustav spoke, the greater the chill that spread across space. Everyone could feel an immense sense of dread spread across the vicinity that had them frozen in place. Their eyes had widened in fear as a dark and horrifying gloom weighed on their figure. Gustav wasn't facing them directly yet. The fear they felt was indescribable. They could only imagine how Oremon, who was the target of all this negative energy, could feel at the moment. I will grant you a such decorative and merciless end that will make even the devil weep in sympathy. Gustav kept speaking as he slowly stepped forward. The sound of his footsteps were incredibly haunting and sounded extremely loud yet gentle to everyone in the vicinity. Even participants from other groups who were approaching this area had paused in fear because they could all feel it. The fear of death. Oremon's entire body quaked as his transparent skin produced sweat in great number. He couldn't even move an inch. All he could think at this moment was, this is the end. Not a single coherent thought made him feel he could escape things. A veil of darkish red aura was being emitting from Gustav's body at this point. It looked like an ancient demon was awakening as it casted darkness across this already dark part of space. Every single participant on the monolith wondered what was happening at this point since the monolith's quake was increasing in intensity. A veil of darkish red aura was being emitting from Gustav's body at this point. It looked like an ancient demon was awakening as it casted darkness across this already dark part of space. Every single participant on the monolith wondered what was happening at this point since the monolith's quake was increasing in intensity. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1326 Let's Go Universal Merge. The split-second disc began to join back together as incredible telekinetic energy spread forth from Endrick's frame. Dark tendrils began to phase out of the poker-faced Death Angel's split body, but before it could restore itself. Not so fast, Endrick stated before snapping his fingers. Two telekinetic prisons instantly materialized and trapped the separated body's parts within, preventing them from merging. Endrick's fingertips were coated in a silvery blue glow at this moment. When he noticed another Death Angel closing in on him, he thrusted his index and middle finger forward. One part of the split body slammed into the Death Angel with a laughing expression, ripping straight through its belly like a spear. Endrick didn't stop there, he casually flicked both fingers downwards. Both halves of the Death Angel SSS Angie moved to his front and placed his face on her chest while hugging his body completely to hers. It's not your fault. Don't blame yourself, She uttered words of comfort while rubbing his hair. She could feel wetness on her chest, but she didn't stop. She continuously stroked his hair while also fighting tears that threatened to spill from her eyes. Timmy was one of the most unproblematic people in their circle asides Eldris. The only times he got mad was when any of them got hurt or suffered any type of injustice. It looked like he was never bothered by anything, but everyone knew this was far from the case. Timmy didn't like to act like he cared, yet he was one of the biggest softies amongst them, going as far to volunteer every time someone was needed to keep an eye on Falco since he got injured. Timmy always stood up for the others every situation where he had the chance, and despite coming from a background of wealth, he had never shown any form of pride. Rhea looked like he had taken the biggest hit amongst them all as he remained in a kneeling position before Timmy's corpse. They had known each other since when they were little, and although Rhea would mostly call Gustav his rival, Timmy was the person who emotionally held that position. Didn't we have a bet on who would be stronger when we reached the age of 22? Rhea's tears fell uncontrollably like raindrops. Why what? Why have you chosen to let me win? Rhea's lips quivered as he muttered. He placed his hand on Rhea's left shoulder without saying a word. They had all taken a hit from this, so they could only comfort each other. I couldn't even move to stop him. His other fist tightened in remorse as he stood in place briefly. He realized how fear had kept him in place, whereas Angie managed to overcome that and stopped Gustav before things got messier. A feeling of shame washed over him. If his friend lost it due to any unexpected situation, it was his job to always be ready to offer assistance in whatever manner that was needed depending on the situation. He felt he had failed by not being able to overcome the fear of death and dread that encapsulated the vicinity from Gustav's wrath. He had also sworn to be cool and collected even in the worst types of situation, since it was the best way he could render assistance, but he realized he had just failed. He decided to stop berating himself in the meantime, since this wasn't the place for self-reflection. He raised his head and stepped forward in the direction of the handlers. What is going to happen to him now? He just killed our teammate. How will you the handlers punish him? Questioned in successions with a calm tone. First we will investigate to discover if the attack was done with the intent to kill or the death only happened accidentally, one of the handlers answered. I's face instantly squeezed up the moment he heard that. What do you guys mean by accidentally? He spat. That Zionci participant attacked with the intention to kill, Matilda yelled from the side as she approached them. What she said. Sheila voiced as well from the side. This hasn't been the first death since Aesop began. I believe the Earth is well aware that deaths occur in Aesop. We only meet punishment when the death was orchestrated intentionally. In a case where it is accidental, the team is given a strike. 2 strikes would of course lead to disqualification, but in this case we have to investigate before drawing a conclusion, the handler explained with an apologetic tone. You can't be serious, Elevera stated with a strong tone. What is there to investigate? Fildhor chimed in. Hey Baldy, are you fucking blind? That bastard obviously did this intentionally. Yonder also yelled as well. Although he wasn't close to Timmy or Glade, they were still his fellow teammates and he was getting sick of how things were playing out. This participant had grievances with the 2 who lost their lives here today. We are well aware that this wasn't done accidentally, said. Investigations will have to be carried out first. That is just how things are done. If Earth participants have statements concerning the issue, they can visit the board to table them after the monolith challenge ends. After saying this, the handlers began to vanish one after the other. What happens now? Asked before the last one vanished. The rest Zionsis get to finish the challenge, but this one comes with us. Zing Tilda after vanishing with Orimon, everyone had looks of anguish mixed their current mournful expressions. Those bastards. How could they ask them to continue? Almost everyone seemed to have gotten incensed by the handler's approach of the situation. Those bastards didn't show up till after their death. How is any of this fair? Yonder stated loudly. 1123 Those bastards didn't show up till after their death. How is any of this fair? Yonder stated loudly. Endrick watched from the side with an expression of remorse and regret. He stretched out his hand in Gustav's direction but lowered it in the next instant. I'm sorry big brother, this is all my fault. he muttered underneath his breath. I should have, I could say I did the right thing by not intervening, but that would just be a way of consoling myself. It's all my fault. Endrick stood in place with a sorrowful expression. Don't blame yourself, there was nothing you could have done, Husarius voiced in his mind. You and I are both aware that's false. I could have prevented this. I saw it but still let it happen. He would have lost way more if you intervened, so this was the best course of action. What if I could have prevented everything? Don't be delusional. If you had prevented this and kept preventing the future calamities it wrought, calamities would continue to stack in the future till it reaches a point where you longer have the power to prevent them. When that happens, your brother would lose everything. Don't mess with the fates. Husarius voiced with a cautioning tone. Endrick let out another sigh as he stared forward at Gustav, who was still in Angie's arms. Hasn't he suffered enough? I just want to take all his sorrows away. Endrick mumbled as a feeling of powerlessness welled up from within. The Monolith Challenge was still ongoing at this time, and the entire Earth spectators area was in uproar. The Earthlings were not interested in any excuse the handlers had to give and demanded for the Zionsis to be immediately punished by disqualification. The entire arena was extremely noisy at this point, with loud arguments reverberated across it. Miss Amy was awfully calm compared to the others, especially the high-ranking MBO officers around. I thought you would rip the whole place to bits when Gustav lost his life earlier. Grand Commander Shen was a little surprised even though Gustav came back from the dead. I knew he wasn't gone. Death is not powerful enough to take that kid away, Miss Amy responded with an unbothered look. How did he manage come back to life? Grand Commander Shen and many others had this question in mind, but since they were more concerned about making sure the Zionsis get punished, none of them dwelled on this confusion. Only Miss Amy was aware that Gustav had the reincarnation bloodline all this time, that one belonged to young Joe. Gustav had informed Miss Amy that should he lose his life here in Aesop, she shouldn't interfere. Miss Amy had to promise him that she wouldn't, because Gustav knew how impulsive she could be in a situation that concerned him. She would still not allow any harm to befall Gustav so long as she was watching, but since this was a competition and she didn't want to ruin it for him, she decided to stay put. The handlers had brought back the bodies of Glade and Timi. Grand Commander Shen went to receive them with a few other officers so proper procedures would be put in place. The entire Earth was currently in a state of mourning after losing 2 young participants with great potential, but Aesop was still ongoing and they still wished to win. The uproar would not die down, but they were hoping and praying the participants would still have it in them to climb to the top of the monolith and take a spot amongst the 200, or all of this would have been for nothing. Many spectators couldn't believe how Earthlings could be so emotional about losing 2 participants when some of them had lost more than 2 since Aesop began. They didn't understand that Earthlings were very emotional beings. Author's note: please vote for Gustav in the character popularity contest. 7 hours are left before the next preliminary. A lot of time had passed on the monolith and tons of groups had surpassed Earth participants on the monolith. Many of them used the left pathways to avoid bumping into Earth participants who occupied a part of the pathways for longer than expected. They had felt the dread earlier on that came from Gustav and decided it wouldn't be sensible to keep going right. At this point it was starting to look like Earth would fail to reach the peak before all 200 spots were taken. Let's go. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1327 Vests S. They didn't understand that Earthlings were very emotional beings. A lot of time had passed on the monolith and tons of groups had surpassed Earth participants on the monolith. Many of them used the left pathways to avoid bumping into Earth participants who occupied a part of the pathways for longer than expected. They had felt the dread earlier on that came from Gustav and decided it wouldn't be sensible to keep going right. At this point it was starting to look like Earth would fail to reach the peak before all 200 spots were taken. Let's go, Gustav voiced after some time and sped forward instantly. None of them were able to get a word in before Gustav sped off. Try to keep up, his voice trailed off while the others moved at this point. It seemed like Gustav didn't want to move as a group anymore since he no longer slowed his speed to match with the others. Sprint has been activated. Only Angie was able to keep up with Gustav at this point as they both headed for the peak. The rest of the group lagged behind, and some of them now realized just how fast Gustav was. There was no doubt that they had been surpassed by Mami groups initially, but the moment Angie and Gustav moved, they covered a long distance in very short time. The group understood that Gustav had to get to the peak as soon as possible since they had taken time below. It only took a short time for Gustav and Angie to arrive at the peak of the monolith. However, the moment they did, they met with a bunch of groups up ahead. The peak had an exalted area was the size of an entire stadium. Meanwhile, the whole peak of the monolith covered a radius of around 7,000 feet. It was as large as a couple of streets combined. The exalted area on the peak was where the blinding glow originated from, and it was also where the 200 spots for captains were situated. One would have to walk through the glow to get to one of the spots. However, to get to the exalted area on the peak. Crew. A loud roar reverberated across the peak. Gustav stared at the massive 60 feet tall creatures that were positioned around the exalted area. There were around 20 of them, and no doubt each powerful. These creatures had massive black space helmets covering their heads so their facial structures weren't visible. However, their bodies were shaped like apes, and they also happened to have 14 dark tentacles strapped to their backs despite their muscular frame. The captains would have to get past them to gain access to the exalted area. At the moment, participants and captains were engaging these creatures in a bid to get an opening. Unfortunately, things weren't easy in the slightest. The creatures were not only large, but their dark tentacles could extend as well, which made it easier for them to cover large distances. Captains would occasionally try to leap over them so they could land within the exalted area, but such never ended well. Through Gustav watched a captain get completed wrapped by the dark tentacles and flung off the peak. While almost everyone was tensed, Gustav was getting fired up as he squeezed his fist with a cold glare. "Just what I needed," he muttered while stepping forward. An immense pressure radiated from his being, causing the participants around to instantly stare at him with look of confoundment. Gustav leapt forward in the next instant while Angie followed behind him. Gustav's arm transformed, becoming massive and reddish as he descended from the air. Gustav's body twisted and flipped multiple times in mid-air, dodging the multiple tentacles that shot at him while he descended. "Go down." The surroundings trembled as his powerful fist landed on the heads of one of the creatures. Boom! A loud crash reverberated across the peak of the monolith, sending shockwaves across space that pushed everyone back. The jaws of nearly every participant here dropped as the creature that received the fist slumped heavily to the golden peak. Gustav didn't get the chance to stabilize himself as tentacles latched onto his figure from directions. His face showed a crazed look as he reached out to grab one of the tentacles and pulled the creature towards him. "I must go offer my condolences. I cannot imagine how he must feel for being unable to protect his subordinate," Stark said to the figures beside him as he stared at the screens. "Family head. I know you're going to say I should stay away from him, but I will not watch him suffer such without at least offering support in form of condolence. It isn't up for debate," Stark pointed out clearly, causing the figures beside him to keep quiet. "I have spoken with Timmy before and I find him to be a very warm person, what a loss." Even with all that, Gustav still managed to finish the challenge. Stark felt both sympathetic and respectful at the same time. Currently, the Earth spectators' areas was still in shambles. A bittersweet feeling arose within them. Timmy had been lost, but Gustav managed to claim a spot amongst the 200, getting Earth 1125 to the next stage. Timmy. 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 At first it was a little chant from one person, but soon other Earthlings began to join in. Timmy. 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 Soon it became a fully vibrant chant from Earth's audience. It resonated deep from their hearts as they hailed this fallen participant. Even on Earth, as everyone witnessed Aesop on the big screens, the chants had overtaken the sound of vehicles. Almost every single person chanted Timmy's name. It was like a memorial while the Monolith Challenge had come to an end with the end of his life. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. The groups that made it began to appear in the middle of the arena one after the other. In a bit, all 200 groups that passed had appeared in the arena. Cheers mixed with chatters rang out from the spectators' corners while Handler 1 moved to address them. Aeldris, Abestos, and Sharama, who didn't get to the peak with the others since they were sacrifices, were just hearing about Timi. Aeldris was in disbelief for some time after hearing the full gist of things from EE. He couldn't comprehend how such a thing could have taken place with everyone right there. I should not have been away from them. I should have let someone else been sacrificed. Aeldris blamed himself internally, but at the same time he felt he might have still failed to protect Timi even if he was present, since Gustav also became a victim. It felt like a dream, but unfortunately this was the new reality of things. Timi was gone and they would have to continue without him. They made it too. Matilda said while pointing at the group of transparent-skinned beings hundreds of feet away. Not for long. Gustav's gaze was laced with absolute coldness as he stated. The Zionsis could feel his gaze of coldness penetrating their skins and instantly felt uncomfortable. They couldn't even stare back and had the urge to sink into the ground upon noticing Gustav's penetrative gaze. Captain Alumo was the most conflicted of the bunch, as he didn't know whether to approach Gustav and apologize for Oromon's actions or just stay put. The major problem was how the apology would be perceived. If he apologized, he risked putting the Zionsis in a state where he is supposedly admitting that the act was committed intentionally. This could also lead to a disqualification for them and be thought about how far his group had come since the start. No one thought they would make it this far, and now he had to proceed with decisions in the best interest of his planet. I am sorry, Captain Crimson. I really wish I could admit that it was done intentionally, but I cannot. I cannot jeopardize the progress of my group after they have worked this hard to get here. I will put everything into making sure we are only given a strike and not disqualified. Captain Alumo let out a sigh as he came to a conclusion in his head. Earth participants continued staring daggers at them while waiting for Handler 1's briefing to be concluded. The next challenge will hold in 5 days from now, and the participants shall be split into 4 groups, Handler 1 voiced. Everyone paid more attention as Handler 1 got to this point. These 4 groups will each have 50 planets within under a particular color. Handler 1 went on to explain the 4 groups would be named after colors: red, blue, green and yellow. When the time came, participants would be given colored vests that represent the groups they fall under. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1328. There it is. When the time came, participants would be given colored vests that represent the groups they fall under. Handler 1 went on to add that only 1 out of the 4 groups would win the next challenge, and that 1 group would be the last participants left. Other participants under losing colors would be disqualified. He mentioned a few things more without going into heavy detail before the briefing finally came to an end. The participants were not completely aware of what the next challenge was about, but at the very least Handler 1 had given them a bit of information. The ISOP was truly coming to a finish, since the next challenge was going to be the second to the last before the challenge that would finalize everything. The champions of ISOP would be crowned soon. The next couple of days were fraught with mourning and gloom as the group tried to recuperate after the loss of a loved one. As mentioned previously, the handlers went on to investigate Timi's death so as to determine if it was done intentionally or accidentally. The MBO leaders let out their complaints and stated that even if it was done accidentally, it was an attack that killed not 2 but 3 of their representatives, Gustav included. They advocated that should the Zionsis be given strikes, they must be given 3, which should also lead to their disqualification. The Zionsis, on the other hand, were also not willing to throw in the towel and claimed it was just a single accidental attack, and their representative didn't think it would be capable of taking the lives of 3 participants in one go. It had turned into a court case of sorts, with either side not willing to back down. The investigation was taking longer than expected, since the handlers claimed they couldn't find a reason for Oromon's sudden spike in strength at that moment. A lot of things weren't adding up, and Gustav was of course not going to let this slide, so he began personal investigations. One thing that had been concluded from the onset was the fact that Oromon was not powerful enough to conjure up such an attack on a regular basis. Sure, the Zionsis were strong since they managed to become top 200, but their strength wasn't close to that of the mixed blood participants. Earth was currently first place after all. Now since he wasn't powerful enough, where did the energy come from? Gustav already drew a bunch of speculations, but arriving at a definite answer would require proof. Investigate this ring. I have a feeling it has something to do with his energy buff, Gustav reported to one of the handlers while displaying an holographic image of a trinket with a beast-shaped mouth on its surface and chain-like necklace dangling from the sides. It is our jobs to decide what we deserves to be investigated and what doesn't, Handler 128 stated with slight tone of arrogance. It felt like he was insulted that Gustav thought he had figured out something they hadn't. You seem to be doing a poor job, Gustav stated without a hint of intimidation. This discussion is over, only come back when you have a statement about things you remember during the incident or proof of your claim. Handler 128 showed Gustav out of their building afterwards. Gustav didn't get mad or triggered in the slightest. Instead, he had an entire outlook on the whole issue. Being unable to take the suggestion of a party involved means either of two things: pride or Hez receiving bribes from the Zionsis. Gustav didn't want to hinge on the latter, but he couldn't entirely put it off. Not all the handlers could be incorrigible. Since proof is needed, I just need to bring back one, Gustav decided while walking away. There was a lot on Gustav's plate at the moment. Falco's transitioning, Timmy's death, and investigating the Indulus Prime. He had moved Indulus Prime aside in the meantime due to Timmy's death, but he would have to make room for that soon enough. He just wanted to make sure Timmy gets the justice he deserved. Internally, Gustav didn't wish to get the Zionsis disqualified, he just wanted to get down to the crux of the matter. The moment he was able to prove it wasn't an accidental murder and the handlers still chose not to disqualify the Zionsis, then he would truly take matters into his own hand. Internally, he wished they wouldn't do the right thing so he could deal with the Zionsis in the worst way possible. On Falco's situation, Miss Amy had confirmed the answer of the person she contacted and claimed they would arrive on planet Osius in a few days' time. Gustav headed back to their residential quarters and began making a new string of plans. SJ projected the holographic image of the trinket that was on one of Orimon's fingers when he conjured the spear attack during the confrontation. The color adds up. I just need to find out more information on the source of the jewelry and how it was acquired, Gustav thought while staring at the magenta-colored glow the trinket emitted. Ko. Two knocks on the door brought Gustav out of his reverie. Gustav was already aware of the identity of the person knocking, so he immediately answered. You can come in now, tsh. The door slid open and Stark walked in. Hey man, he voiced while moving to sit beside Gustav. Gustav returned the greeting and asked what brought Stark here. Just checking up on you, Stark stated. A much appreciated gesture, but I have my hands full at the moment, Gustav replied while analyzing the holographic image before him. Oh, wait. Stark's eyes squinted as he stared at the holographic projection suspiciously. I recognize this, he stated. Gustav's attention was immediately drawn after hearing that. You do? Where have you seen it prior to this? Gustav questioned with an extremely curious tone. It was that night. Stark's face displayed a reminiscing look as he spoke. Gustav listened attentively with an intrigued expression. The night we went for Axilla. I saw this in the hand of the person sitting across him in the restaurant before we got there, Stark pointed out. Gustav also recalled that night. It was one of the Zionsis but not a participant if I recall correctly, most likely one of their higher-ups with authority. Gustav had no issues with his memory. In fact, he remembered that night like it was playing out before him. The only issue was, that trinket didn't exist in his memory. The reason for this was because the Zionsi higher-up had already kept the trinket away before they arrived there. Stark could see everything and anything even if he wasn't physically present in the location, so he had witnessed the whole transaction. This was why he instantly recognized it. Gustav's face contorted as he began to piece things together. Axilla was a famous collector after all. There was no doubt he had a lot of powerful items in his collection and this was one of them. That night. I should have truly gone after that person. Gustav's eyes shone with realization. What does this mean? Why are you concerned about that piece of jewelry? Stark questioned. Because that piece of jewelry is most likely responsible for the death of my friend, and to think that night. Gustav's face was immediately laced with an expression of regret. He recalled wanting to go after the person who he was unaware at the time had purchased this trinket. Stark had told him it was unnecessary since it was just a customer, and he felt that made sense too. If he had chosen to listen to his instincts and do so, maybe, just maybe Timmy would still be alive now. How could that, are you sure? Stark asked. There's only one way to properly confirm that this. Axela needs to tell me the function of that jewelry and why the Zionsi higher-up purchased it, Gustav stated. But he is off-planet. Gustav realized this might be more difficult to clear up with proof than he expected. Silence reigned for a few seconds as Gustav thought of a way out of this. I might be able to contact Axela, Stark voiced from the side. Are you sure? Gustav's voice was laced with a shimmer of hope. I have the means to do so, but it might take some time. It just depends on if he is in the position to accept dual interdimensional communication or not, Stark explained. Thank you, Stark. Let's try contacting him right away, Gustav voiced. So long as Gustav was able to get a statement from Axela about selling the trinket and confirming its uses, he could use this against the Zionsis. Without a doubt, these planets were automatically disqualified while the battle challenge went on. Gustav had only fought a single battle today since no one challenged him. After he won the battle, he took note of the fact that he had acquired enough points to challenge a certain opponent without having to worry about them declining. Tomorrow is the day, Gustav muttered underneath his breath as the image of a participant with multiple limbs appeared in his mind. At the end of the day, Handler 1 addressed the entire arena again. Follow current novels on tarpnovelful.com. Chapter 1329 Lost in Deep Space. Looks like we're good now, Endrik voiced. Not quite. Grand Commander Shen shook his head as they exited the control room. What is it? Endrik inquired with a look of concern. I said there was a problem, Grand Commander Shen reiterated. At this same moment, he spotted Eldris, Matilda, Elevra, and the others approaching from up ahead with dejected looks. What happened, guys? Endrik realized that this so-called problem wasn't related with the darkness following them into the spatial tunnelway. It was something different. We lost Angie and Falco, Eldris announced. Endrik's face fell the instant he heard this news. What do you mean by Angie and Falco are lost? A low grumbling voice rang out from behind. Everyone turned around with guilt-filled expressions as Gustav slowly sat up with a fatigued look. Big brother, Endrik exclaimed before stepping forward to help Gustav sit up. I'm fine. Gustav muttered with a disgruntled tone. What did you say happened to Angie and Falco? He questioned while glaring at everyone intensely. We lost them. Eldris responded with a low tone. How? What happened? Gustav tried to stand to his feet at this moment, but his trembling legs prevented this. Endrik tried to help him sit down, but he grabbed his arm, preventing contact. I said tell me what happened. Gustav's voice rose in anguish. She went after Falco. He got pulled out of the spacecraft the moment we flew into the spatial tunnel, Elevra spoke. It happened when we heard that heartbeat sound twice. It was like Falco's body got moved by an unknown force. Before any of us could react, his body had blasted a hole through the spacecraft and was getting sucked backwards. She stepped forward before proceeding to narrate the turn of events. Elevra mentioned that Falco's body was already heading back towards the entrance of the spatial tunnel when Angie sped out of the spacecraft, through the same hole created from Falco's body. Since Angie was extremely quick, she had turned debris and solid matter from the 9th disk floating across space into a ladder. She reached Falco very swiftly, but at the same moment, the Lignite barrier surrounding planet Osius shattered. Angie and Falco were swallowed up by the darkness before they could retrieve either of them. We tried, but we couldn't get to them. They're gone. Elevra's voice shook as she softly spoke. The vicinity turned silent for a few seconds as Gustav's face displayed a myriad of expressions. How did Falco get pulled? Before Gustav could complete his question, his face lit up with an expression of realization. The call? Gustav turned to face Endrik as he recalled what happened to his body after he merged with the Death Angels. Endrik nodded in response. Did you know it would happen to him too? Gustav inquired while lowering his head. I was only capable of saving one of you, and I chose you, big brother. Endrick stated without a shred of remorse. You saw it. You saw the premonitions, you could have at least informed someone. Gustav yelled. There was no time. I had to act in the moment. I knew what would happen. I had to pick between you or them. Endrick voiced once more, but this time there was a subtle hint of regret. If he was powerful enough he could have tried to save all three of them, but he really wasn't. In that moment he only had two choices presented before him. Save Gustav or save Angie and Falco. He chose to the former. Shit. This is all my fault, Gustav mumbled with a tone of guilt. I should have been more careful using the dimensional bracelet. The Death Angel wouldn't have gotten into this spacecraft in the first place if it wasn't for me. No, big brother. If anyone is to blame, it's me. I didn't see this coming. The second premonition was not supposed to go this way. Endrick shook his head. Second premonition? What are you two talking about? And Matilda questioned with conflicted expressions. Everyone else looked confused as well except for Miss Amy. It's a long story, kids. Miss Amy's feet made low tapping noises as she moved towards Gustav. She placed her hand on his head and carried his hair gently. Don't beat yourself up about this. This was the best possible conclusion. Things could have been way worse. They are gone. Things are already way worse. Gustav spoke with an obvious guilt-filled tone. He couldn't believe he had once more failed to protect his loved ones, and this time Angie was included. What would he tell her parents? Her brother? He didn't know how he was going to look them in the face and say he lost their only daughter, his lover. Pa. A small slap reverberated across the place, pulling Gustav out of his reverie. Quit mopping, she stated while slowly taking her hand off his head. Ouch. Gustav winced in pain. They're not dead, are they? She asked rhetorically. Yeah, but... Pa. Miss Amy gave him another slap on his head. Ouch, Miss Amy, stop. Gustav held his head while drawing back. Since they're not dead, it means you can get them back. Quit feeling sorry for yourself and start making plans on how to get them back, Miss Amy stated once more. But they're literally in another dimension now. It's not going to be that simple, Gustav voiced in response. Pa. Miss Amy landed yet another slap on his head. Stop. Gustav held his head and shifted away. Have you forgotten who you are? Did losing one battle turn you into a coward that is unwilling to do everything it takes to turn an impossible tide around? Miss Amy pointed at Gustav while speaking. Gustav's eyes shimmered after hearing this. You're right. They're not dead. So long as they're alive, I can save them. His confidence visibly returned as his face beamed up. They are still alive. He muttered once more while standing to his feet. He could feel his strength slowly returning as his injuries began to regenerate. Gustav's eyes turned focus as he stared at the rest of his teammates. We will get them back, Gustav stated with a tone of determination. The rest of the group nodded in affirmation. Matilda, who had been bawling her eyes out this whole time, cleaned her face as she regained hope. But how are we going to get them back? She questioned. How long has it been? It feels like I've been in here forever. Within an unknown dark space, a floating humanoid figure drifted forward endlessly. This humanoid figure seemed to be unconscious yet conscious at the same time. I hear voices. Maybe I'll wake up soon. Your death angels brought my son back to me, but tell me. Where is the last one? That voice sounds familiar. The unconscious figure floating tried to listen more keenly to the voices. My lord. One of them got trapped in the outworldly dimension. Such incompetence. I expected better from you, Amir. Not only did your death angels fail to exterminate the outworldly, you also managed to lost one of them. What do you think will happen? My lord, I apologize. We were unaware that the outworldly had grown to such a level of strength. The death angels also lost a lot of their power in the other dimension, making it difficult for them to successfully carry out the mission completely. Excuses. I apologize, my lord. I can gather a few vessels to retrieve the lost death angel. No. You will fail again. I have seen it. We will use the earthling. The one that arrived with my lord's offspring. What other earthling is in our realm, fool? Earthling? Who are they talking about? What do they mean by the outworldly, and who is the offspring they are referring to? The floating unconscious figure had so many questions, but in the meantime there was nothing he could do about it. Earth's candidate spacecraft, we have another problem. Grand Commander Shun approached the group from the control room. Not again, Endrick exclaimed with a tired expression. With the damages the spacecraft has taken, the GPS and wormhole tracker have both gone offline, Grand Commander Shun revealed. What does that mean? EE inquired with a confounded look. It means we're lost in space, Eldris responded. First we lost Angie and Falco and now we're lost in space. This day couldn't just get any better, Matilda said with a tone of self-ridicule and dejection. It may be night time. We wouldn't know since we're in space, Fildhor voiced from the side. You're not helping, Matilda threw a glare in his direction. What do we do now? Sheila questioned. We need to get back to Earth or we'll run out of food and die here, Endrick answered. Let's start with what we can do to get the GPS and wormhole tracker back online, Gustav stated while getting to his feet. Grand Commander, tell the space captains to go into Kneto mode. We need to save fuel instead of traveling aimlessly across space, Gustav instructed. Do you think that's a good idea? Wouldn't it be better if we found a conducive planet to land and stay there till we manage to fix everything up? Eldris suggested. There's no planet for the next 289 million light-years. We'll run out of fuel before we could even try locating one, Gustav shook his head. How do you know that? Grand Commander Shun asked with a look of bewilderment. Don't ask. I just do, Gustav answered before trotting forward. This marks the end of this volume. The start of the next volume will be uploaded soon. Discord server, Discord. GGVJ98DF2Q follow current novels on tapnovelful.com. Chapter 1330 Side, the fourth disc, you can help us get some of our people out. We're all under the same alliance, Handler 1 said to a group of beings with multiple limbs and similar patterns of different colors all over their bodies. They seemed to filing into a massive beastly structured spacecraft. My people come first before the Alliance and you have put us in jeopardy by being unable to protect your planet from whatever this is, Midili Bronze stated with a look of scorn as she gestured for the other Drakens to move into the spacecraft. We successfully managed to open portals all across different locations on every single disk that would lead to the edge of the galaxy. This will make escape easier. All I ask is for you to help save some of my people, Handler 1 requested with a pleading tone. This is on you, Handler 1. We the Drakens are not obligated to help, Bronze Midili voiced sternly before turning around to leave. The entrance to the spacecraft closed up and it soon lifted into the sky before flying off. Don't you think we should have helped them? In the next Alliance meeting, they'd speak bad about us, a male Midili voiced from the side. It doesn't matter. This is the end for Planet Osius. They won't be able to retain their title as one of the leaders of the Alliance after this setback. Their words won't hold any weight, Bronze Midili said without a shred of mercy in the tone of her voice. Swiwi Tilda their spacecraft soon disappeared into one of the portals. On the ground. We don't need their help anyways, Handler 2 voiced from behind with a tone of annoyance. Instead of wasting our time begging for the help of these selfish beings, let's focus on getting as many of our people out of here as possible, another handler stated from the side. I'm sure others will be willing to assist like Planet Earth, Handler 2 said. Yes, let's split up and ask the others for help. Handler 2, you find the Grand Commander from Earth and Ill. Before Handler 1 could complete his sentence, a streak of darkness descended from above. Bang! Dark shockwaves instantly spread from the point of impact, the moment it landed on the ground. Handler 1 moved swiftly, arriving hundreds of feet away. He stabbed his insect-like fingers forward, piercing into a side of the dark shockwaves, and it suddenly stopped. The dark wave of energy which was initially spreading suddenly began to box in and reduce till it turned into a small round cloud of darkness. Go! He yelled to the other two handlers behind who stood in place awestruck. They both nodded before turning around and flying off. Up ahead was a 10 feet tall dark silhouette with 2 massive horns and 4 large wings connected to its back. It had a frowning expression on its face that stuck like a glue. The expression was never changing and extremely eerie due to its grayish hollow eyes. It came from above. Could it have infiltrated from outside somehow? Handler 1 wondered out loud as he grabbed the circular dark cloud before him. Grg. The Death Angel growled. A dark aura spread across the place, causing the ground and structures in the vicinity to tremble. Handler 1 could sense the same energy the darkness outside gave off, coming from this being. Whatever it is, I can't let it wreak any havoc here, as Handler 1 muttered. Another dark streak shot downwards from a different direction. He turned around with an expression of concern, but the streak continued shooting downwards, descending past the fourth disc. Another one. It must be heading to the low. Before Handler 1 could complete his sentence, the Death Angel arrived before him. The eyes on Handler 1's antennas widened, so fast. He voiced while raising the dark circular ball of energy in his grasp. The Death Angel's claws came bearing down upon Handler 1's head. 3 The circular ball of darkness in Handler 1's grasp turned into a 2 feet dark thorn that looked incredibly sharp, which he proceeded to stab through the neck of the Death Angel. Pookie Dark blood jetted out like a fountain as the Death Angel's neck tilted to the back the moment the massive dark thorn pierced through its neck. Handler 1 let out a sigh of relief as he let go of the thorn, causing the Death Angel to slowly fall backwards. That was dangerous, he muttered, but in the next instant, the falling body of the Death Angel suddenly paused. With incredibly swift motion, its arms moved. Ah! Handler 1 uttered as the Death Angel, which was supposed to dead, wrapped its arms around his body. Krh bone cracking sounds rang out as it squeezed Handler 1 tightly to its figure before charging forward. Swoosh they traveled at very fast pace across the air, as the Death Angel held Handler 1 before it like a shield. Bang! 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 It slammed Handler 1 into a lineup of buildings, crashing through them and causing structures to crumble like they were made of cheap wood. Ooh! Handler 1 groaned as their figures repeatedly tore through buildings. He gritted his pointy set of teeth before sneaking his left arm out of the Death Angel's embrace. He grabbed the dark 2 feet long thorn and pulled it out of the Death Angel's throat. Kura! The Death Angel shrieked in pain, but Handler 1 wasn't done. The dark thorn transformed into a sharp blade teeming with destructive energy. Handler 1 sliced upwards, immediately separating the Death Angel into 2 halves. He swung the dark blade 100 times more in an instant, cutting the Dark Angel into tiny little pieces before it could realize what was going on. Black goo blasted across the vicinity as Handler 1 flung the blade forward. Boom! On the 6th layer, Handler 2 and 3 were flying downwards at a very quick pace. Will he be okay? That creature felt very powerful and chaotic, Handler 3 questioned with a troubled tone. Handler 1's strength is close to that of the Sacred One. He can definitely hold his own, Handler 2 answered without worry. He is that powerful. Handler 3 seemed surprised. He isn't number 1 for nothing. Although if the Great Elders had not perished with the first disc, they could have gotten everyone off the planet immediately, Handler 2 pointed out with a distraught look. I still can't believe they are gone, Handler 3 said. I spot the Orions up ahead, let's ask them for help, Handler 2 stated while pointing forward. The entire planet was currently in shambles since every species was trying to get out as quickly as they could. At this point, a number of alien species that visited due to ISOP had already left. The Osis, on the other hand, were in the billions, so they of course had more difficult getting their people out compared to the other species who only had a paltry sum here. Spacecraft were loading as quickly as they could, but when billions of living creatures had less than an hour to evacuate a planet, difficulties are to be expected. Handlers were taxed with reaching out to other species to help in getting their people off as well. Earth, of course, had no issue with loading some of the Osis into both their spacecraft. A couple of other planets helped as well, and the handlers did all they could to save their people. The Osis reduced more in population the longer they remained due to the Death Angels wreaking havoc across the disks. A single attack from a Death Angel would wipe out hundreds of thousands of Osis. The high number of casualties threw the handlers in a frenzy and they faced the Death Angel on the 9th disc alongside the MBO officers. On the 4th disc, Handler 1 faced the frowning expression Death Angel all by himself, preventing it from escaping and wreaking more havoc on the planet. Handler 1 managed to hold it back by himself, but the Death Angels, being manipulators of death, would not die no matter what. The battle was unending. Get into the emergency pods now. The handlers in charge of directing the crowd of Osis yelled as loudly as they could. They were starting to run out of emergency pods and there were still hundreds of millions of Osis left. At this point only a few minutes were left to the end of the timer countdown Miss Amy gave them. "You all look up," a loud voice came from the sky. Everyone looked up and could see a massive shiny surface that bore semblance to a mirror. Silvery rays engulfed every single Osis on the 6th disc and they got beamed up. The Osis reappeared on the surface of the mirror like object-like reflections in miniature versions. The being who had just performed this feat had a mask on but seemed to possess a cylindrical-shaped head. They proceeded to keep the mirror-like item in the internal part of their jacket before flying off in the direction of a portal. On the 4th disc, Handler 1 continuously battled the Death Angel. Multiple injuries could be spotted on his figure, but he still managed to hold the creature in place. "I do not care if I lose my life today, so long as I can keep you here," Handler 1 grunted as he manipulated threads of dark energy to blanket the 10 feet tall abnormality. He had converted every single energy-based attack the Death Angel had used into his own. At this point less than 5 minutes were left. All of a sudden, the Death Angel turned into a dark streak and ascended very swiftly. "What the?" Handler 1 quickly followed after it but wasn't fast enough. This was the last he saw of the Death Angel since it was being summoned by the smiley-faced Death Angel to merge. Handler 1 happened to arrive at the 1st disc just after the merged version of the Death Angel vanished with Gustav. Let me know in the comments if another side chapter is needed to display scenes from other locations during the ongoing saga of the Second Premonition. Chapter 1331 Troublesome Arrival Volume 5, Unlocking Universal Truths 8 months later. Hahaha, this wine is really good. Remember that one time where Liod got so tipsy he kissed my granny. Don't remind me Arja, I might empty my stomach right now. Ew. Granny sure enjoyed the steaming kiss just like he did. Hey, come on now. Ha 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 ha. The sound of a group conversing filled with vibrant laughter rang out loudly across an open space. This space happened to be like an open shed restaurant of sorts. Tables were lined up across the place with a number of people seating around them. The traditional-like roofing was the only covering here since the outskirts were pretty much visible. There were no entrances or exits. People could leave and get out easily. An expanse of grasslands could be seen up ahead, but past that seemed to be just wilderness with lots of sand dunes. The bright red sun was the reason for the high temperature, but the shed did well to shield everyone underneath. Surprisingly, it was much cooler around the areas the shed covered as well. The loudest group in the open shed restaurant were all dressed like ruffians. A number of them had khaki-like outfits and berets on. Their faces seemed a little darkened and each of them just happened to have visible scars on different parts of their bodies. Old man Shill. We need more of your homemade wine here. One of them yelled as he dropped the massive mug he had just gulped from onto the table before them. A couple of feet behind where a shabby structured counter was set up, a middle-aged man with round glasses on his face could be spotted serving drinks. He smiled upon hearing that and proceeded to grab a bottle from the shelf behind him. He walked towards their table and placed it before them. Now Didier, easy with the liquor so you don't end up falling and slipping into a woman on your way home, Old Man Shill voiced. Hahaha, Old Man Shill, you fucking geezer. Dildia escapades must have spread across town. Old Man Shill just doesn't want him impregnating another woman. The rest of the group teased Dildia after the old man brought the bottle over. TCH geezer, just let me drink in peace, okay? Dildia grabbed the bottle to open it. Just saying, here you youngsters sure are full of life, maybe a little too much. Old Man Shill tapped Dildia's back before walking away with a smile. It in. The wine lifts the spirits, one of them voiced after gulping down a cup full of wine. Old Man Shin sure knows how to put things together. How is he a good brewer and a good cook all at the same time? another one said with a fascinated tone as they watched Old Man Shin serve another table that had a group of young folks around it. Thank you, Old Man Shin. Every table he served showed appreciation with full smiles. I guess when you live that long, you become a master at a thing of two, Dildia responded before taking another sip of wine. Just as Old Man Shin returned behind the counter, a vehicle approached from the west. It was an dark and maroon-colored hoverbike with a figure clad in brownish silky-looking jacket sitting on it. The bike arrived before the shed-like restaurant and the figure's helmet retracted, turning into a shades on the face of this figure. It happened to be a 64 male with a white ponytail and smooth-looking skin. His eyes weren't visible due to the shades, but one look at him and one could tell that he wasn't from here. His appearance had attracted the attention of everyone, including the group of ruffians at the edge of the shed. Dash must be someone from outside town. Dash he looks rich. Dash but he must also be quite capable to come out all the way here himself, the group had discussed amongst themselves. Best not to make any trouble, boys. Let's just mind our business, Dildia said before gulping down another cup. The newly arrived man walked towards a table where a couple with pit bull-like faces were seated. I'm looking for the man who witnessed the star crash. I was told I could find him here, the man started out. Oh, the star crash site is still another 7 miles southwards, the husband responded while pointing forward. I didn't ask of the crash site. I asked of the man who witnessed it, the newly arrived man stated with an intimidating tone. In that case we really have no idea, haha, the entire town witnessed it, the man laughed nervously. I am much aware that it is visible enough. I am asking of the man who was first found around the site before everyone else got there, the newly arrived man reiterated. That should be. The husband was about to answer when the wife butted in. What do you want with him? She questioned. I just have a few questions. Nothing much. Now answer me, the newly arrived man replied. We don't know who he is, she shook her head before continuing her meal. Her husband also shrugged his shoulders and resumed eating his meal. You don't know who he is, him? The newly arrived man turned away like he was about to leave. All of a sudden. He reached into the left side of his jacket and pulled out a 2 feet long red gun with a glowing base while swiftly turning around. Bang! He slammed the wife's face into the table while planting the tip of his gun onto the back of her neck. Gasped Tilda. The entire place suddenly descended into uproar as everyone witnessed this scene with shocked expressions. What the hell? Let go of my WI. The husband lunged forward without thinking. Bang! The newly arrived man swung the back of his left fist towards the face of the husband, sending him crashing towards the ground. Dexter. The wife muffled tone didn't do well to hide her scream. She struggled to free herself but the man held her down in place, giving her no opportunity to escape. Don't test my patience. Are you ready to tell me where the man is? The man with the shades questioned with a cold tone. Hey riffraff, what do you think you're doing? A voice rang out from behind. It happened to come from Dildia. The moment he stood to his feet, the rest of his ruffian group did as well. All 10 of them stepped forward till they arrived before the table. No one has to get hurt. Once she gives me an answer, I'll let her go, the man with the shades voiced. Your parents must have failed in teaching you manners, pretty boy. You don't just go around pointing that thing at people, Dildia responded with a look of visible irk. Let's teach him some manners, boss, haha, someone from the group voiced. You're spot on, Despard, but he'll take his jacket as compensation, another one stated. Dovstar, you can have that. I call tabs on those shiny sunglasses of his. Despard chuckled like a delinquent as he rubbed his pointy mustaches. Oi oi oi, now are you guys trying to take all the good loot before I do? One with a shabby-looking green afro stated. While this scene played out, Old Man Shin remained behind the counter cleaning his glass cup with a calm expression. You fools. This could end without violence if I just get my answer. Once I blow this person brains out, her blood will be on your hands. The man with the shades placed his finger on the trigger with an unbothered tone. A metal bar was suddenly flung forward. Bam! It slammed into the gun in the man's grasp, causing it to fall forward, slide across the ground for a couple of feet. Get him! Dildia commanded. Yeah. The group charged immediately with nefarious intent the moment the man lost his gun. Fools! The man with the shades let go of the wife who had been shivering in fear all this time and turned to face the incoming group. Sweet Tilda, he grabbed the first approaching his face and pulled the group member forward. Bang! A kick slammed into the chest of the group member, causing him to spit out saliva in pain as the man with shades and group member fell backwards. The man with the shades rolled sideways and multiple feet tried to stomp him while on the ground. Sweet Tilda thrusting his right foot upwards, his leg crashed into the sacred jewels of one of the men. You! My balls! He howled in pain before dropping to his knees. Bang! The man with shades threw a fist at his face next, causing a tooth to fly out of the barbarian's mouth. At this instant, a kick came shooting forward, but the man with shades managed to raise his left hand in time to shield his face. However, the force of the kick was so strong that his entire figure was sent sliding towards the right intensely. Bang! He crashed into one of the tables, destroying it in the process. Chapter 1332. In the man you're looking for. Bang! He crashed into one of the tables, destroying it in the process. The man with the shades gritted his teeth as he noticed a rip on his jacket and proceeded to perform a kip-up stunt. Tilda, he landed back on his feet and continued engaging the rest of the group. Pa! 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 Bam! Fists and kicks were exchanged continuously. Tables continued to crash as well since bodies were sent flying across the place. At this point, everyone else around had fled the area in fear of being collateral damage. The man with shades happened to be winning the fight and had laid out most of Dildia's men. At this point, everyone else around had fled the area in fear of being collateral damage. The man with shades happened to be winning the fight and had laid out most of Dildia's men. At this point, only Dildia and 3 of his group were left. The others were sprawled out across the place with all sort of injuries. I grow weary of this. The man with shades, who was bleeding from the side of his head already, pulled back. Dildia, who also had a black eye at this point, saw this as surrender and charged forward. Only for the man to pull out another gun from the right side of his jacket. Uh-oh. Dildia paused as the tip of the red gun rested against his forehead. You had that all this time? Dildia questioned while gulping down saliva. The other 3 behind also paused their steps as they spotted the second gun. I wanted to avoid killing today, but you leave me no choice. The man stated with a slightly regretful tone as his finger rested on the trigger. Wait, a voice called out from the side, causing the man to pause in his tracks. Old Man Shin slowly walked forward and placed his hand on the gun in a bid to lower it. You wanted the man that witnessed the crashing star, right? He asked with a calm tone. Yes. Will you tell me where he is? The man with the shades questioned. He's right here, Old Man Shin answered. Here where? The man with the shades voiced with a confused tone. I'm the man you're looking for, Old Man Shin clarified. The man with the shades finally lowered his weapon. You bast. Dildia wanted to attack the moment he lowered his weapon, but Old Man Shin stopped him. That's enough, Dildia. I'll handle it, he voiced while pulling Dildia away in the direction of the counter. He proceeded to hand Dildia a bottle of wine. For you and the boys. He patted his back afterwards before walking towards the man with the shades. Who are you and why are you looking for me? Old Man Shin inquired. The name is DD. Will you come back with me willingly or will I have to bring you back with force? The man with the shades inquired. DD. Someone sent you after me? Old Man Shin asked. I'm sure you already know the answer to that. My employer has asked me to bring you back alive, but he didn't say unscathed, so I won't be penalized for ruffling you, huh? What is this PR? Dildia, who was about leaving with his wounded boys earlier, paused upon hearing the dialogue between both of them. Leave. Old Man Shin interrupted. I told you, I'll take care of it, he added. Dildia's face scrunched up in worry. Are you sure? Old Man Shin nodded in response. Dildia had no other option but to scurry along with his group. There were a bunch of rough-looking hoverbikes parked in the distance. They looked nothing luxurious like that of DDS, but nevertheless they worked. Boss, are you sure we should have left the geezer to take care of that alone? Despa questioned as they got onto their hoverbikes and started the engine. Dildia turned to stare at the shed area, which was a little distant from their current position. This is not the first time something like this is happening. In the last 6 months since Old Man Shin set up shop here, a number of people have been sent after him, Dildia responded before starting the engine of his hoverbike. Oh, what happened to the others? Despa questioned. No one knows. All I know is Old Man Shin is still here and they're not so when he said he would handle it. I had no doubts that he would, Dildia said before driving off. The others also started the engines of their hoverbikes and sped forward to catch up with their boss. Old Man Shin sure is mysterious since he appeared here 6 months ago. This thought appeared in Dildia's mind as a cloud of dust was formed behind them while they sped off. 2 days later we have acquired new ammunition now. Within a dry-looking mountainous area surrounded by sand dunes, a group could be spotted. A crate was positioned in their midst and within the crate were some high-grade weaponry. Laser guns, a bazooka disintegrator and all that. Good, now we can look out for our people more, Dildia stated Befpray dropping a cigarette onto the steaming sand. Low sizzling sounds rang out since the sands were so hot, they burnt the cigarette. Let's check out Old Man Shin's place, Dildia suggested. Do you think he would have opened up shop back? For all we know it may be deserted, Despa said with a bothered tone. Boys, do you want to check out Old Man Shin's place? Dildia yelled. Yeah. The others cheered and proceeded to mount their bike. Dildia chuckled before mounting his bike as well. Let's hope the geezer is okay. The crates got strapped to the sides of 2 hoverbikes which moved together to bear the weight of the weapons. Sweewieh tilde sweewieh tilde sweewieh tilde sweewieh tilde. The hoverbikes soon zoomed into the distance, stirring up clouds of dust. The red sun in the sky happened to have another yellow sun poking out from its left corner. It was currently only a little visible since it was in a crescent-shaped format. The temperature had greatly increased due to this. Fortunately, most people that lived in town all had cooling effects clothings. This helped them to maintain a safe temperature. Their boots especially helped to prevent their feet from becoming toast. The bikers, on the other hand, had gotten used to this temperature and didn't need such. They were quite the gritty bunch. In a few minutes they could spot the familiar shed in the distance. Soon they arrived at Old Man Shill's place. Chatter tilde chatter tilde chatter tilde. The place was as vibrant as ever. There was barely any space left underneath since a lot of people were currently present. Old Man Shill could be spotted serving a table in the middle with a smile. "Oh, the boys had a hearty smile as they approached the shed. "Geezer!" Despa yelled as he approached Old Man Shill. Old Man Shill spotted them and gave a wave for them to come over. Looks like he did take care of it. Dildia was curious, but he decided to throw his curiosity to the back of his mind for now. It was time to indulge in Old Man Shin's sweet delicacies. Nighttime arrived very fast today. Old Man Shin could be seen waving to a family that was leaving. The restaurant was empty right now and Old Man Shin began closing up. He really did look like an earnest middle-aged man with the way he cleared the tables. Soon enough, he was done cleaning up the entire place and now it was time to leave. He touched his glasses, properly fixing them above his slightly pointy nose. He grabbed a small plastic bag in which he stored food that he was going to have as dinner. Afterwards, he turned around to head eastwards. Old Man Shin didn't have a vehicle, so he walked. The sandy terrain was soon in view. True tilde true tilde truer tilde. His legs sunk into the sand as he continuously made his way forward till a settlement could be spotted. He was currently walking down an exalted sandy slope, so the flickers of light in the distance looked like scanty fireflies. The houses did not look well structured and were mostly bungalows, but nonetheless the people around seemed satisfied. Old Man Shin soon arrived within the settlement. As he walked past people, he was greeted respectfully. It looked like the natives here really admired him. "Welcome, Old Man Shin. Old Man Shin, thanks for the other time. The cooling shack works now. Old Man Shin, would you like to have dinner here? Hey geezer, welcome back." Old Man Shin waved with smiles on his and turned down everyone who tried inviting him for dinner or wanted to present him with a gift. Old Man Shin always helped people take care of a lot of issues. He had saved a lot of the settlement folks from spending money that they didn't have, so they were always grateful to him. He soon arrived at a bungalow house close to the northern edge of the settlement. He spotted a silhouette crouched beside his house. Bruce. Old Man Shin said as he approached the figure. Chapter 1333. It's almost time, Bruce. Old Man Shin said as he approached the figure. Old Man Shin, you're back. The figure stood to his feet with a joyous look. Waiting outside my house this late. Did you miss me that much? Old Man Shin chuckled as he approached the young boy who was no more than 5 feet in height. He had short brown hair with innocent-looking blue eyes. What happened to your face? Old Man Shin noticed some bruises on the face of the young boy as he approached. Bruce, who initially had a bright look of excitement, became moody as he turned away. It's nothing, he shook his head. Don't tell me you got bullied again, Old Man Shin questioned while trying to touch Bruce's face. I said it's nothing. Bruce slapped his hand away before shifting to the side. Old Man Shin sighed and moved to sit on the balcony area of his house. You should really do something about this or they won't stop. Old Man Shin spoke with a concerned look. I can't do anything about it. Bruce lowered his head with a look of self-ridicule. Maybe if my bloodline was above E grade, things could have been different. Bruce went back to his squatting position. Remember, you're the only one in this settlement with a bloodline. Not to mention, one that could make your body as tough as steel, Old Man Shin stated. I can only do that for a few seconds. It's useless compared to everyone else's bloodline in my school. They can all do flashy and powerful things but him just nothing. Sure, everyone here thinks him special, but in their at the bottom of the well. Bruce gritted his teeth in frustration. Old Man Shin stared at him with pity for a few seconds before standing to his feet. Come on. I'll make you a tradashi dish, he inclined. Bruce's face instantly lit up once more. Really? He voiced while jumping to his feet. I'll make as plenty as you can eat and some for your mom too. Old Man Shin opened his door and moved in. Yai mom would be really happy when she gets back from work too. Bruce galloped after Old Man Shin. Happy chuckles could be heard from within as they chatted on. Midnight Old Man Shin cleared the table inside his small house and put some food inside a plastic container. He washed the dishes and brought the plastic container back to the living room where a young boy could be spotted fast asleep on his couch. Bruce mom still isn't back. Old Man Shin muttered before dropping the container on the table. He wanted to head to his room when he suddenly paused and turned to stare at the sleeping boy. A slight glint of guilt flashed in his eyes. I probably shouldn't. He turned back around to head in the direction of his room before pausing again. The voice of a well-respected person played in his mind as he recalled an old advice. It was like his conscience was playing at him. However, he didn't want to perform an action he'd come to regret. He let out a sigh before walking into his room. Things will get better, it's best to operate without risk for now, Old Man Shin mumbled while moving to lay on his bed. Bam! 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 Loud knocking sounds woke Old Man Shin from his night's sleep. Is it morning already? He mumbled with a sleepy tone. Bam! 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 The sound of the knocking was getting more intense. Who is there? Old Man Shin voiced with a slightly fatigued expression. Old Man Shin. My mother, she. A person yelled from the other end. Bruce. Old Man Shin jumped to his feet and trotted forward. He opened the door quickly and Bruce appeared before him with tears dripping down his face. What happened? He questioned and Bruce proceeded to point at the living room entrance. Chatter tilde chatter tilde chatter tilde chatter tilde. The door was wide open and neighbors had gathered around a body that seemed unconscious. Old Man Shin's eyes widened as he rushed towards the front porch with Bruce. The neighbors around made a path for Old Man Shin after spotting him coming out. Old Man Shin, she's dying, one of the neighbors stated. Laid out on the ground was a young woman who looked like she wasn't even in her 30s. Her long chestnut-colored hair was mixed with red, which of course wasn't an original color. The red could also be spotted on her tight gown-like outfit, which was torn in multiple places. She was bleeding profusely and from what Old Man Shin could see, she was stabbed repeatedly. To make matters worse, there was also a deep cut that extended from her neck to her chest area. It was a miracle that she wasn't dead yet with all of these grievous injuries, but nonetheless it didn't seem like she could last any longer. "Please save my mother," Bruce begged. "What of the town doctor?" Old Man Shin questioned. "We won't be able to get her to him on time." One of the other neighbors shook their head. "Please. Please save her. Please." Bruce kept begging. "ICA. Please. I know you can. Please." Bruce knelt before Old Man Shin while bawling his eyes out. He had witnessed Old Man Shin feeding a medicine to someone who was sick one time and they immediately got healed. He knew Old Man Shin definitely had something that could help. "I've run out of grade 1 regenerative pills. What I have won't be enough to save her," Old Man thought with a slightly regretful look. "I am sorry, I cannot save her." Old Man Shin shook his head. These words were like sharp blade that pierced into Bruce's chest. The world instantly turned white before him as static rang in his ears. "Mother is going to die. Then I would no longer have anyone in this world." Negative thoughts instantly clouded his mind. "I can give her something to help make her stable long enough for us to get a doctor, but that's it." Old Man Shin voiced before heading back in. A morsel of hope returned to Bruce's face as he knelt before his mother's unconscious body waiting. Tears continued to stream down his face as the young boy blamed the unfairness of the world. Old Man Shin soon returned with a small water in a bowl. He proceeded to feed it to Bruce's mother and soon her barely noticeable breathing returned. Her pulse, which wasn't readable initially, became vibrant once more and color returned to her face. She visibly looked better than before and even stopped bleeding, but of course she wasn't completely healed. "Thank you. Thank you." Bruce repeatedly showed his appreciation after noticing the differences. Just as Old Man Shin mentioned, this would only help make her stable, but it was more than enough since her life was practically saved now. One of the neighbors who had a vehicle quickly hurried to take Bruce's mother to the doctor. Old Man Shin moved back into his house after the crowd had dispersed. It turned out that Bruce's mother was assaulted on her way back from work. The location of her work was more than 3 settlements away. She was always working late so as to provide enough for her son and herself. It was usually dangerous to move at night since Dildia and the boys who looked out for the town couldn't be everywhere at once. However, Bruce's mother didn't have a choice. She also happened to be a single mother, so it made it even more difficult for her to be aware of her son getting bullied or even do anything about it. Old Man Shin moved into his room and sat on his bed. He closed his eyes, clearing his mind as he tried to forget everything that had happened this early morning. Old Man Shin never opened up shop till around noon, so he had the rest of the morning to himself. "It's almost time," he muttered while slowly opening his eyes. "It should appear in a day or two. I have grown quite fond of this place, but everything must eventually come to an end." Old Man Shin had a little smile on his face as he recalled his memories here. "Also, I've dispatched quite the number of them. Would be best I leave as quickly as I can so as not to cause trouble for this poor people." Within a small city surrounded by lots of sands and barricaded by a large white wall, people could be seen moving to and fro. The roads seemed better structured, especially those that led outside the small city. However, it seemed to be a mix between urban and medieval. Nevertheless, it looked better than the settlements. Within a 10-story building at the center of this city, a domineering figure sat in a large hall. On his right-hand side was a feminine figure clad in all black and a ski mask. On his left-hand side was a chubby-looking male with mean-looking eyes and bald head. Chapter 1334 Late Night Troubles Do Not Unlock. Yet on his right-hand side was a feminine figure clad in all black and a ski mask. On his left-hand side was a chubby-looking male with mean-looking eyes and bald head. He had a circular tattoo on his head, making it look like he had hair. The domineering figure sitting in their midst was a man with long blue hair who had a black strap tied around his eyes. He was clad in dark robes with golden star patterns all over. He was currently crossing his leg with an unreadable expression and a laid-back posture as he listened to the report of the person before him. The man before him was in brown trench coat, a small hat and gloves on his hand. He had a small scar above his left brow and looked quite nefarious. He never came back. Just like the one before and the one before and the one before. This man spoke. Another failure, The domineering man sitting in their midst voiced. Did you not assure me that DD would get the job done? He questioned while leaning his chin against his fist. Boss Forecorn, DD has a mission success rate of 99.9%. He was much more expensive than the previous ones, yet he somehow vanished too, the man in the brown trench coat voiced out. Toxa, enough. You failed once again. I will pass you a benefiting punishment later, Boss Forecorn stated with an irrefutable tone. Yes sir, Toxa said with a tone of defeat. As you have said, this person somehow managed to evade capturing time and time again. We can no longer use hired hands, Boss Forecorn spoke while separating his legs and sitting upright. Cersei, he turned to the feminine figure on the left in all black. She instantly knelt with a respectful expression upon hearing her name. Yes, my lord. Gather our top men, were doing this ourselves. Nighttime had arrived very quickly and soon it became time for Old Man Shin to close up shop. Dildia and his group didn't show up today, maybe they're busy, he muttered while packing up to leave. The night was pretty quiet around these parts. Only the sound of rolling sands being carried by mild winds could be heard. After a few minutes, Old Man Shin was ready to leave. He began trekking in the same direction as usual. After walking for another couple of minutes, he could spot the small settlement in the distance. He paused and took in a breath of fresh air while he admiring the night sky. The beautiful night sky had a mixture between the shade of black and dark red. 4 completely blue moons were aligned diagonally from each other up above, each one larger than the other. They painted the sky with stark contracting colors, yet it looked extremely enthralling. Other orbital bodies could be spotted in the sky as well, and everywhere happened to be really cool right now. After the brief pause, Old Man Shin resumed walking forward till he got into the settlement up ahead. Soon he arrived at his house after getting stopped over 10 times on the way by greeting natives. He turned to stare at the house just few feet away from his and noticed it was shut completely. Looks like Bruce is not back. He analyzed before walking into his house. He assumed the kid went to see his mother in the other settlement. Old Man Shin went on to take a shower and prepare dinner. Whilst in the process of making dinner, a thought came to his mind and he decided to make for 3. I should properly say my goodbyes, he mumbled while making the meal. He had decided to visit the settlement where Bruce's mother was taken for treatment so he could use that opportunity to hand them dinner and say his goodbyes. This would be the last time he would be seeing them anyways. After an hour time, Old Man Shin was finished with the cooking. He packed them up and stepped out of the house. It was around 10 p.m. when Old Man Shin arrived at a different settlement much livelier than the one he came from. The buildings were better structured and they just happened to have a few constructed roads as well. He made his way forward and was questioned by the local night guards patrolling the area. Old Man Shin of course looked harmless, so when he showed them the meals he packed and explained what he was there for, they let him through. He soon arrived at a 2-story building and made inquiries upon entering. It was past visitation hours, but Old Man Shin lied that he was a family member. It wasn't that difficult to believe due to what they assumed his age to be and how Bruce's mother reacted upon seeing him. Mr. Shin, she displayed a wide set of white teeth upon his arrival, beckoning for him to give her a hug. Old Man Shin didn't refuse and did so gently since she had bandages wrapped all over her body. It was obvious she had been stitched and properly medically attended to since she was both conscious as well as vibrant. Be careful with late-night movements so Bruce will always have someone to come home to, Old Man Shin advised. I try my best to, but things are just I'll do better. Bruce's mother let out multiple sighs as she recalled just how much she had to work to cater to responsibilities. Jobs around here paid very little. Old Man Shin rubbed her shoulder in a bid to comfort her. I made you dinner, he said while passing the packed-up meals to her. Oh, thanks so much, Mr. Shin. Bruce's mother was the only one who referred to Old Man Shin as Mr. Shin, and this would usually make his face spin up with a smile. The other one is for Bruce, he revealed. Speaking of Bruce, why don't I see him around here? Old Man Shin questioned while looking around. The boy wasn't the type to play around, so he felt maybe he was running a late-night errand. What do you mean? Bruce should be back home, Bruce's mother said with an expression of confusion. Back home? No. I thought he was here, Old Man Shin responded. I haven't seen him since he left to go get some blankets hours ago. I thought maybe he got tired of staying here all day and slept off when he got back home, Bruce's mother stated. Hours? When did he leave here? Old Man Shin asked with his curiosity peaking. Sometime around 6 p.m. Bruce's mother replied. Over 4 hours. That's too long. Old Man Shin shook his head. Bruce's mother instantly became worried. Oh my God, where could he be? Could something have happened to him? My son is. She immediately tried to get up while spitting out numerous questions. Stop, you need to relax. Old Man Shin immediately stopped her from getting up. I can't relax. My son is out there. Anything could have happened to him. Her breathing had turned hurried at this point. She didn't want her son to experience the same thing she did. You are in no condition to do anything about this. I'm sure he is fine. Just relax and let me go check up on him. I may have made a mistake. Maybe he was in and I just didn't notice. Old Man Shin tried to calm her down. But just let me go and check for him. I'll be back within an hour or two. You take your dinner, okay? Old Man Shin assured her. I can't. Just let me. Old Man Shin remained adamant. Sigh all right. All right, please find him and bring him back to me. She pleaded with tears gathering in her eyes. Meanwhile, rows of rolling sands blazed across a wasteland filled with sands. About 6 hover cars could be seen speeding across the vicinity, side by side. Behind them were another 3 large off-road trucks who were no slower in speed. From the looks of things, they seemed to be moving as a group. Up ahead a settlement could be spotted. They cruised forward non-stop, crashing through the walls barricading the entirety of the settlement. Loud voices and cries rang out as the people within this settlement were instantly thrown into a state of panic. What is going on? Who are they? Loud voices could be heard as the natives spotted people in black jackets jumped out of the vehicles. They grabbed one of the people around and proceeded to ask a single question. Where is the man who witnessed the star crash? Old Man Shin had currently arrived at the entrance of a small city. It was surrounded by lots of sands and barricaded by a large white wall. It seemed to be a mix between urban and medieval. This happened to be the same city where DDS employer was located. Chapter 1335 Set Ablaze. It seemed to be a mix between urban and medieval. This happened to be the same city where DDS employer was located. Old Man Shin managed to bypass the guards and was now heading towards a particular direction. The direction of the mixed blood school in this small city. It didn't take much time before he found it. A school gate that had the sign Gifted Mixed Blood Academy. The streets around the school were deserted due to this being nighttime, so it made it easier for him to get in. It wasn't much of a sight for sore eyes, but compared to a lot of poorly structured areas, this school was very well to do. Multiple 3-story structures were scattered around the place, and they just happened to have a lot of recreational centers as well. Not like Old Man Shin cared about all of that. He was here for one reason alone. The school had a very large space behind that was still under construction. This was precisely where Old Man Shin was headed. After a few seconds he could spot some rows of uncompleted buildings and a massive field-like space with nothing but smooth land. There were also a couple of trees at the edge of the smooth land and tall grasses. Old Man Shin walked towards one of the uncompleted buildings on the right and infiltrated it. He climbed to the top and could see construction materials scattered across the place. Piles of bricks and sands could be seen all around. Old Man Shin walked till he arrived before a 5 feet tall pile of bricks. He moved around it, and that was when it came into view. The battered-looking body of a young boy, sprawled on the ground right behind the pile of bricks. Bruce. Old Man Shin squatted with a disheartened expression. It happened to be Bruce, whose upper half was leaning against the pile of bricks. His cheeks were swollen and he had bloodstains all over. He was currently unconscious as he seemed to have taken a heavy beating. His clothes had been torn up and multiple cuts could be seen on his chest and abdominal region. Hey Bruce. Old Man Shin shook him while taking out a handkerchief to clean his wounds. Bruce's eyes weakly fluttered open as he heard his name multiple times. His eyes were also swollen so he could only open them a little. Old man. Hin. He weakly muttered before coughing a few times. You don't have to speak. I'll get you to a doctor now, Old Man Shin voiced while reaching out to grab the young boy. He asterisk cough cough asterisk Bruce light laughter caused Old Man Shin to pause for a bit. I for ute back his time. He voiced before passing out once more. Old Man Shin face dropped as he instantly realized what happened here. Hes just 13. How could they be so cruel? Old Man Shin suddenly recalled a memory and his face turned even darker. It's the same everywhere, eh? He was mostly appalled because even when Bruce came back with injuries, it was never this bad. It turned out that when he decided to resist his bullies this time, they decided to inflict even worse physical injuries on him. What Old Man Shin didn't understand was why Bruce would be here instead of back home where he was supposed to get the blanket. Why would he come to school so late? B.A. dump. B.A. dump. B.A. Old Man Shin's eyes suddenly widened as he noticed something. His heartbeat is slowing. Hes dyng. Old Man Shin noticed that Bruce's heart was about to stop beating. He was sure that in less than a minute Bruce would be dead. He couldn't imagine how Bruce's mother would feel if she lost her only son. It would all be too devastating. Old Man Shin knew he had no medical aid with him, so it was practically impossible to save Bruce since he couldn't be gotten to a doctor in less than a minute. The timing couldn't be any worse. Old Man Shin said internally as he racked his brain to find a way out. His figure suddenly trembled a bit as he felt something. He slowly held his right hand up. I'm not sure that's a good idea. He tried to go against the thought in his mind. He recalled Bruce's mother please before he left the hospital. Please bring my son back. How cruel would it be to bring back her son's corpse? He muttered while slowly lowering his hand. He placed it on an injured area while muttering, Bruce, wake up. The sun had begun peeking out the night sky, slowly chasing the darkness away. However, the slowly rising red sun wasn't the only source of illumination in a particular area. A couple of settlements had been set on fire and everyone around could be seen running helter-skelter in a bid to save their homes. Nobody leaves until you tell us where he is. A group of people in black jackets blocked the natives from escaping. We told you, Hes not here, one of the natives cried as he held onto his little daughter. Liar. Bam. One of the men in black jacket kicked the father to the ground and yanked his daughter from his grasp. Felicia. He screamed while grabbing the feet of the man. Bam. 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 Kicks rained upon him from the subordinates of the one holding onto the kid. They soon gathered all the settlement people together and held them captive so they could watch their homes get razed to the ground. Amongst the 30-plus men who were clad in black jackets, one of them who seemed to be a superior had brown trench coat on. His small scar above his left brow making him look quite nefarious. It seemed like there were still a few others in the luxurious hover cars parked up front, but right now the one in brown trench coat seemed to be controlling the black jacket men wreaking havoc upon the settlement. The little girl was handed to the man in brown trench coat. Since all of this isn't enough motivation for you people to give him up, maybe I should turn it up a notch, Toxa said while holding the girl up like a helpless chick. Felicia. Her father kept screaming and tried lunging forward but he was continuously held back. Toxa placed the little girl before a blazing wood from a house by the side. He slowly brought her face closer to the fire causing the girl's eyes to widen in horror. Papa. She cried out and struggled to free herself yet the callous Toxa kept pushing her face towards the flames. All of a sudden roaring engines blart loudly across the vicinity as a group of 12 sped in the direction of the blazing settlement on hover bikes. That's them, one of the biker yelled. Fire. Dildia instantly screamed out. Bang. 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 Boom. Kia. 9:39 In just a moment, the group of 12 began to fire projectiles in the direction of the men in black jackets. Red powerful beams fired from the weapons in their hands, tearing holes in the bodies of the men in black jacket. Kia. Cries rang out as blood and brain matter splattered across the sandy terrain. Toxa swiftly moved to the side, dodging a projectile that exploded the moment it hit the structure behind him. TCH. It's the neighborhood riffraffs, Toxa spat. Boom. Be careful not to hit our people. Dildia yelled as they arrived before the settlement and jumped off their hover bikes. In just a minute, more than 7 black jacket men had been downed, but this was only due to the fact that they had been taken by surprise. The moment they understood that they were under attack, they armed themselves with more powerful weaponry than that of Dildia and his men. Bang! Bang! Boom! Boom! Ballistic shots were exchanged as the bloodshed increased. In a few more minutes, Dildia's men had managed to take down several more men from the other side while only losing one from their side. Dildia wasn't trying to play a game of attrition here since he didn't want to lose anyone else, so he decided to end everything in one fell swoop by using a high-grade destructive bazooka. He grabbed the weapon and charged it up, causing it to emit a bright red glow. "Get the people away," Dildia yelled. From the other end, Toxa witnessed his men getting dropped and cursed. "These idiots. What are you doing, Toxa? Get rid of those men now." He heard a voice from the communication device glued to the side of his left ear. "I'm on it," he responded while throwing the kid in his arms away and stepping forward. "I can't believe they really got outdone by some common riffraffs," he spoke with a distasteful tone while walking in the direction of Dildia and his men. "Die!" Dildia yelled as he activated the weapon in his grasp. Thwoosh tilde, a massive pillar-sized purple beam blasted forth from the glowing weapon. At this same moment, a large metallic arm phased out of Toxa's back. "Today is my birthday, guys. Expect a mass release of 5 chapters at the end of the week. Thank you all for the never-ending support. Join my Discord server." Chapter 1336. What the hell? Thwoosh tilde, a massive pillar-sized purple beam blasted forth from the glowing weapon. At this same moment, a large metallic arm phased out of Toxa's back. The arm drove a fist forward with incredible force, clashing with the beam. Boom! Upon contact, Toxa's metallic fist completely repelled the massive beam, sending it flying back in the direction of Dildia and his men. "Oh shit!" Boom! A loud explosion rang out up ahead as Dildia's men got blasted sky-high, across the vicinity. A large hole was instantly formed in the sandy terrain up ahead due to the destructive force of the blast. This attack was all it took to lay waste to almost every single one of them. The metallic fist protruding out of Toxa's was steaming red at this point, but there didn't seem to be any issues as he stepped forward till he arrived before Dildia. "Mix ed blood." Dildia coughed out blood as he stated with a weak tone. Toxa grabbed his head with the steaming metallic hand, causing a part of Dildia's face to burn as he got lifted up. "Arth!" Dildia cried out. "You're their boss, right? Once you die, I'll kill every single one of the people you fought to protect," Toxa stated with a bloodthirsty tone. "I'll kill." Dildia struggled to talk as he kept coughing out blood. "Shut up and die," Toxa spat before throwing Dildia up. Dildia's body ascended across the air and began to drop after reaching a particular height. At this point, Toxa's metallic arm was arched to the back while his hand tightened into a fist. He swung the large metallic fist forward, in the direction of Dildia's descending body. He had properly calculated the timing so that his fist would smash into Dildia's face and crush his skull instantly upon impact. Fuehuai tilde SSS. Before this arc could completely decimate the battlefield again, Captain Vilax appeared before the rest of it. Bang! He placed both arms before the massive red arc and dark arrows began to appear all across it. "Vilax is going to be a problem," Gustav muttered the moment he noticed the arc had been stopped. Vilax slowly joined his hands together and upon performing that action, the massive red arc of destruction shrunk. "I do not need to inform you that your days are numbered." Captain Iron appeared behind Gustav in mid-air like a puff of black cloud. Swear tilde Captain Iron reached out to grab Gustav and held him in place. "No," Gustav voiced while Vilax pushed his hands forward. Fuehuai tilde the reddish arc went sent back in Gustav's direction, increasing immensely as it shot towards him. "But yours are." Gustav grabbed Captain Iron's arms while increasing in size and proceeded to fling him in the direction of the oncoming massive reddish arc. Bam! Gustav landed on the ground and dashed towards the left while the arc rammed into Captain Iron's figure, sending him flying across the battlefield. Bang! The reddish arc of destruction vigorously slammed into the barrier Gustav and Rhea constructed around the medallion, causing it to quake. Gustav, on the other hand, charged towards the participants the moment he landed while conjuring massive red sickles. The captain of the Gunderbolts was holding onto some greenish ribbon-like weapon, which she swung towards Gustav the moment he arrived before her. Gustav grabbed one of the massive red sickles in mid-air and hacked down at her figure. Swish tilde the ribbon collided with the first red sickle and turned greenish before sending off a powerful explosion. Gustav had vanished and reappeared behind one of her subordinate. Slash tilde he slashed at the back of this Gunderbolt with another sickle, spilling blood on the battlefield. Gustav had gotten surrounded in just a moment again, as many of the captains tried dealing with him. The red sickles floating in mid-air, swum around him slashing at their figures very quickly. It looked like a blur of reddish blades whirring around Gustav's figure like chopper blades AG this moment. Only faster and more powerful. Bam! 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 Lightning Blitz has been activated. His figure turned into a lightning streak before he was caught in an inescapable entrapment and he reappeared on the other side of the barrier. He is too fast. We need to find a way to trap him, the captains voiced with looks of frustration. No, we need to destroy the barrier. That's the only reason he is out here, to deter us, Captain Vilax yelled. It seemed like the western part of the barricade got a little breathing space after Gustav appeared on the other end. The other end had been raining attacks on the barricade when Gustav was busy dealing with the other side. With his sudden rampage, he had truly taken a huge load off the barricade. However, Gustav was still one person going against 3,000 participants. He couldn't deal with every single one of them at the same time. About 8 minutes had passed since he started his rampage and he had successfully put many of them out of commission, but it still wasn't enough, especially since he avoided the much stronger opponents to deal with weaker ones first. "It's Captain Crimson," one of them yelled the moment Gustav appeared on the other side. Gustav had become a wild force to reckon with since this challenge began, and the participants understood what his appearance meant. Fushi tilde Gustav's figure blurred and he reappeared before an Oxykick who had the hole in his chest gleaming with a dangerous scarlet light. Gustav grabbed the Oxykick before he could react and lifted him slightly before turning him around. Throom tilde a powerful scarlet beam shot out from the Oxykick chests, blasting multiple participants away upon collision. Kiara! Arg! Screams rang out as some participants lost their limbs from this attack, but Gustav wasn't done. He proceeded to charge at the hundreds of participants up ahead, turning the Oxykick in his grasp to a weapon. Bang! 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 He swung the entire Oxykick's body like it weighed nothing, slamming him into tens of participants in less than a second. Attacks approached him from behind, which he managed to evade. Gustav leapt into the air once more as his skin turned dark. His face transformed, taking the form of a dark bunny with massive horns and purplish terrifying glowing eyes. Kia! Gustav opened his mouth and sonic waves shot out of them, decimating this part of the battlefield. Many participants closed their ears in pain while bleeding profusely from different orifices of their bodies. The sonic scream didn't just affect them physically, to them it felt like their internal organs were turning to mush. What the hell? Just how many supernatural abilities does he possess? He's a monster. The participants that were still active stared at Gustav's figure above in disbelief. Gustav just kept using abilities upon abilities. It almost felt like their numbers were useless against him. It had been 10 minutes since he came out here, and in that short time frame he had taken out around 2,000 participants, single-handedly. This wasn't to say he hadn't taken any damage, but Gustav was moving so fast and precise that it made it difficult for anyone to successfully land a hit on him. Even the fastest species had been unsuccessful because it seemed like Gustav was able to predict their movements. They were very fast, but they couldn't fly, so catching up to Gustav was impossible for them. Fwy tilde Gustav descended with speed while conjuring an atomic blade. Before the participants could recover completely from the sonic waves, the atomic blade swept across the air. Two of the Rusians instantly got their legs lopped off. Loud and painful shrieks reverberated across the place as these two fell face flat, unable to run. At this moment, 3 of the Rusians arrived on the left and right sides of Gustav, stabbing their arm forward like blades. Gustav raised his left arm and wrapped it around the arm of the one on the left before swinging him to collide with the one on the right. However, the one behind managed to get Gustav. Gustav had moved slightly to the side to avoid getting his internal organs penetrated, but the arm cleanly stabbed through his left back area. It shoved through his left chest area, close to his shoulder. The Rusians were still the fastest species in the universe after all. It was a wonder that Gustav had managed to evade their attacks for this long. The impact sent Gustav catapulting forward, and other participants took advantage of this opportunity to rain down attacks on him. A bolt slammed into him from up ahead, sending him hurling backwards once more. Tens of participants crowded his figure, jumping to him and hounding Gustav with barrages of attacks. In just a few moments, he had been covered completely by hundreds of participants. You know, things would be easier if you just used Yaki, the system voiced. Silver scales began to appear all across his body as horns grew out of his forehead. 940 His body turned even more muscular than before as he reached a height of 10 feet despite the 2 major disadvantages. Everyone would know that I am a cosmic superior being and it would also affect those within the barricade, Gustav responded while his entire figure was covered in total darkness. You still care about everyone knowing? The system inquired. Maybe I do also, I haven't used everything. Gustav said internally as his eyes emitted a silvery glow. Silver scales began to appear all across his body as horns grew out of his forehead. His body turned even more muscular than before as he reached a height of 10 feet despite the pressure of the hundreds of participants weighing on his figure. The participants could feel tingling sense of danger at this moment, almost like something was building up. Boom! A powerful surge of energy suddenly spread across the entire battlefield, sending every participant within a 10-mile radius flying. Ultimate combination has been activated. Gustav's figure ascended into the air with a participant in his grasp. He proceeded to throw the helpless participant downwards after ascending to a height of 5,000 feet. Bang! Gustav dove forward to deal with the rest of the participants around. Boom! He suddenly paused as a loud explosion rocked the battlefield from far behind him. His perception swept across the place and he instantly understood what was going on. They got in, he voiced with an alarmed tone before turning around and flying towards the west side of the barricade. At this moment the screens above displayed that only 2 minutes were left before Red would successfully capture the medallion, but some of the participants from other colors had managed to break through the barricade. Gustav descended upon the west side of the barricade to spot a massive hole where the Aerosilk was supposed to be. Bang! 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 A battle had already ensued within the barricade. He immediately spotted a figure up hundreds of feet up ahead in green vest, who was inches away from making contact with a piece of the medallion. Chapter 1337 Making an arrest. He immediately spotted a figure up hundreds of feet up ahead in green vest, who was inches away from making contact with a piece of the medallion. Gustav was no doubt very quick, but there was no way he would get to this participant before they made contact with the medallion. It was literally right before them. One could say they already made contact. Just when the hand was only half an inch from making contact, a silver streak collided with the figure in green vest. Bang! The participant was sent hurling across the air while the silver streak materialized atop the medallion. Angie! Gustav heaved a sigh of relief as he trotted forward. He grabbed a klaxosape from behind his head and pushed him into the ground. Bang! At this moment Captain Vilax and Austral were in a battle with each other. Both sides seemed to be evenly matched, but Captain Austral had managed to keep Captain Vilax away from the medallion. However, Captain Vilax wasn't the only captain here. Captains from other planets were engaging the others. Fortunately, Gustav had really managed to take out more than half of the opposing participants earlier, so only around 500 had made it through the hole created on the barricade. The Red still had 1,000 participants on their side, so the opposition was currently outnumbered. Gustav went through the hole and stamped his foot on the ground. Bang! Aero silk arose from the broken down part of the barricade and immediately covered it before more participants could get through. He stamped his foot again and more aero silks shot out of the ground, covering the entirety of the barricade like a second layer of defense. Rhea! Gustav yelled. Unfortunately, Rhea seemed to be engaging a couple of participants at the moment. He turned the ground around him to a sinking lava terrain, causing the participants to shriek in pain as their legs got flamed. Covering his entire body in dark rocks, he looked like a humanoid monster as he charged at the participants, landing heavy hits on them. Swoosh! Gustav arrived before him like a phantom. Go fortify that place, leave this to me, Gustav voiced. Rhea nodded before turning to head towards the barricade. While Rhea was adding his layer of defense around the barricade, Gustav dealt with the participants on this side very swiftly. He had conjured tens of vortexes all around the medallion with immense suction forces. Anyone that got close to it would be sucked into the vortexes and arrive on the outskirts of the barricade. Gustav was grabbing as many participants as he could and hurling them at the vortexes. In about a minute, only around 10 participants with different vest colors were left. These 10 participants were all captains and they were currently outnumbered despite their strength. All we need to do is touch it and from there we can figure out the rest. Captain Vilax had a frustrated look as he and the rest of the captains made an encirclement with their backs touching. What is the medallion made of? The Orion captain questioned. Different materials but mostly stratonum. What are you thinking? Captain Vilax inquired. I'm thinking we don't have to touch the medallion to separate the reds from it. The moment Orion captain voiced this out, he grabbed the halo floating above his head. Phew! He flung it upwards. At this moment, only around 20 seconds were left before the medallion would be successfully captured. The halo arrived about 300 feet above the medallion and Gustav suddenly appeared beside it. Not on my watch, he muttered while reaching out to slap the glowing circular object away. The moment Gustav had came into contact with it, he suddenly found himself stuck. Huh! He let out a surprised exclamation as the halo suddenly emitted a burst of bright glow and multiplied. Tens of halos appeared underneath the one Gustav got stuck to, all under the umbrella of a penetrative pillar of fluorescent-colored light. The pillar of light emitted from the multiple halos descended upon the medallion below and an unexpected event occurred. Bang! A powerful charge blasted forth from the medallion, sending every single participant around it flying. Everyone making contact with the medallion was also sent flying at the same moment the charge blasted forth. Yes, we did it, Orion captain and the others voiced with looks of triumph. Although they had not managed to start capturing the medallion, they were glad the first step had been taken. Had Red managed to hold for the next 20 seconds, all would have been lost. At the very least they had more time to break down the barricade and capture the medallion for their various colors, or so they thought. Hold on. The screens. Captain Vilax voiced while pointing at one of the screen above. Red is capturing the medallion. 15 seconds, 14 seconds, 13 seconds. What the hell? How? It should have stopped and started afresh even if a person just touched it, Orion captain voiced with a look of disbelief. Look. There's a hand. Gunderbolt captain said while pointing at a part of the medallion. It was barely visible due to the angle where it made contact, but the captains managed to trace it out and noticed it came from above. Not him again, Captain Crimson? Their eyes were shot looks of astonishment and disbelief as they looked upwards. Gustav had one of his arm extended from above, making contact with the medallion. It turned out that when Gustav got stuck after making contact with the halo, he moved all of his abilities towards the left side of his body. After regaining control there, his first thought was to activate size manipulation. He extended his arm downwards to touch the medallion at the same moment the charge blasted forth. Gustav's hands were touching the medallion before everyone got blasted away from it. This also meant that Red never stopped touching the medallion. The 10 captains who were initially getting engaged had more to worry about as they got instantly crowded. Bang! 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 Under the pressure of the hundreds of angry participants under the red color, they got grounded and took tons of damages. About a minute later, The screens all displayed one thing. Red has captured the medallion. Cheers tilde cheers tilde cheers tilde loud cheers rang out across the arena. The spectators spat excited remarks about this challenge that had lasted less than 30 minutes. It was the shortest major challenge since ISOP began, but it had been extremely captivating and exciting. Gustav was the highlight of today's challenge. The spectators couldn't stop talking about him and the craziness he showed today, taking on 3,000 participants all by himself. The two most asked questions about Gustav after the challenge ended were: how many supernatural abilities does he possess? Can he take other people's supernatural abilities? The participants from other colors were at a loss and displayed gloomy expressions when it was time to leave the arena after disqualification. All of a sudden the handlers and a couple of MBO officers descended upon the arena with Miss Amy. Was especially since they were taken because of him. 941 Gustav, you should come too. Miss Amy said before flying after them. Bam! 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 The spectators and participants were all surprised when they saw the newly arrived group surround Indulus Prime members. You're coming with us, one of the handlers voiced to the captain. Why? Captain Iron questioned with his dark eyes deepening with shadiness. Vikrush Insa. Miss Amy stated. Captain Iron's eyes widened slightly the moment he heard that, and he turned to stare at Gustav, who stood up ahead with folded arms. Suddenly, whoosha tilde all Indulus Prime members dashed in different directions in a bid to escape the encirclement. Bind high. Before the handler could complete his sentence, Twish tilde a cage appeared in their midst, and within this cage was every single one of the Indulus Prime members. There you go, Miss Amy voiced. The handler's jaws nearly dropped upon witnessing this. Miss Amy had captured every single one of them before the handlers moved. She had been so fast that they didn't even witness her perform this action. She was done before they could act. Yes, take them away, the handler with the highest authority commanded. The handlers wasted no time taking the Indulus Prime participants away, leaving the entire audience in confusion. They soon noticed that the Indulus Prime spectators area was void of any Indulus Prime species as well. What is going on? A lot of them had this question on their minds and even voiced it out, but only Gustav knew what this was, especially since they were taken because of him. Gustav, you should come too. Miss Amy said before flying after them. Gustav nodded before turning around to face his teammates. What is that all about? Angie asked. What I've been spending time investigating, and the reason I got here late today, Gustav's last sentence hinted at the rift that appeared above the arena. Tier 1 privilege is now available for purchase. Join my Discord server. Chapter 1338 Exposure. When I sent my men to the crash site that night, nothing except an empty large crater could be found at the site. After lots of investigation, none of the natives around knew anything except for the fact that only one man was said to be there when it happened. You, and now you want me to tell you everything that happened. There are two issues with that. Old Man Shin held his chin with a reminiscent look. First, it isn't what you think it is. Old Man Shin paused after speaking. What is the second? Forkhorn inquired. I'll tell you after narrating a little backstory so you can understand, Old Man Shin said with a smile. 6 months ago. Planet Vespa is in view, but with a lot of functions damaged on the ship, it's going to crash into it. Within a massive sphere-shaped spacecraft with a large silver X design on it, a man with dirty blonde hair and bushy beards could be spotted. He stood in the control room with intense eyes while glaring at the yellow and blue-colored planet that seemed to be growing closer in view. Finished computing and compressing 99% of your essence into the seed. Make sure you plant it the moment you land, a feminine voice resounded loudly within the control room. You won't be active till I regain my essence and claim the ancient hourglass, right? The dirty blonde-haired man with bushy beards questioned. Yeah, you will also lose majority of your abilities, so when you assume a different form, prepare to be stuck with it till you get your essence back. From outside, the spacecraft had caught on fire since they had just broken through the first layer of the planet's atmosphere. SSS, what I've been spending time investigating. And the reason I got here late today, Gustav's last sentence hinted at the rift that appeared above the arena. Everyone was curious about what happened, especially since Gustav couldn't be found on the planet. They were even more curious now since they could see that it was related to Indulus Prime. "I'll tell you guys all about it when I get back," Gustav said to them before ascending into the air. Thum tilde he disappeared into the distance in the next moment, leaving everyone else to deal with the press and reporters ready to question the winners of today's challenge. As expected, Earth representatives and other planets' representatives who were all under the red color had been surrounded by reporters and cameras. How do you feel after winning? Did you know that Captain Crimson was capable of stealing supernatural abilities? Is this performance to be expected at the final challenge? What are Earth chances of winning ISOP? The reporters threw out questions in quick successions. Handler 1 didn't address the arena after the challenge ended, unlike how it would usually be today. Everyone felt this must be due to the fact that the next challenge would also be the final challenge. Maybe the handlers were choosing to not say anything for now to increase the suspense. The spectators on and outside of Planet Osius as well as the participants were extremely excited for what is to come. ISOP had began with nearly 3,000 planets but would be ending with only 50. 1,000 participants representing 50 different planets would be participating in the final challenge that would determine the champion of this ISOP edition. Nightfall soon arrived and Gustav sat in the main room of the Earth's accommodation quarters with the others. Everyone sat still and stared at him with attentive expressions. "So, you were gone for the entire night because you infiltrated Indulus Prime accommodation area?" EE asked with a look of dumbfoundment. "Yes," Gustav answered. "Why did you do that?" Matilda inquired from the side. "You did mention that it was the reason you got to the challenge late," Angie said with an expression of curiosity. "Indeed. Let me tell you guys about how this all started." Gustav went on to narrate how he started suspecting that Indulus Prime members were up to no good since Falco's situation began. He explained that he had been on them for over a month and spent a lot of nights out spying on them. Of course he made sure they were never aware of this. "The Indulus Prime spectators are all puppets, they're not real living beings," Gustav revealed. "What? How is that possible?" Fildhor asked with a look of disbelief. "Well, get to how they pulled that off," Gustav responded before resuming his narration. He went on to mention how he suspected they might also be linked to Falco due to the similar dark abilities and also suspected that they had ulterior motives since they weren't participating in ISOP to win. He finally got to the part where after weeks of planning and getting a few tips from Endrick about their movement, he infiltrated their accommodation area. Their accommodation area happened to be a dark dimension that existed outside of Planet Osius, which was also why no one was able to sense his presence on the planet. The darkness eats at your sense of direction and is also a space that repels living creatures. It expands to the wish of the owner, who happens to be Captain Iron, or should I say Vikrush Insa. Gustav's narration would occasionally cause their face to twitch in disbelief and discombobulation. It turns out that Falco is some sort of successor in where they originally come from. Gustav had a troubled look upon getting to this part. Successor? Successor of what? Eldris and EE questioned at the same time. "I know this is going to be hard to believe, but Falco is not from here," Gustav revealed. "Not from here? Is he an alien? How does he have a bloodline then?" Matilda and Angie inquired in successions. "He was no doubt born on Eartha, at least I think he was. However, his true identity is something different. He is not an alien, but our is not of Earth either. He is to succeed a person Captain Iron and the others refer to as the Lord." Gustav gave a brief explanation. "I don't understand, how can he not be an alien if he is not from here?" EE asked once again. "I can't explain it either. I didn't get more information. All I know is, Captain Iron is from wherever Falco true origins with the crown lies. I heard them speak about taking him back after achieving their true objective for sending Captain Iron here. They are aware of what he is currently experiencing," Gustav voiced lengthily. "If Falco isn't their true objective, then what is?" Eldris questioned with a calm but curious tone. "Me," Gustav revealed. "Huh? Why would they be after you?" Angie questioned with a worried tone. "Because I am the outworldly. They are after the outworldly, and once they found out it was me, they began to make preparations according to their original plans, Gustav answered. Outworldly? What the hell is that? Face lit up with confusion. All I can say about that is, it's some kind of title which threatens their existence. Gustav replied. So they sent them here to get rid of you? Eldris asked. Something like that. Also it's not a them, it's a single person, Gustav pointed out. What do you mean? Matilda eyebrows furrowed. Indulus Prime members consist of just a single person. Captain Ironed. The others had never looked so confused before. Hearing Gustav say this made no sense to them until his next sentence. All other 19 Indulus Prime participants are clones of Captain Ironed. What? That is insane. I think my brain is falling apart 'cause I can't wrap my damn head around this. Angie, Matilda and voiced one after the other. Gustav went on to narrate how he discovered this last night since he took the form of one of the clones without realizing it was a clone. The one known as Prime Vessel G had given it away. He was uncovered very quickly even though he did manage to get some information. The group now understood that they didn't know Gustav was in their midst at first, and even after figuring out that there was an infiltration, they still had no idea it was Gustav due to his shapeshifting. Gustav got to the part where he struggled to escape the dark dimension after getting discovered, and how he stole memories from one of the clones which in turn helped him in discovering more about their plans. The real Indulus Prime species were wiped out, Gustav revealed. They wiped off the whole planet just so they could put puppets in place and successfully participate in ISOP to get to me. The plan was to open a small gateway to their dimension that would suck out my essence as the outworldly so I would no longer be a threat to them. They needed to identify first before they could put their plans in place. Gustav went on to mention the symbols they had drawn all across the arena. The group was still in shock as to how this whole thing was plotted under the nose of the Alliance and almost successfully orchestrated. These people had really come close to pulling it off. If Gustav was unable to find his way out of that dimension, who knows what would have happened? So who exactly are they? Angie asked. They call themselves vessels. Captain Ironed, whose real name is Vikrush Insa, answers to someone known as Prime Vessel G. There must be an hierarchy of sorts where they all answer to the one they call the Lord, who might also be Falco's true father. According to the memories, that person they call the Lord has somehow tampered with this dimension. Gustav had a look of contemplation as he voiced out. Everything wasn't clear to him either, but one thing he knew was, only the system and Husarius were aware of him being the outworldly. For beings from another dimension to be aware of that term, it could only mean one thing: they were linked to whatever was coming. Maybe it had to do with their lord. I have to question them personally, Gustav decided. Don't, the more you know, the faster it approaches, the system voiced internally. What? So I was right, they are linked to it. Why didn't you tell me? Gustav questioned internally. You were supposed to discover it yourself, hence the 2 weeks quest, the system responded. Gustav recalled the quest which he did completed successfully but hadn't checked his rewards yet. That is as much information as you are supposed to know for now, the system added. No. I want to know more, like why Falco is linked to them. Don't do anything stupid. Chapter 1339 Chapter of Suffering. Don't do anything stupid, watch M. Man, I am still so confused about this whole thing. Like, what the hell is an outworldly? Why is Falco involved? How the fuck is he not of Earth but also not an alien? If these niggas are from another dimension, then what is their business with ours? How are you a threat to them? My brain's about to melt like jelly. He looked like smoke was about to evaporate from his head. Everyone had the same question in mind and turned to face Gustav, hoping he would answer all of them. I don't know what to tell you guys. All I can say is, these people don't have good intentions for us, and our universe would face peril if they were to successfully get rid of me now, Gustav said while shaking his head slightly. He also had a lot that he wanted to figure out, but unfortunately, this was the amount of information he currently had. The group continued discussing till midnight before they decided to retire for the rest of the night. Gustav had told them everything he knew, but of course there was still a lot of confusion and speculations. Gustav couldn't decide whether or not to listen to the system. It was currently taking everything in him not to head to where Captain Iron and his clones were currently held to question them. Gustav sat on his bed and stared at the system notifications before him. Quest successful. Uncover what the Indulus Prime participants are up to. Rewards, plus 10 million EXP. Squinting Eyes face. Atomic Manipulation Bloodline has been upgraded to Grade A. Squinting Eyes face. Plus 200 charm. Not bad, but charm seems like a waste. Gustav voiced while standing to his feet. He moved towards the spot with a mirror and checked his face. There were visible changes to his looks. Gustav's jawline looked a lot more chiseled and well-defined than before. To add to this, his skin was so smooth and milky-looking, one could mistake it for that of a female if they touched him. He was starting to look a little feminine with very attractive lips and streamlined nose abridged his face. His eyes still remained deep and cold, but he was a whole level more attractive than he was before. Gustav would most certainly be mistaken for a model celebrity if he walked into somewhere with his current looks. Being a male prostitute would suit you, the system voiced. I have more things to worry about right now than prostitution, Gustav stated in response before walking away from the mirror. Why do you think charm is useless? It could help you in unexpected situations, the system questioned. It's not like other planets' standards of beauty are the same. I may look good to an Earthling but look ugly to a Klaxosape, not in this case. You will look good to any species because charm is a universal stats, the system responded. Can it help me save Falco? Or bring Timmy back? Gustav asked. No. Then it is useless, Gustav added before taking a seat. How long till disqualified planets begin leaving? Gustav asked after a brief silence. Some leave immediately, some are waiting till ISOP ends, but I know why you're asking, the system replied. They are still undergoing medical procedures, so they will be here for a while, the system added. Good, now the games can begin, Gustav muttered with a cold tone. The night went by very quickly and the next morning arrived. Everyone still discussed how the last major challenge went. Earth and Gustav remained one of the major debates amongst these discussions. Some were wary of Gustav at this point and wondered if it was okay for someone who could take others' supernatural ability to be allowed free will and movement. They didn't know if this power affected aliens or was only capable of affecting mixed bloods, but they were still concerned. Others could care less and only spoke of Gustav reverence. A lot of them who were aliens had developed a great amount of liking and respect for him. Stories about him began to spread everywhere. His accomplishments as an MBO officer even before ISOP began. Rumors about him being a cosmic superior being had also started escalating. Cosmic superior beings were extremely rare to the point that the last time anyone ran into one was over 200 years ago. It was unknown how many cosmic superior beings existed at the moment, but it was estimated that there might not be more than 10 of them in this vast universe. A new cosmic superior being was unlikely, but based on everything Gustav had done so far, a lot of people believed the rumors. This was happening despite the fact that Gustav had used Yaki at a moment where time was being manipulated. No one except people like Miss Amy should have been able to witness him use it, and yet the rumors had spread. Still, there was a lot of back and forth, especially with many people saying, if he was a cosmic superior being, he wouldn't even need to fight. There was no doubt that Gustav and the Earth would be a topic of debate for the next couple of days unless something else arose. In an ISOP medical center, a group of 5 people laid on a bed of sorts. These 5 were positioned close to one another as they seemed to be suffering from the same ailment. They had wrinkly transparent skins and very thin figures. Their limbs were bent like they were elastic due to how extremely thin they were. It seemed like they were very old beings. Technological medical equipments were strapped to their bodies, seemingly preventing them from kicking the bucket. An Osis in red medical outfit walked in and began examining these beings one after. How are you feeling? Much better, she questioned. I am trying, doctor, my back aches and I feel joint pains. The wrinkly being the other. It seemed to be a female Osis. She spoke to them one after the other with a kind tone, asking how they feel and generally showing concern. They answered one after the other and she did her examinations till she arrived at the last one on the far left end. How are you feeling? Much better, she questioned. I am trying, doctor, my back aches and I feel joint pains. The wrinkly being answered feebly. Sorry about that, I will administer a drug that will ease your pains, she said while whipping out a massive tool that looked like a syringe. Thank you, doctor. The moment he uttered these words, he suddenly felt a small sting. Document. Tor. He voiced weakly while looking up at the doctor, who displayed a sinister smile after stabbing the syringe-like tool into his wrinkly arm. He caught a glimpse of the purplish liquid the tool held before it completely penetrated his body. It hurts. It was at this point he realized that this wasn't the doctor. A sharp pain assaulted his senses as he felt a burning sensation spread across his body. Arrgh! He yelled in pain while the doctor quickly covered his mouth. Wooblha! His entire body shook as he experienced pain unlike anything he ever felt before. I told you I'd make you suffer, hey? The doctor whispered in his ear while covering his mouth. His joints were flaming, his skin felt like it was getting sliced through and pepper was being added. It seemed like hot rod was moving through his belly and ultimately the feeling of all sorts of pain interlined. This is just the start. I will come every day, watch out. I could be your doctor, your teammate, your brother, your father, or even your uncle. I could be anyone, so make sure you fear the approach of any soul regardless of who it might be. Remember today and cry in dread anytime a person gets close to you. I am everywhere. The moment the doctor finished saying this, she let go of the sickly being who kept trembling intensely in pain and fear. Brugger! Oromon yelled in pain once more, but the doctor turned invisible and completely vanished before anyone could come check on them. Arrgh! It burns! It burns! He kept yelling while the real medical officials trotted into the room with expressions of worry. You sure are having fun, the system voiced in Gustav's mind after he reappeared within his room. Only fair to make him suffer enough before sending him to join Timmy. A good tribute too, Gustav responded while his figure transformed from an Osis into his original look. Well, it does seem like there is no point in trying to win the case anymore since they already got disqualified, the system voiced with a tone of understanding. It was indeed as the system said. The Zionsis got disqualified along with every other planet under a different color than red. Now that they were disqualified, Earth could no longer take up the case of trying to prove that the murder had been intentional and not accidental. The point of all that was to get them disqualified in the first place, and now they were. Join my Discord server. Chapter 1340 The Most Wanted. Didn't you mention that manifestation will expend a lot of energy? Gustav questioned. Yeah, but you have enough energy now, the system voiced with a light chuckle before stepping forward. Wait, what? Are you sapping energy from me? You thief! Gustav yelled, but the system galloped forward with a happy expression, causing her red long hair to dance in the wind. You won't even feel it, she said. That little. Gustav had the urge to bend her over and spank her like a little child. TCH. Come on, let's go. It's time to leave this planet, the system yelled from up ahead. Not yet, there are a few more things I need to take care of before we leave, Gustav said while snapping his fingers. The hourglass and the pair of bloody eyeballs vanished instantly. Hours later, Gustav stood before a sphere-shaped spacecraft with a silver-colored X on its exterior. This spacecraft was the size of a building, but its shape made it seem as though it could fall at any time. A teenage girl with an extremely cute face but expressionless face walked out of the spacecraft. It's all ready to go now, she voiced as the blowing mild winds caused her blood-red hair to sway from side to side. That was fast. It took a lot of damage after our fight with the taxi crew. Good thing it was repairable, Gustav said with a tone of relief. Did you finish taking care of your business? THS system asked. Yeah. I can leave this planet Vespa in good faith now, Gustav voiced while reaching down to grab an unconscious female figure on the sand. Are you really bringing her with us? The system inquired. Yes. After I free her, if she chooses to return to this planet, I'll send her back, Gustav responded while walking into the spacecraft with the unconscious female figure on his right shoulder. Whom you might be putting her in jeopardy by having her come with us. You're wanted, remember? The system didn't seem to agree with Gustav's decision. So long as I don't use my cosmic superiority, no one will be able to locate me, Gustav voiced after walking in. Ting tilde ting tilde ting tilde ting tilde. THS lights within the spacecraft came on as footage of the world around them got displayed on the internal walls of the spacecraft. Didn't stop them the last time, the system reminded. Only because my face was spotted. I learn from my mistakes, Gustav stated. Clearly you don't. Relax. No matter how many of them come after me, they'll fail. Gustav cut the system short before it could say anything else. I am already on the power level of an alpha, remember? He proceeded to drop the unconscious feminine figure and strap her to one of the seats. Strap in, we need to rendezvous with Matilda at the Tyravian star, Gustav said to the system before taking a seat before the control panel. We're 3 weeks late, the system voiced from behind. Yeah, but it's not like we had any other choice besides genocide. Gustav pulled a lever and the spacecraft began levitating. After pushing a couple of buttons, it rose into the sky and streaked out of the planet's atmosphere at very quick speed. A bluish hole opened within the invisible barrier surrounding the entire planet and they flee through it, disappearing into the intergalactic space in only a few seconds. They began journeying through space again for the first time in 6 months. Gustav stared at the coordinates and calculated the amount of time it would take them to get to the Tyravian star. With the use of illegal wormholes, we should get there in no less than 8 days, Gustav announced. If you weren't so soft, maybe we'd be there by now, the system said from behind. Just because Earth abandoned the humans and native species in planet Vespa to cater for themselves doesn't mean I would slaughter them all. They're not responsible for the ancient hourglass hiding itself in the core of their planet, so they don't deserve to be punished for it. Gustav shook his head. What would you have done if Endrik told you that was the only option? The system inquired. Gustav paused for a bit. This whole mission to retrieve the outworldly sacred items so as to prepare him for what was to come had begun since. Endrik had acquired one in the past, but to make things quicker he informed Gustav of where one of them would be located. Endrik was on a mission himself to acquire a different one, so he left the ancient hourglass to Gustav. There were so many problems attached to that. Some included the fact that Gustav had become a most wanted fugitive across galaxies, so he had lots of people looking for him. Aliens and Earthlings included. The second issue happened to be with the location of the planet and its origin. It was a planet that got colonized by Earth centuries back but eventually got abandoned after a great war. The planet got sealed, restricting entry and exit, so every single Earthling who was there at the time was unable to leave. There were more of humans than any other species there, which was why mixed bloods were extremely rare. On the bright side, Gustav had a way to bypass the seal, but he would have to be very careful not to attract the attention of everyone who was trying to get him. The third issue with the fact that Endrik informed him of only 2 ways to retrieve the ancient hourglass. One was to destroy the planet where it was located and acquire it. The second was to input his essence into the soil of the planet through a weird technique, and after doing that, his essence would make its way to the planet core by itself. When the ancient hourglass recognizes the essence to be that of its master, it would naturally get attracted to it and they would merge. After merging, they would return to the surface together and Gustav would be able to acquire it. The latter was the option Gustav immediately chose, as he wasn't interested in causing genocide. His reputation was already bad enough as it is after what happened 8 months ago. The only problem with the latter option was it could take as long as 5 to 7 months. One thing that Endrik mentioned was that Gustav would be able to sense it when they were closing in on the surface. His abilities would start to return. Fortunately, things went well with Gustav adopting the identity of Old Man Shin. A character he played well for up to 6 months. I would have found another way, Gustav said to the system after the brief pause. He recalled every single person he formed a connection with on planet Vespa and decided they were worth saving. Meh, whatever, the system stated while rolling her eyes. Are you really going to help Matilda save her princess planet? The system asked after a brief silence. I did make a promise to her, so I might as well fulfill it, Gustav responded. Earth doesn't interfere in interplanetary war, but it should be fine since I am now an outcast. No better time than now to interfere, Gustav added. We really don't have time for pit stops like this. Did you forget that only a year and few months are left before you run out of time to complete the quests? The system reminded. I didn't forget, but I must do this. Also, they may be clues there on how to get Angie and Falco back, so it's a risk I'm willing to take, Gustav replied. It shouldn't take a lot to help out and get back in time to head to the location of the device, Gustav said while peering forward. We're coming up on the first illegal wormhole hold. On tight, he cautioned as a whitish whirling vicinity appeared in view. Planet Earth the last he was spotted, his spacecraft was closing in on the Invria Nupe galaxy, that was around 6 months ago, we have sent forces to comb through both the outskirts and within the galaxy but to no avail, there have been no new reports since then, it is useless to mention it since he must be far gone from there by now. Within a large boardroom, a group of people in MBO uniforms could be spotted around a large table. A floating holographic projection displayed different images of multiple locations in space. We're getting nowhere with this. The longer this takes, the stronger he becomes and the tougher it gets to capture him before any of the other alien forces across the universe do, a male MBO officer with a mohawk style and closed left eye spoke. Maybe we should interrogate one of his close friends again, one of the officers around suggested. That would be another waste of time, but it wouldn't be bad to have one of them in the meeting. Since they were so close, he should be able to understand how Gustav Crimson Mind works and may predict where he might be heading. The MBO officer with a mohawk rubbed his mustache as he spoke. Bring in Officer EE. Chapter 1341 Gustav the Scapegoat. That would be another waste of time, but it wouldn't be bad to have one of them in the meeting. Since they were so close, he should be able to understand how Gustav Crimson Mind works and may predict where he might be heading. The MBO officer with a mohawk rubbed his mustache as he spoke. Bring in Officer EE. Minutes later, a dark-skinned male officer with black bushy afro and mustache walked in. He was around 62 inches in height and had strikingly handsome yet mature-looking facial features. His presence instantly attracted the attention of every single officer within the boardroom. So this is the famed Officer EE. He is just a kid, yet he survived the collapse calamity. I can't sense his level. Could he have achieved a higher bloodline rank than me? Thoughts flooded the minds of many of the officers present as they stared at EE, who happened to have 2 stars attached to the side of his MBO uniform. Welcome Officer EE, the officer with a mohawk said with a strong tone. Thank you General Dijkstraat, EE nodded with look of respect. Let's get straight to the point. We've been stagnant in finding Gustav Crimson for the last 6 months. His last sightings were somewhere on the outskirts of Invria Nupe galaxy. Every search had been futile since then. No traces of him, General Dijkstraat explained. Let me guess, you need my help finding where the fugitive may be located, EE chimed in. Yes, General Dijkstraat stated. General, I already cut ties with the fugitive long ago and informed the MBO of everything I knew about him that would help in finding him. The first time he was successfully captured was due to the information I provided. If they hadn't lost him, he would be within our grasp by now. EE shook his head in disappointment as he got to the last part. We understand and appreciate your contribution, Officer EE. We are not disputing the fact that you have been a great help so far, but we need you to brainstorm now and predict his movement. Could there be any place he might have mentioned that you maybe forgot or missed out the last time? Any information that could help? General Dijkstraat voiced with a pleading tone. General, I understand how urgent it is for us to capture the fugitive before anyone else does. Especially for the safety of the Earth and the rest of the world. I'll see what I can do, but you will have to give me some time, EE stated with a tone of understanding. Wonderful. I shall be expecting a feedback from you, General Dijkstraat voiced while standing to his feet to extend a handshake to EE. He received his handshake and gave an MBO salute before excusing himself. What a great kid. He didn't let sentimentality cloud his judgment. He has a great future in the MBO, one of the officers voiced out after EE left. That is why he is already a decorated captain at such age. He is quite capable. EE walked past a bunch of people in MBO uniforms. It would seem he was in an MBO base since MBO officers could be seen moving to and fro across the vicinity. Truck-like floating vehicles could be seen all across the place along with military-like structures. A group of MBO officers joggled past him and greeted with looks of respect. He nodded with a smile as he kept walking. His mind traveled back to his meeting a few minutes ago and his face showed a slightly worried expression. I have to deter them, but this is getting a bit troublesome. If I provide inaccurate info, it affects my credibility, which might ruin things over here, but if I provide something accurate, it would affect Gus, he murmured. Why did things just have to be this way? He muttered while his mind went back to over 7 months ago. We finally made it back. Matilda voiced with a joyful expression as the blue and greenish planet came into view. Cheers tilde cheers tilde cheers tilde within the spacecraft. Loud cheers rang out as everyone instantly became ecstatic. They had been journeying through space for over a month and had to make a few stops, but fortunately, they managed to make it back to Earth just when they ran out of supplies. Unlike everyone else celebrating, EE noticed Gustav remain in his sitting position with a moody expression. Come on bro, cheer up a bit, he said while slapping Gustav's back. We may have successfully gotten back, but this is where things get serious, Gustav said. What do you mean? Are you still worried about Falco and Angie's situation? Well, definitely find them, man, EE voiced with an encouraging tone. Not that, Gustav voiced while staring in Endrick's direction, who was seated beside Sheila. You'll understand when the time comes. It wasn't until a few days after that EE would come to understand why Gustav said that. MBO spacecraft intercepted them in Earth's outer space to confirm that they were truly the group from planet Osius. The spacecraft had over 10,000 Osis species within since Earth participants, and the MBO officers that followed offered shelter to them. They were of course welcomed into the planet and taken to a safe location to be catered for. As for Earth ISOP participants, they were welcomed back by the entire Earth. The whole planet was in uproar after their return. The news for the last 1 month before their return had been of planet Osius destruction. There were speculations about them perishing with the planet, and some had even begun to mourn their passing. The last footage displayed to the rest of the world during ISOP was the spread of the dark hole consuming the entire first layer. The world government had addressed the Earth once after the incident, claiming they would do everything within their power to retrieve their youngsters, and they did exactly that. It turned out that the multiple rescue spacecraft filled with MBO officers arrived at the location where planet Osius was located weeks later, only to see an empty spot. Not only was that location in space empty, it was also whitened like a sheet of paper. It didn't look like space. It looked like everything within a large radius had been completely erased. To make matters worse, the Earth participants were nowhere to be found and their spacecraft didn't appear on any of the radars. The world government was eventually going to announce the loss when they suddenly appeared over Earth in outer space. Few days into their return to Earth, they were kept under surveillance to be catered for and to undergo proper checkup. Everyone had their families coming to visit in the facility where they were kept except for Gustav and Endrick. Gustav was kind of moody during all of this and less talkative even when his friends tried to get him to cheer up. They assumed it must be due to the Angie and Falco situation. They were all affected by what had happened after all. Gustav gathered them upon the 4th day of their stay in the facility and mentioned a couple of things to them. As we're speaking right now, the Alliance is having an emergency meeting. The thousands of planets under the Alliance that were in planet Osius before its destruction had people within who also survived. These people are witnesses. Besides them, practically the entire universe had also witnessed some of my feats, so they will be easy to manipulate. Gustav paused at this point. Witnesses? What does that matter? EE questioned with a look of confusion. The destruction of planet Osius will be linked back to me. I'll be blamed for it and deemed dangerous to the universe at large. The Alliance will join hands to want to contain me and Earth will not be able to refuse, Gustav revealed. Gasped Tilda. What? But you saved a lot of lives. Matilda felt blood rushing to her head as she spoke. In the grand scheme of things, that wouldn't matter. An entire planet is destroyed now, and if I am taking the blame for it, that also means my merits wouldn't matter. The universe will blame me, and since no one wants to end up like planet Osius did, they will have no choice but to come after me. Gustav's revelation shocked the rest of the group. That is bullshit. Elevra couldn't help but let out as her body visibly shook from anger. After everything we've fucking been through? We lost Angie and Falco and now they're going to do this to you. He felt his ears might be playing tricks on him. Is there nothing we can do to stop this? There must be something we can. Eldris didn't get to complete his sentence before Gustav interrupted. There is nothing we can do. Some of them witnessed the Death Angels trying to take Falco away and mentioning that they are here to end me. Chapter 1342. We can take the fight to them. There is nothing we can do. Some of them witnessed the Death Angels trying to take Falco away and mentioning that they are here to end me. Even if that isn't enough to put the destruction of the planet on me, with the power I displayed during ISOP, a lot of them are scared of how I will turn out if I am allowed to continue growing without hindrance. People fear power that is beyond their control. Some of them would also want to acquire me and slice me open to see how I tick. This is the perfect opportunity for them to place a moral reason on wanting to capture me since they have to hide their innate desires. Not like I didn't predict that this would happen one day. What I didn't expect was for it to be the entire universe, the same universe I am burdened with the task of saving. Gustav let out a self-ridiculing chuckle. The only reason they haven't come at me yet is because Miss Amy is still around. Once she leaves, they'll push forward, Gustav added. Why don't you tell her so she can protect you? Sheila inquired. No. It's better if she doesn't get involved this time. Gustav shook his head. I will be long gone by the time they label me as wanted, so no worries, he added. We're coming with you. EE stepped forward. No. The only person leaving with me is Endrik. As for the rest of you, I need you guys to remain here. Gustav refused. But. No buts, EE. You guys are more useful to me here than having to become wanted alongside me. Now I'll lay out my plans so you guys can properly understand. Gustav stated. Now I gotta act as the betrayer to become the most trusted MBO officer and further my ranks. This is bullshit. Gustav shouldn't have to run. EE couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger as he thought. Everything happened just as Gustav told them a day after. The same Earth that Gustav had saved more than once turned against him completely the moment they heard he was responsible for the destruction of planet Osius. Those bastards couldn't even give him the benefit of the doubt. Do they even deserve to be saved? He wondered out loud as he paused his footsteps. The group was aware of the premonitions now, and the Alliance was working to uncover the truths behind what was coming. Gustav couldn't even rely on Miss Amy right now, even if he wanted to, because she was at the forefront of the investigation. She had left her planet to find more clues. The Alliance also pretty much believed that by capturing Gustav they would be able to get more information and maybe prevent it. For the last 8 months they had not gotten very far with the investigations. Amongst the instructions Gustav gave EE to reveal to the MBO, one of them included the 5 premonitions and how what happened to planet Osius was supposed to be the second one. At the moment, the world was well aware that a third premonition was coming and would appear at any part of the universe at an unknown time. The questions still remained. Premonitions to what? Who is the enemy? All this time EE had been divulging one information or the other about Gustav. Some false to mislead them and some accurate, so his words held credibility. They got close to capturing him a few times due to this but never did. It was pre-planned and Gustav was the one who gave EE the specific information to reveal, which also made him aware of their coming. All in all, it had really worked out and EE got promoted a couple of times, especially since he was successful in every mission he got issued since their return to Earth. I'll have to contact Gus, EE concluded before twirling his middle finger behind his index. Through a violet-colored vortex opened up before him and he proceeded to step in. EE instantly arrived on the other side, finding himself atop a skyscraper with the view of a night sky and a glowing city before him. Within an underwater lab research center, an elderly-looking man with a diamond shard embedded into his forehead stood before what looked like a 3-wall metallic-looking prison. Beside him were a couple of men in laboratory suits and medical-looking equipments by the side. The see-through amorade glass before them provided them with the view of the creature held captive within this structure. It was a pitch-black 10 feet tall being. Its hollow eyes were eerily grey in color, and the massive 12-inch horns protruded out of its head made it look worse than the devil mentioned in folklore. Despite having an humanoid build, it had claws for fingers and talons for feet. This creature had 3 shackles on each limb with massive glowing white chains attached to them which spread forth in all directions. "Any new data?" Grand Commander Shen questioned. Yes, Commander. This spectacular specimen you brought to me has opened my eyes to a lot of possibilities. I have sampled parts of its tissue and it is nothing like I have ever seen before. Unlike human, mixed blood or alien skin, its skin possesses minerals that exist not in a world like ours. I wish to extract more, but it is also corrosive in nature, however it can. Dr. Markle Focus, Grand Commander Shen cut off the thin and scrawny-looking scientist before he could continue tooting further. Yes, my apologies. Dr. Markle pushed his glasses up with a wry smile. Did you find anything yet that can help determine where it came from? Grand Commander Shen questioned. A new inkling of information we discovered a few days back, Dr. Markle said while tapping on the board before him. Ting tilde, a projection appeared displaying the footage of a body microscopic state under the observation of high research tech. There would occasionally be a small vibration within the displayed cells. It was very subtle but nonetheless visible in this state. What am I looking at? Grand Commander Shen inquired. For so long, amongst other things, we have been working to understand the reason for this phenomenon, and now we do. Dr. Markle paused for a bit while tapping on the computerized board before him. Ting tilde, another projection appeared beside the initial, displaying something similar but at the same time different. This is a regular person in our world. Do you notice the difference? Dr. Markle questioned. Grand Commander Shen squinted his eyes as he stared back and forth between the 2 projections. His eyes slyly widened as he noticed the one next to that of the creature in captive vibrated as well, but more in a circular and barely noticeable way. Is there something wrong with that one? Grand Commander Shen asked. No, that is precisely how every one of us here is. We vibrate on the same frequency. That of the specimen is different. It vibrates on a different frequency that is not of our world, and that is why our universe is rejecting its presence, Dr. Markle explained. So now this confirms the speculations about those beings coming from an entirely different world, a different dimension. Grand Commander Shen eyebrows furrowed. This also shows us that the specimen is limited in strength and ability. It should have reduced to nothing already, yet it is still very much alive and kicking, Dr. Markle analyzed. If they were limited, that means without limitations they could have been way more powerful than that. Grand Commander Shen couldn't help but break out a little sweat. How does this help with what we need? Grand Commander Shen inquired with a strong tone. Its dimensional frequency has been analyzed and computed. Since the Grand Commander wants a way of accessing the dimension it came from, what you need do is to get the data to spatial builders. Based on the info in this cube, they can create a portal that would lead directly to the dimension the specimen originated from, Dr. Markle explained while holding out a small black cube. Grand Commander received the cube with a nod of appreciation. Now we can take the fight to them instead of waiting around, he stated. One thing to remember though, Grand Commander, Dr. Markle voiced with a tone of caution. Grand Commander Shen mumbled. If the roles were to be reversed, a mixed blood, no matter how powerful, will find their body collapsing from the inside out. They wouldn't survive for up to a minute in a world that is outside our universe. This specimen is just too powerful and seems to be immune to death. That is why it has remained for months without issues, Dr. Markle warned. I see. How long do you estimate someone on my power level lasting? Grand Commander Shen questioned. At most 6 minutes, Dr. Markle instantly answered. Are you saying these creatures are more powerful than I am? Grand Commander Shen asked. Chapter 1343 Strange Assault. Are you saying these creatures are more powerful than I am? Grand Commander Shen asked. Way more powerful, Grand Commander. If they had come here without limitations, it will take 1,000 people on your power level to contend with a single one of them, and even at that, a win isn't guaranteed. Dr. Markle shook his head. Grand Commander Shen instantly bore a troubled look on his face. On the Earth, There are less than 300 persons on my level of strength and higher. With the Alliance it is much possible to gather that number and more, but needing 1,000 just to contend with a single one of them? Not to mention that we are unaware of their hierarchy, so this being may not even be the most powerful there. While Grand Commander Shen was in his thoughts, an unexpected phenomenon suddenly occurred. Through a figure's arm suddenly materialized before them. What the? Dr. Markle exclaimed as he drew back. Grand Commander Shen instantly became alarmed and dragged Dr. Markle by the collar before jumping backwards. Through it looked like the figure was cutting through the air as the rest of its body appeared the moment it drove forward. A palpable and incredible overpowering energy suddenly permeated the entire vicinity. Beep, 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 beep. Alarms began blaring continuously upon the appearance of this figure as the laboratory swiftly went into lockdown mode. Who the hell are you? Grand Commander Shen yelled as he subconsciously shrunk back. The figure had a half-white, half-black feminine structure with a horn on the whitish part of her head which curved downwards. A completely whitish eye in the dark side of her face and a completely black eye in the right. The choking energy in the air was so overpowering that it pushed even him backwards. Dr. Markle had fallen to his knees and was currently gasping for breath. Cracks began to appear all across the walls and armored see-through glass. I can't let this person cause any damage here and risk freeing the creature. Grand Commander Shen maintained his calm composure while channeling his bloodline. The shard in forehead instantly lit up as he fired an intense destructive beam forward. At the same moment, a massive blade appeared in her right arm which she proceeded to swing diagonally. It was like the entire world got cleaved in two as a searing silver line slashed through the destructive beam easily. Grand Commander Shen's eyes widened as he grabbed Dr. Markle in the last moment before the entire structure got divided into two separate halves from the attack. Sea waves instantly flowed into the vicinity as cries and yells got drowned out by its intensity. The feminine white and black figure remained in place, unfazed by the intense wave that had just washed everyone away. She turned to stare at the metallic prison where the dark creature was imprisoned and reappeared within. The seawater hadn't managed to flow into this place, so it wasn't drowned out. Just as she reached out to touch one of the shackles, her figure vanished. Within the overwhelming sea waves, hundreds of researchers and scientists were getting swept away. Grand Commander Shen was currently holding on to Dr. Markle with his left arm while his entire shoulder from his right, down to his ribcage area was missing. This part of the sea had turned from blue to red due to how Grand Commander Shen was bleeding profusely. Fortunately, Dr. Markle was uninjured. Grand Commander Shen had a dark look as he noticed the ruckus and unstoppable destruction around with the others getting swept away uncontrollably. His forehead gleamed brightly and a surge of energy burst forth from his figure. The waves around him were instantly pushed sideways, creating a massive hole that extended across a radius of more than 20,000 feet in this part of the sea. Plop, 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 plop. Hundreds of people in lab coats fell from the air and landed on the rough sea bed with expressions of bewilderment plastered across their faces. A few of them had bruises, but overall there weren't any casualties. They couldn't believe their eyes as they stared at debris from the massive underwater laboratory scattered across the place. Sea waves had turned to walls around them as they stood over 30,000 feet below the surface of the sea. It was truly a spectacular sight. Grand Commander, are you okay? Some of them yelled with expressions of concern as they rushed towards the elderly-looking man who had nearly half of his entire body gone. "I'll be fine," Grand Commander Shen said while they helped him up. Kura. Dr. Markle coughed out water by the side as took a kneeling position. "The waves will be kept away for the next 20 minutes, so let's get you all out of here," Grand Commander Shen said while signaling at the other MBO officers in the vicinity. The MBO officers who were guards of this facility moved swiftly towards the emergency sea rides and submarines which had been covered up by debris from the destruction of the underwater lab. Meanwhile, Grand Commander Shen grabbed a Grade 1 medical pill from his spatial storage and consumed it. His body slowly began to heal up as he stepped forward to look around. No doubt about it, That person vanished just like I sensed. He muttered with a look of both caution and confusion. He paused after arriving before a massive metallic construct which was the size of a building. The front of this construct had a see-through glass with cracks all over it, and within the construct was a dark creature in captivity. They didn't come to free it. Then what was the point of the attack? Grand Commander Shen had an even greater expression of bafflement as he stood before the metallic prison. "We're almost there," Gustav announced while staring at the holographic projection of coordinates displayed. "You gotta go back in," Gustav said while turning around to stare at the system. "What?" the system voiced with a tone of defiance. "You can't transform. You'll ruin the mission before it begins." "Go back in," Gustav said to her with a strong tone. "What about her?" "She can't transform either," the system said while pointing at the blue-haired girl strapped to the seat beside her. "Come on, you're not this stupid. You know I can change her physical features to suit that of an Abruiki's native, but I can't do that for you, dumbass." "You know it won't work," Gustav scolded. "TCH, then how did Matilda get in then? And what if this one betrays you?" "We've only known her for 3 days," the system yelled. "Matilda has her ways. Stop acting like a damn 3-year-old and get back in here," Gustav yelled back. The girl by the side just watched with an expression of helplessly. Her azure eyes blinked curiously as she opened her mouth, but no words came out. She had an extremely cute and clueless face, making her looking completely harmless. However, this was the same girl who used to be Forkhorn's right hand. On planet Vesper she was a force to reckon. No one was aware of her enchanting facial features because she always wore a mask. Some had even assumed she was male or a demon due to her capabilities, but Gustav had destroyed her with just a single attack. She was the only one he spared out of every single Forkhorn underling for 2 reasons. 1. Forkhorn had her stripped of her will. She became his underling due to her lack of freedom, which made Gustav pity her. During their journey through space for the last 8 days, Gustav healed and helped her regain her will. As for the second reason, "Don't be silly, you know I need her. You cannot play that role, so shut up and get back in," Gustav stated once more. The system pouted before folding her arms in defeat. She walked forward and gave Gustav a dirty stare before vanishing. "So childish." Gustav scoffed before shaking his head. He walked towards Circe and squatted before her. "Do you recall the plan?" he inquired. She nodded cutely. "I have to help my Lord AC. Don't call me your lord. You're free from the mental manipulation now. Call me Gustav, or better still, Father, due to the identity we will be adopting," Gustav cautioned. H&M. She nodded twice. "Gustav is father. Father is Gustav," she chanted with a light tone. "No, that is not. Never mind. Just make sure you don't call me Gustav when we get down there," Gustav cautioned with a serious look. H&M. Gustav is only Gustav here. Gustav is father down there." She nodded once more. "Exactly," Gustav voiced with an expression of relief. "Now for a quick recap. Watch this and remember you are to act like she does," Gustav said while tapping a couple of buttons on the left side of the wall. Chapter 1344. He has his ways with makeup. Now for a quick recap. "Watch this and remember you are to act like she does," Gustav said while tapping a couple of buttons on the left side of the wall. A footage was projected before Circe in the next moment, and she focused on watching it diligently. "TCH, someone sounds jealous." "Me? Jealous? Of who? Of what? Damn you, virgin," the system yelled internally. "Yep, definitely jealous, and your virgin insults don't fly anymore since I am not one. At least Circe is a sweet girl unlike you and your gigantic hard-headedness," Gustav shook his head. "Hey, who are you calling?" The system began to rant uncontrollably in Gustav's head, but he ignored her. "Time to change," he voiced while staring at outline of a murky-looking greyish planet in the distance. It was still a very small outline, which meant it was millions of kilometers away, but with the speed of their spacecraft, they would arrive there in only a few seconds. Within a vicinity with buildings erected on tips of what looked like massive spikes that extended from beneath, Haggard-looking figures could be spotted moving to and fro. The tips of these massive spikes scattered across the place were each no less than 50 feet distance from one another. The spikes seemed so massive that the buildings constructed on them were perfectly balanced. Some of the buildings also happened to have what looked like massive fans constructed above their roofs. Thin metallic bridges with cube-sized holes were erected from one spike to the other, each all connected like transport networks that helped the people around move from one place to another. One would have to be careful when moving on these metallic bridges due to how thin they were. However, there was no other means of movement around these parts since the ground level couldn't be seen from up here. If one was to fall from the bridges, they would keep falling till their figure disappeared into the sea of greyish mist that loitered beneath. These greyish mists below were thick that they made it impossible for anyone to see how deep the spikes extended. Every figure moving around here had contour-like marks on their faces with teal-colored skins. The clothes on their bodies were like furs. They seemed almost primitive but at the same time modern. One thing that seemed quite visible around this parts was the layer of gloom that hung in the air. It hit like a physical existence with how unhappy the expression on the faces of everyone moving around looked. The dimly lit sky did not help matters. The air also happened to the cold with the mixture of strange soil-like odor. One of the figures had a cloak around them which they used in covering the entirety of their face, revealing only a pair of eyes. They walked in the midst of the crowd moving to and fro and arrived before a square-shaped structure far east of this area. This place had lesser number of people moving around it and none moving into it. This figure walked towards the side of the structure which happened to be a blind view that people using the bridges would be unable to see. They proceeded to knock on the black solid structure in a particular pattern. Com. 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 Immediately after the knocking pattern was completed, the entrance made a low shifting noise. Through he tilde din. 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 The wall rescinded in 3 different ways, revealing a small passageway. This figure proceeded to step in and walked till they arrived at the end. Is Twenvik back? The figure questioned the moment they arrived within a spacious area where 3 other people could be spotted. 2 happened to be working on a piece of machinery while the third one was seated at the edge tapping on a keyboard with an holographic monitor before them. Senior Matilda, you have returned, one of the 2 working on the machine voiced with a tone of respect. Just like the figures on the outside, this one also had a teal-colored skin, raggedy clothes, and counter-like marks on their face. This one happened to have a feminine look with a tail poking out of her rear. Ula, where is Twenvik? The one who had just arrived pulled the cloak off her figure, revealing her looks. She had a beautiful long white hair, with red rosy cheeks and semi-thin pink lips. She had a 511 figure with slender build. Her looks were much different compared to the others in this space which looked like a workshop of sorts. Twenvik isn't he back yet? Ula shook her head. What is taking him so long? Matilda's face scrunched up a bit with worry. He may not be back but we have good news, the male teal-skinned figure tapping on the keyboard voiced from the side. Matilda moved towards him. The holographic monitor displayed 2 figures walking out of a spacecraft and getting welcomed by a bunch of people in clean red and green robes. These bunch of people welcoming the 2 newcomers also had teal skin and contour marks on their faces, but compared to the ones currently situated where Matilda was, they looked a lot healthier as well as cleaner. They arrived about an hour ago and were welcome without suspicion, the one tapping on the keyboard said with a joyful expression. A smile appeared on Matilda's face. Good job Toldu, this is really good news, thank you Senior Matilda. I am currently decrypting a message he sent before getting out of his spacecraft, Toldu said with a tone of gratitude. Once you are finished with it, show it to me immediately, Matilda instructed. Toldu nodded in response while Ula approached to stare at the projection which kept displaying the same footage of the newcomers arriving repeatedly. How do they look exactly like the Baron Diov and his daughter? I can't find any differences, Ula expressed her astonishment. He has his ways with makeup. No one would suspect a thing so long as he is able to pull off the character, Matilda chuckled lightly. Wah! I still find it difficult to believe that this is him. she said while focusing on the male newcomer with a cone-shaped head and a singular red shade covering half his face. He was in tight-fitted white robe covered by a black cloak with greenish markings. The famed Gustav Crimson. Ula's tone depicted excitement as she muttered. We finally have a fighting chance. Matilda's face wore a smile as she turned around to face the third person in their group who was single-handedly working on a rhombus-shaped machinery. He had a tri-monocle and thick strands of scanty black hair on his head. Did you manage to communicate with Her Majesty? He asked while remaining focused on what he was doing. I did. Matilda's smile vanished at this point. What did she say? He inquired. Daria told me. Within a large abode constructed in between two grey-coloured rocks, a figure stood within a room. The room was oddly designed with items in places that one would usually find unusual. However, to people of this planet, this would be considered a very luxurious room. This figure stared at his reflection in the liquid-like mirror before him. The shades on his face made the environment look red, but he could see the outline of his 7-feet figure properly. The majestic dark cloak draped around his figure. The tight white robe on the inside with a belt made out of expensive minerals. Everything just seemed extreme. So that Baron Diov guy just walks around in this all day and every planet he visits fear and worship him, The figure shook his head as he voiced with a tone of ridicule. If only they knew, he added before moving to the side to take a sit on the massive bed. The entire planet is in such a terrible state, but these guys have enough resources to provide such treatment to a stranger and definitely to themselves. He shook his head once more. They will definitely try to make it look as though everything is all right, since Baron Diov is known to be planet investigator working under the Alliance who never visits anywhere without his adorable daughter Valuri Diov. But they have no idea that it is me and the fact that I can scan the entire planet in an instant, so I am well aware that only 20% of places are in a better state than the others. Quite pitiful what they turned this into after taking control. The figure who happened to be Gustav in disguise knew well enough what Baron's job was. It was to make sure the planet was in a good state, under the right authorities, with everything blossoming as they should. Natives are also meant to be satisfied with the rulers and living under good conditions. Planet investigators visited every planet under the Alliance and reported back what they noticed. If the planet was deemed to meet the requirements, they would leave them alone. If not, the Alliance would send an army and forcefully take control of the planet to right the wrongs. Chapter 1345. I hope I didn't scare you. If the planet met the requirements, they would leave them alone. If not, the Alliance would send an army and forcefully take control of the planet to right the wrongs. The problem was, there was nothing right with this particular planet, and planet investigators had been here in the past. It turned out that corruption wasn't privy to Earth alone. The last time Baron Diov visited, he most likely took a bribe and didn't report back what he had seen. This also explained the luxurious treatment they were giving Baron Diov at the moment. They expected him to stay quiet again. Unfortunately, this was Gustav, not Baron Diov. They had no idea what was coming to them. Oh right. I should head to Circe's room to make this more believable, Gustav voiced before standing to his feet. The moment he stepped out of his room, he came into view with a large hallway with extremely high decorated ceilings and 2 guards stationed beside his room door. Gustav held his head high with pride as he turned to the left and took strides forward. Don't follow me, he stated with a commanding tone, causing the guards to freeze before they could take a step forward. Both guards had been assigned to him and were tasked with following him everywhere he went, but now they were at a loss on what to do. They communicated with their eyes, asking each other whether to follow him and risk irking him, which would result in great catastrophe, or stay back and most likely get scolded by their superior. After a brief thought, they decided to stay behind. It wasn't like he was going far, or so they thought. Gustav arrived before a large room door and knocked a couple of times. Valui, it is me, he called out. The door slid open and Gustav proceeded to immediately walk in. After the door behind him shut, he moved to stand before the feminine figure clad in a tight, sleek, black outfit. It looked like she was in a jumpsuit of sorts, but her head was shaped in a triangular format like Gustav's with a singular yellow eye. Mental manipulation has been activated. I'm heading out, but you must pretend that I am still here. Which means you mustn't let anyone in. Gustav communicated with Cersei through their minds to prevent anyone from eavesdropping on them. Not like he wouldn't notice if anyone tried such. All right, father. I will stay here and make sure no one gets in, Cersei assured Gustav. Gustav placed his hand on her head and caressed her hair affectionately for a moment before turning around. I can make my presence vanish completely without activating cognitive concealment, so I should be good, he thought while retracting his energy and presence. Cersei's eyes widened slightly in disbelief as Gustav vanished from her line of sight. She wasn't just unable to sense his presence, she was unable to see him as well. Gustav was able to do this by mimicking Jack and Mac. Unfortunately, more powerful beings would still be able to sense him if he were to try such in their presence without activating cognitive concealment. However, with the strength of everyone currently around him, he knew he would go unnoticed. Underscore 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 underscore. He said he is coming. That is all the message says, Toldu said while pointing at the holographic projection before him. Matilda stared at the message as well with a slightly dumbfounded expression. But he doesn't know where we are. Our mole wouldn't have made contact with him yet, Ula voiced with a slightly uneasy tone. That can only mean one thing, Matilda said while turning around. Theish tilde. The walls before them suddenly separated, revealing a wide passageway that led to the entry point of the structure. Ah! Everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at the empty passageway with expressions of puzzlement. Why did it open? Toldu voiced as a chill permeated his spine. Ula shrugged in uncertainty. It never activates unless someone uses the knocking unlock pattern, she whispered. But there is no one there. Toldu pointed at the empty passageway as the feeling of eeriness increased. Theish tilde Thishi tilde Thisha tilde. The passageway began shutting back and after a few seconds, silence ensued. Hello Gus. A smile appeared on Matilda's face as she voiced softly. I hope I didn't scare you. A masculine voice resounded from behind Toldu. Eek cake. Toldu jumped in fright the moment he turned around to spot someone standing behind him. His arm instinctively swung forward to slap the figure, but before it could reach their face it was stopped. It's him, Matilda said from the side after grabbing Toldu's arm. Oh! Toldu exclaimed in realization as he lowered his arm in embarrassment. Ula's eyes widened in astonishment as she spotted the 7-foot-tall figure up ahead in majestic dark robes and one large shade covering half of his cone-shaped head. Sir Gustav Crimson? Is that really you? Ula questioned with stars shimmering in her eyes. Sir? The tall figure said while slowly shape-shifting. Ula is a big fan, Matilda said while drawing closer to hug Gustav. Oh, hey! That doesn't seem right, Gustav responded after completely transforming back into his 63 original look. He proceeded to return the hug as he and Matilda remained in each other's embrace for a few seconds. They were both aware that each of them had been through a lot in the past year, so the hug felt more like they were comforting each other. Especially since they hadn't seen each other in 8 months and had only communicated through encrypted messages that transcended space. After they separated, Matilda felt a little relief. It was like her spirits had been rejuvenated and she hoped it was the same for Gustav. Pa. Gustav snapped his finger and the shade on his face instantly vanished. Ula's eyes widened even more. It is truly you, she muttered while moving to stand in between him and Matilda. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Can I shake your hand, sir? Ula gushed uncontrollably, causing Toldu to roll his eyes by the side. What is with her? Gustav said to Matilda as he stretched out his hand. Ula disregarded Gustav's unsettled tone and held his hand like she was holding onto the most prized piece of material in the universe. So smooth, so strong, so... She was lost in her admiring thoughts while Matilda gave Gustav a little explanation. They watched Aesop even if their planet didn't participate. A lot of them are infatuated with you, Matilda said. Yea, but still unwanted and known as very dangerous. So Gustav had expected a different reaction, especially since everyone was scared of their planet ending up like planet Osius. They know you're here to save them. Also, not everyone believes the bullshit the Alliance is spewing about you. Haven't you heard of the Gustavo resistance? Matilda inquired. The Gustavo what now? Gustav's mouth hung loosely as he hoped it wasn't what he thought it was. A religious group who appeared after you were declared wanted by the Alliance. They claim to be your loyal worshippers and also claim that you are destined to free the universe from bondage, whatever that means. Matilda shook her head while trying to hold the laughter that nearly burst from her lips. What? My name isn't even Gustavo. Gustav was appalled. At this point, Matilda couldn't hold her laughter in any longer and began letting it out uncontrollably. Toldu stared at her with a look of disbelief. She had never smiled since she arrived there nearly 3 months ago, but since his arrival not only did she smile, she even laughed. I've never seen such a pretty smile. Toldu couldn't help but look bewildered as he wondered just what kind of person Gustav was to cast a ray of light upon the gloomy environment with only a few minutes of his appearance. At least some people believe you're innocent and aren't running heedlessly with what the Alliance is feeding the universe, Matilda voiced after she finally relaxed. Gustav pulled his arm back from Ula, who had been inspecting it all the while he had been talking to Maltida with gazes of adoration and eyes filled with wonder. I hate this outfit. How long do I have to keep it on? Gustav inquired. Till we can guarantee Daria's safety, Matilda answered. I could really just go get her from wherever she is and bring her here, Gustav said with a casual tone. You can? Ula's eyes shimmered. It isn't difficult. Gustav responded. It's not that simple, Matilda chimed in. She turned to the side and walked towards the Albreucus man by the side working on a rhombus-shaped piece of machinery. Riola has been working on this device for the past 2 months. It's supposed to help free Daria and the royal family left alongside the royal guards from the energy slave shackles around their hearts, Matilda explained. Energy slave shackles. Isn't that one of the forbidden items not meant for sale under the Alliance? Gustav questioned. Chapter 1346 An accident indeed yes, Matilda replied. And I can't try to free them because even the slightest bit of tampering would trigger an implosion. Gustav held his chin as he came to an understanding. Yes, there would be no point in freeing Planet Abruikes if the leaders are gone, since everything would go to shit if there was no ruler. It would all be for nothing if Daria dies. Matilda added. How long before Riola is finished with the equipment? Gustav inquired. 3 days, Riola answered. So long as you lots can learn to be quiet, he added. Grandpa Riola. That's Gustav crimson. Ula yelled from the side. Especially you kiddo. Your mouth keeps running like a never-ending stream. Riola raised his head to shoot Ula a glance. Ack. Ula exclaimed like she had just been shot by 1,000 invisible arrows. Me. Riola readjusted his trimonocle. Toldu get me the Fenner wheel, he instructed. Toldu instantly moved to grab an odd-looking fan-like tool and passed it to him. We should leave them to it, Matilda said with a low tone before dragging Gustav into a separate space. I'm surprised she's still alive. How long has it been since you two saw each other? Gustav inquired the moment they switched locations. 10 years. Matilda had a teary expression as she muttered. Her mind went back in time as she recalled the message she got from Daria over 5 years ago. Underscore 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 the image of a beautiful looking girl with 2 pear-shaped golden eyes and purplish skin crowned with silky long black hair appeared above a device in Matilda's grasp. The outline of a square-shaped black mark could be spotted on her forehead along with green contour marks surrounding it. Boom. 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 Sounds of an explosion could be heard coming from the footage which depicted the chaos that surrounded her. The footage shook severally, and although the visibility in the surroundings was low, one could spot tiny red glowing particles in the surroundings. Matilda, I need your help. I didn't tell you the truth all those years ago, but I'm actually a princess to the largest empire on Abruikes. We are currently at war. My empire was lacking in forces after my grandfather, the emperor, was assassinated, and my father also went missing, leaving me to cater for the kingdom. I lost over 30% of my forces to bad leadership, and some even defected to the other kingdoms after deeming me unworthy to lead. Tears started streaming out of her eyes as she got to this point. I don't want my people to perish, so I will have to surrender. I know many of them will meet their end because of my decision, but I have no other choice so long as some lives can be preserved. I have repeatedly requested help from Earth, but they ignored my pleas, saying they cannot interfere in interplanetary wars. I do not wish to disturb you with my problems, but if this message does get to you, please, Matilda, get help for my people. I know you, Matilda. You're strong. When you become powerful enough, please try to save my people. If you can't, it's okay too. Just make sure you live your life to the fullest and be happy. Regardless of what comes to be, I have always loved you, and I will always love you. I haven't forgotten all the times we spent together. Our fond memories are one of the things that kept me going through the toughest times. Underscore 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 underscore. I focused on getting stronger all this time and increasing my MBO rank so I could finally rescue her and save her planet. Didn't think this is how things would turn out, with Angie missing and you becoming a fugitive. Matilda let out a sigh as she returned to the present. Not only had she deserted the MBO to go on this unsolicited mission which remained unapproved, but she wasn't even powerful enough to save Daria and Angie without help. If the ones who took over didn't kill her after she surrendered, then they must need her for something. They killed her father and immediate family members but left her in captivity. She must hold some kind of value. Gustav rubbed his chin slightly. The current emperor wants her to bear his kids, Ula voiced from the side. Oh, couldn't he just impregnate anyone else? Gustav questioned. The royal line has to be continued. They bear a bloodline that will be lost if Her Majesty was to perish without bearing offsprings, Ula explained. I guess that explains it. Gustav muttered. However, he couldn't put his thumb on why he felt there was still something missing, but he was okay with working with the amount of information he had. I'll head back for now and give them a little run for their money, Gustav voiced while turning around. 3 days. After that, I'll strike. I should take them by surprise, Gustav added. Matilda nodded in response. I'll focus on saving Daria and the others. You go on a rampage when the time comes. Gustav nodded after transforming back into Baron Diov. Gustav. Matilda suddenly called out to him before he could leave. He mumbled after pausing his steps. Try not to interfere when you see any wrongdoings on your way back. It's best we remain as discreet as possible, Matilda cautioned. Sure, Gustav stated before completely vanishing from their presence. It might be a little too late for that warning. The system rang in Gustav's head as he reappeared outside the structure. Shut up. It won't cause any issues, Gustav responded internally as his figure blurred. A burst of wind spread in all directions as Gustav recalled what had happened an hour ago while his figure streaked across the air. Underscore 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 underscore. Please, I just need dead WT for my son. Bam. Bam. Pa. I'm not a thief. Bam. Pa. Please. My son, my son would have died of thirst like his little sister and mother. Bam. Pa. Kia. Please. Bam. Pa. The sound of kicks and blows continuously rang out as a group of 3 in green and red robes surrounded an Abruikis native in a tattered outfit. They assaulted the blue-skinned individual without mercy despite his heartbreaking screams and pleas. All of a sudden, boom. A loud explosion rang out behind them, causing a large 30 feet tall structure to collapse. The officials immediately stopped and turned around with looks of confusion as everyone ran helter-skelter. You two go check it out, I'll deal with. He was still speaking when he turned his head around to stare at the individual they were beating up a second ago. Where did he go? he asked with a tone of confoundment. The other two turned around in surprise. Huh? Where did he go? Another one of them asked. I assent that what I just asked. Just as they began arguing about the tattered man who suddenly vanished, another explosion rocked the vicinity. Ah! All three of them screamed uncontrollably as a large piece of flaming building descended from the sky. Bang! All three of them got crushed before they could get away. Underscore 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 underscore. It was just an accident, Gustav muttered as his mind returned to the present. An accident indeed, the system said with a tone of ridicule. In an unknown location covered with greenish mist, a figure could be barely spotted trotting through. It almost looked like he was walking in the sky since the mist in the vicinity was like clouds with a different color. This figure had a tight-fitted black t-shirt on with ash-colored pants. His facial hair made him look like he wasn't a day above 26 years of age, and his curly black hair occasionally fluttered due to the mild winds blowing across the place. The vicinity seemed quite serene and spectacular. One would feel like they were on a vacation if they visited this place, but this was far from the thoughts of the person currently traversing the environment. Kruru. A roar suddenly rang out as a serpentine-shaped creature, the size of a skyscraper, appeared within the sea of greenish mist. It was unknown if it had been there all this time, staying unnoticed, but one sure thing was that it had spotted the individual who had just wandered into its domain. It charged forward powerfully, causing the greenish mist in the surroundings to clear a path due to the immense volume of wind its figure generated. The humanoid figure it was aiming for suddenly raised his right arm with an unbothered expression on his face. Pa! He snapped his finger effortlessly, causing an invisible barrier to appear between himself and the creature. Bang! Its gigantic beastly face crashed into the invisible barrier, causing a loud blast to ring out as powerful shockwaves surged forth from their position. As the greenish mist in the vicinity cleared from the collision, thousands of arm-sized bat-like creatures rained from the air with blood. Chapter 1347 Meal with Emperor Dios. As the greenish mist in the vicinity cleared from the collision, thousands of arm-sized bat-like creatures rained from the air with blood. Pat, pit, pat, 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 pat. Their lifeless bodies splattered across the ground, changing its color while the massive serpentine creature tried to contend with the invisible barrier before it to no avail. The humanoid figure in the midst of this chaos was untouched despite the number of creatures and blood raining from the air. Kruru. The serpentine-structured skyscraper-sized beast roared once more, causing the vicinity to quake intensely. However, this time, an icy blue light could be spotted gathering in its mouth. Nah! The humanoid figure with adult facial features muttered before stretching his right hand forward. A blue silvery glow coated his entire palm as he proceeded to clench his fingers into a fist. A powerful telekinetic energy surged forth and the creature before him began trembling intensely. It felt an unfathomable energy rummaging through its insides. It let out another roar in pain as its entire being got lifted off the ground and the light gathering initially got snuffed out. The humanoid figure proceeded to yank his arm backwards like he was pulling something. A flesh-ripping sound rang out in the next instant. A massive organ was pulled out of place from its insides and got ripped out of its mouth. Blood jetted out of its mouth like a waterfall as this massive meaty organ, which was the size of a house, traveled across the air and landed before the humanoid figure. Splat badump. Bad. Dump the organ jiggled and let out 2 loud beats before finally going silent after letting out the third one. The creature stared at this organ that had come out of it in disbelief as it fell from the air. It remained in place for a few moments, growing weaker by the second before its eyes finally turned listless. The humanoid figure stepped forward casually and reached out to touch the murky-looking organ, which had all sorts of liquid spilling from it. Zing. The building-sized organ emitted a silvery blue glow in the next moment and vanished. 7 Targerton hearts harvested, 1 more to go, Endrick muttered as he resumed his steps forward like he hadn't just murdered a creature that caused great havoc were it to be released on the earth. I should probably take my time since Big Brother will be arriving later than planned, he thought out loud as he came to a stop. He turned back around to stare at the massive corpse of the creature he had just slaughtered. Do you think that would taste good? Endrick questioned. I think you need a fresh cut more than you need to eat. Endrick's forehead emitted a green glow as an elderly masculine voice responded to his earlier question. Huh? Why? Endrick asked with a look of bafflement. A mirror appeared before Endrick and he proceeded to stare at his reflection in it. You're only a teenager. You're not supposed to look like a father of 6 children, Husarius pointed out. Do fathers of 6 children even exist? Endrick muttered cluelessly as he stared at the facial hair that had covered half his face. You're 17. How can you be looking older than your nearly 21-year-old brother? Husarius voiced with a tone of concern. It doesn't matter, Endrick said while moving past the mirror. Speaking of Big Brother, I probably should have asked him for cooking lessons. How do I turn this into an edible meal? He questioned with a lost look after arriving before the corpse of the massive serpentine beast. Underscore 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 tilde Planet Abruikis tilde a day had gone by since Gustav's arrival. Here and in the last 24 hours he had been entertained and visited by important delegates within this planet. When he left to visit Matilda the other day, someone had come visiting and since the guards were aware that Baron Diov was with his daughter, they came knocking on Circe's door. Fortunately, Circe didn't answer any of them and proceeded to remain in the room till they left. However, there was this one person who knocked twice and voiced some strange words. After that person left, she sensed that a package was dropped at the door. After she picked up what was left at the door, which was disguised as a gift, she went on to shut it back so as not to arouse any suspicion. Circe didn't understand what was inscribed in the package, so the moment Gustav returned she gave him a breakdown of everything that happened and handed the package over to him. That's one of the moles. He was to deliver the location of Matilda to me. Gustav had explained this to her at the time. They didn't expect Gustav to figure out Matilda's location and head there himself just by scanning the entire planet. After the brief meeting with Matilda, Gustav understood that they had moles everywhere. Within the official troops of guards who were like the police force. Within kingdom royal maids. Within political offices and even within the higher-ups. Apparently, some of these people in places of authority were still loyal to the crown and not the rebel who took over. The only problem was, if they had tried to free Daria or fight against the injustices they would have met their end. The opposition wasn't someone who they could face on their own. However, now that they had a little bit of help, they could finally try to fight back. Emperor Dios. He is as powerful as a peak beta ranked mixed blood. Almost an alpha, but that's the peak level of strength on this planet, Gustav analyzed as he sat within a dining area. In this large dining area, sitting across from him was a 9 feet tall blue-skinned male with a 1-inch horn protruding out of his chin. He exuded a domineering aura as he sat in place while throwing a strong gaze at the being sitting from across him. On the left was Circe, who dug into the exotic dishes arranged on the dining table made of a precious green rock. Opposite Circe was a young but mature-looking purple-skinned female. She had a pair of pear-shaped golden eyes and silky black hair. She was extremely beautiful with her massive chest brushing against the side of the dining as she sat in place. The emperor finally lowered his gaze to stare at the dishes before reaching to grab a large piece of meat. He proceeded to take a huge bite out of it whilst maintaining a poker face. It was at this same moment that the others finally decided to eat as well. Emperor Dios watched as the 10 feet tall being on the far end of the table dig into the food just like he did. They were almost mirroring each other and both radiated with a certain pressure that put fear on the faces of the maids serving them. The young Abruikis female opposite them also ate slowly without as much as an expression on her face. She almost seemed like a puppet. Circe seemed to be the only one here eating without a care in the world. Investigator Baron Diov, I trust you have been enjoying your stay here. Emperor Dios questioned after gulping down another large piece of meat. The silence was finally broken due to this question. Indeed, Emperor Dios. My stay here has been quite splendid. It almost feels like a vacation, Gustav, who was still in the form of Baron Diov, answered with a tone of satisfaction. That is wonderful news, Emperor Dios replied. The food is good. The hospitality is truly delightful, but I still have a lot of places to inspect in person, Gustav pointed out before gulping down a mouthful of what would be considered wine on this planet. This is terrible. I would barf it out if I didn't have to play the role of Diov, Gustav internalized his disgust. Emperor Dio's hand paused the drink close to his lips after he heard Gustav's last statement. Investigator Baron, I have some gifts for you, Emperor Dios stated. How wonderful. Gustav spoke with a delighted tone, but internally, this must be where the bribery comes in. In the next instant, a bunch of people stepped into the living room and dropped items in large packaging beside Gustav. Grey ore stones, thousands of them. As you are well aware, very valuable, Emperor Dios stated. Much appreciated, Emperor. Really mouth-watering gifts, Gustav said with a tone of appreciation. I am indeed glad you like them. I hope this gift implores Investigator Baron to send a good report back to the Alliance, Emperor Dios voiced out exactly as Gustav had predicted. Emperor, you needn't say any more. This planet is no doubt in good condition and in good hands, Gustav said while letting out a low chuckle. Chapter 1348. The separator machine is ready. Then I must implore Investigator Baron to excuse me and my wife as we have important matters to take care of, Emperor Dios voiced while getting up. Not a problem, Emperor. I am sure you must be busy since running an entire planet must be a lot of work, Gustav replied with a tone of understanding. I am sure the investigator is busy as well. Safe travels on your way tomorrow, Emperor Dios reached out to shake Gustav after waltzing over. Tomorrow? He wants me to leave immediately. I guess my presence makes him uneasy, but I cannot leave tomorrow. I need to play this off somehow so it doesn't get suspicious if I decide to stay. Gustav's thoughts went on a rampage as he got to his feet. As much as I would have loved to leave tomorrow, my daughter wishes to visit the Perking Center, so I would like to take her there tomorrow. It is going to be our last tourist visit before leaving the day after tomorrow, Gustav said while reaching out to receive the handshake. Is that so? Emperor Dios seemed a bit unsettled as he asked with a low tone. Father must accompany me. I want to see the Perking Center, Cersei yelled from the side with food in her mouth. Haha. You know how children get, Gustav stated with a light laughter while their hands were still connected. Oh wait, does the Emperor not have children? Gustav added, causing Emperor Dios to retract his hand. Gustav could have sworn he had a subtle escape the Emperor's mouth. The Emperor stole a brief glance at his wife and turned around to walk away. I hope you enjoy your time at Perking Center. His voice faded into the background as he soon disappeared along with a lot of royal guards. I guess that convinced him, Gustav said internally. The child's statement must have gotten to him. He also recalled how the Emperor stole a brief glance at Daria before leaving. I could really just murder him right now and retrieve Daria, but because of the slave shackles, that would be a very risky move. They said 3 days, so after tomorrow, I will end him, Gustav knitted as he decided internally. Up ahead, Emperor Dios stepped out with his guards and right-hand advisor. I feel uneasy. Something smells suspicious, Emperor Dios said with a low tone. My lord, is it because of the investigator? The advisor inquired. I don't know. It is just a gut feeling, Emperor Dios responded. The gifts should serve their purpose, but if my lord is worried, I shall make sure they are under complete surveillance till they leave, the advisor voiced out in a bid to calm him. Not just that, double the palace guards and make preparations for a battle just in case, Emperor Dios instructed. Yes, my lord. If the investigator tries anything, he will meet his end before he gets the chance to leave this planet, the advisor said with a tone of certainty. Good, the Emperor stated before jumping onto the back of massive creature before him. The bird-like creature, which was the size of a building, spread its wings and flapped them powerfully. Whoosh tilde they ascended into the sky at very quick pace, leaving a cloud of dust beneath them. Good save there, Cersei, Gustav said to the female before him as he rubbed her hair affectionately. Thank you, Daddy, Cersei responded with a cute tone as she giggled. Cersei was unaware of the locations within the planet, but she instinctively spoke up the moment Gustav referred to the character she was playing as. Now we just have to hold on till tomorrow passes before we strike. Which means we have to visit Perking Center tomorrow. Gustav wasn't dissatisfied with the turnout of things. He just had to go sightseeing tomorrow and nothing about that seemed difficult. I hope you are aware that the Emperor is suspicious. The system voiced in his head. That is quite normal though. It is expected for a ruler who acquired power through the wrong means and continuously inflicts pain upon his subjects to be on edge when a higher power that could put him in check happens to be at his doorstep, Gustav responded internally. There is no doubt that he was this way the last time the real Baron Diov visited. The only difference was probably the fact that Baron Diov left after getting his bribe. Either ways, he would still get suspicious, but he would never be able to put his finger on what exactly is going on, Gustav added. Okay. Just watch out before you get smoked out, the system warned. Sure. I need to get out of here and meet up back with Endrik as soon as possible, so I want this to be over with soon as well. Gustav wished he could leave right away, but he couldn't help feeling pity for the natives of Abruikis. They had underwent over 10 years of bondage at the hands of a dictator. Not only did Emperor Dios slaughter most of the royal household in Floris Empire, he also turned the people to slaves the moment he took control. Floris Empire was the largest in the planet, especially due to their grey ore stones, which was a valuable commodity across galaxies. Daria was the only daughter of her father who was to take control after the emperor, her grandfather. Her grandfather had lived many years and was still very much active when he got murdered. Daria's father would have taken control, but he and his wife lost their lives in an ambush as well. Daria was meant to take the throne afterwards, but with everything that had happened, a royal uncle made the call to have her sent to Earth for her safety. She was to return when she was mature enough to lead and gained power. That was how she met Matilda. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned and she had to return after her kingdom had lost battles upon battles and her people were getting slaughtered like animals. Dios at the time had a very fierce army with lots of powerful generals under his lead. He was also uncaring about the lives of the people. All he wanted was Cotral. After surrendering, he stopped slaughtering her people as promised, but he turned them to slaves instead. The men, women, and children were all forced to mine for grey ore stones. They were barely making end meets from this, but Dios was getting even more powerful. Through this, his army grew and he proceeded to conquer not just Floris Empire but the others on this planet. He declared himself the Emperor of Abruikis afterwards and put the entire planet in bondage. A few years into his reign, a lot of areas in the planet became polluted from too much mining for grey ore stones. Waters dried up in many places and buildings had to be constructed on what was left of the ground in these areas. Grounds were corroding and even the wind was getting polluted. A lot of people lost their lives from the changes, but Dios didn't care. He ensured that his pockets and that of his subordinates continued getting filled. Daria was powerless to stop him no matter how much she tried. Horrible, truly horrible. Gustav was even more disgusted compared to how he felt with Forkhorn. This is probably how Earth would have turned out if I hadn't stopped young Joe that day. He shook his head. He felt it was even worse that Earth never interfered even after Daria pleaded so many times for assistance. This explained why she looked lifeless today. She had lost all hope. If I didn't have people I cared about, I would have regretted ever saving that planet more than once. Gustav shook his head. Why don't you just take control of Earth in the future and rule if you don't like the way they do things? The system inquired. Hey, what sort of dumb suggestion is that? Gustav asked with an irked tone. Think about it. If you complete the 5 years quest, it should be possible. You will be more powerful than them after all, the system voiced. Not interested, they can go fuck themselves for all I care. Is it finished now? Within a workshop space, a familiar feminine tone rang out. Yes, the separator, Rioli answered while tapping the rhombus-shaped machinery before him. One charge of this and everyone within a 1-mile radius gets freed of the slave shackle, he added. Good. Now we just need Twenvik and Toldu to get it there. Matilda said with a serious expression. We will, Toldu answered from the side. After they are successful, Her Majesty has to be taken out of the premises so Gustav Crimson can do what he needs to, Rioli chimed in. Leave that to me. Ula, you focus on sending the message to the troops to be ready to storm the place, Matilda instructed. Chapter 1349 The wait begins. Leave that to me. Ula, you focus on sending the message to the troops to be ready to storm the place, Matilda instructed. Understood, Ula answered with a nod. Rioli, you send Gustav a message. Tell him to be ready, Matilda instructed. Upon conclusion with their plans, Matilda and the others made their way out of the workshop space. Meanwhile, today was fun, father, Cersei said to Gustav as they returned to their accommodation area. Gustav patted her head softly as they sped away on the back of a massive bird that looked like a mix between pigeon and wolf. Its claws were covered by the massive fur around its figure, but it was no doubt there. On the body of this same creature were two officials in green and black robes. They seemed to be the guards in charge of watching after Baron Diov and Valui. Gustav looked down and could see the state of a lot of places on the planet from his bird's-eye view. The grey gases occupied a large part of the planet's floor and structures erected on the tips of massive spikes. Why are these parts different from what I am used to seeing? Gustav questioned, like this was his first time seeing the situation of the planet in some areas. The question had totally taken the guards by surprise, as one could easily see the look of uneasiness on their faces. Well, you see, Baron. One of them began stuttering. They were scared of answering wrongly, knowing this could put the planet at risk of being forcefully obtained by the Alliance, which would also mean their heads on a pike since Emperor Dios would not let such a blunder pass. Lord Baron, these places are under construction, the other guard quickly spat out a lie. Construction? It seems to cover a lot of places. Wouldn't that be expensive? Gustav questioned with a look of cluelessness. Yes, Lord Baron. Our great emperor is only after bettering the planet, so this will turn into an upgrade soon. The other guard added with a convincing tone. I see. Gustav's face showed understanding and cluelessness, but internally he was laughing at the guards' responses. It didn't seem like they were aware that Gustav had collected the bribe yet, and they were doing their best not to screw things up. Internally they prayed that the Baron would not ask any more questions. 3 days up. Those guys better be ready or I will really have to leave tomorrow, Gustav said internally as a twin mountain came up in their line of view. Fuhuush tilde the flying bird was controlled to land exactly on the middle part of the left mountain where a gigantic establishment could be spotted. They had arrived at the location where they were given accommodation. Gustav and Cersei wasted no time in getting off the flying creature and heading into the large establishment that was structured like the helmet of a gladiator. The moment they got in, Gustav noticed one of the male workers in the establishment giving him some kind of signal. Mental manipulation has been activated. They are watching our every move, so I'm heading to your room with you again. Remember what we did the other day, make sure no one comes in. Understood, father, but why can't I join you this time? Cersei asked internally. 'Cause I don't know what the situation is yet. I need to hear from the mole first, Gustav answered internally as they maintained mind communication. They soon arrived in Cersei's room, and the moment they settled in, a knock was heard on the door. The Emperor sends his greetings. I have been tasked with delivering departure gifts to the Baron and his beloved daughter. A voice was accompanied by the knock. Gustav went on to open the door, and a bald, blue man holding onto what looked like a box handed the entire thing to him. Gustav nodded after accepting it before shutting the door. Must contain a message from Matilda. They are probably done with making that machine. Gustav immediately drew up this conclusion as he opened up the box. A tab-like device could be spotted, which he reached out to grab. Upon activation, it projected a footage of Matilda. The separator machine has been completed successfully. By the time you get this message, we will already be infiltrating the main palace where Daria and the others are kept. This message will display a 50-minute countdown after it finishes playing. That is how much time we would need to free her of the slave shackle. Then you can come in and deal with the fake emperor and his guards. On no account must you attack before this time frame or Daria would be lost to us. Immediately after Matilda finished speaking, the projection went dark for a moment. In the next instant, a timer appeared and began counting down. 49 hours 55 minutes and 1 second, so now I gotta wait. Gustav muttered as he stared at the display. You could still watch though, the system voiced internally. True. Gustav's eyes emitted a crimson glow in the next instant. Life sign tracking has been activated, coupled with my perception. This should be an interesting watch. In the dark of night, a bunch of silhouettes could be seen circling a perimeter that had a large beast-like structure centered within. The dim glow of the 3 green moons in the night sky didn't do well enough to unveil the looks of the silhouettes as they hid behind rocks in the vicinity to hide their presence. A well-structured path could be seen leading from the mouth of the beast-shaped building up ahead down into the distance where the silhouettes originated from. The visibility of the extremely beautiful surroundings would have been spotted had it not been nighttime. The area appeared to be more secluded in comparison with the others, so it was naturally darker as well. They proceeded slowly as they could already spot tens of guards moving around the vicinity. The moment we're at the entrance of the beast's mouth, we need to deactivate the alarms or we risk attracting backup guards to our location, one of the silhouettes whispered. I'll take care of that, another one of the silhouettes whispered back. One would wonder how they could hear each other despite how quietly they spoke with each other. However, they had a method of communication that made this possible. We need to deal with the guards here first and very quickly before any of them alert others. A strange breeze suddenly encapsulated the entire vicinity, causing even some of the silhouettes to lose their balance. What in the world is that? One of them uttered with a tone of momentary confusion. Done. A feminine voice was heard from up ahead. Their eyes widened as they swiftly stood to their feet and headed in the direction of the beast's mouth up ahead. Tens of guards could be spotted sprawled across the place in pools of their blood, with a feminine figure clad in all black waiting for them at the entry point. Some of them were visibly shocked as they froze in place for a bit. Did she slaughter them all? Their eyes widened at this realization. The Dio's guards were the most powerful force on the planet, yet she had just slaughtered them like weak chickens in mere seconds. What are you guys waiting for? Move, she said with a tone of apprehension. Yes, Senior Matilda, a bunch of them answered in unison before heading further. The entrance to the beast-like structure gave way to a bunch of stairs waiting for them the moment they got to the end. This whole structure appeared to be constructed in such a way that nothing was located at the center except for a gigantic hole. The stairways led only downwards, so it happened to look like a dungeon of sorts. Quickly. We don't have all day, Matilda said to the others as they made their way downwards on the spiral sloppy stairways. Hey, stop there. 2 guards down ahead spotted them and yelled, but before they could even complete their sentence, Twiwi tilde Puyakekel. 2 large silvery projectiles shaped like spikes shot forward at an insane speed and pierced through both of them. Their figures were blasted across the air, and before anyone could understand what was going on, they spotted 2 guards impaled into the walls by the side while bleeding out. Keep going, Matilda instructed. Every one of the silhouettes wasted no time in continuing forward. Sure, the strength that Matilda had shown there was terrifying, but she was on their side, so they had nothing to worry about. So he just keeps her down here until he feels like showing her off again or whenever he wants to try mating? Unforgivable. Matilda was bottling up rage that had been building up within her for over 10 years. Chapter 1350 Unexpected Confrontation. Matilda was bottling up rage that had been building up within her for over 10 years. Silvery liquid gathered around her like orbs as they sped down the structure. They formed shapes according to her will and shot forward with incredible speed as well as power. Twoohi, bang, twoohi, bang, twee, bang. The entire structure quaked multiple times as guards continuously dropped like flies. After heading down for about 10 minutes, the whole place suddenly began to quake uncontrollably. Unfortunately, this time it wasn't Matilda's doing. Screeve tilde bam. A massive rock-like covering suddenly phased out of the wall below like a lid and shuttled to the other end of the wall, completely hindering their descent. Looks like they are aware of our presence, Ula voiced from the side, her figure barely visible as well due to her all-black outfit. Well, this was to be expected, but at Lee. Before she could complete her sentence, Matilda suddenly sensed danger and grabbed Rioli, who was right beside her. Fwy tilde, she leaped backward with him in her grasp as a streak of yellow shot past, missing them by a hairbreadth. Bang! Web-like cracks appeared all over the rocky wall by the side as a small needle-like projectile could be spotted embedded in the middle. It was so little, yet it seemed so dangerous because of the intensity of the damage it created. You managed to evade. Good, a raspy voice cooed out as a figure could be spotted phasing out of the wall on the opposite end, which was over 50 feet away. A feminine figure in a green armored outfit without a helmet became more visible as they moved closer. Dash, that's Ivreen, one of the 5 generals. Dash, what is she doing here? Dash, we're done for. Some of the silhouettes spoke shakily in fear as they identified the figure, who happened to be a nearly 7-foot-tall blue being with a raspy voice. Only ordinary guards and maybe a few stronger ones than the others should be here. I guess I should take this as one of those unexpected encounters I planned for by setting the timer the way I did, Matilda said internally as she moved Rioli to stand behind her since there was nowhere to hide. I assume that person must be valuable with the way a person as powerful as yourself is protecting them, Ivreen stated as yellowish glowing dots began to appear around her. What is with that? Something is wrong. The moment the thought appeared in Matilda's mind, the needle embedded in the wall behind them emitted a yellow glow. Boom! An explosion instantly rocked the vicinity, covering the entire area in a world of yellow. Kia! Loud cries rang out as debris and smoke completely marred the visibility of the surroundings. There was no doubt that the second blast had caused casualties. Fwy tilde Ivreen waved her hand to clear the dust around her as she stepped forward. That was too easy. Now to slaughter the rest of you traitors. The sound of her boots clicking against the rocky floor multiplied the pressure in the vicinity as her raspy voice shook the hearts of everyone around. As the dust cleared, Ivreen paused in her tracks. Her eyebrows furrowed as she spotted a silvery triangular-shaped covering that was only a few feet away from the walls of the structure that had been dented completely. So you're still alive? She voiced with a slightly surprised tone. I'm not so easy to kill. A feminine voice responded from within the silvery encapsulation. Threri tilde the silvery encapsulation, which seemed to have shielded a number of them from the explosion, slowly dissolved. Matilda stepped forward while the dissolved silvery liquid floated and turned into orbs around her. Behind her were Rioli and Ula, who both had silver-like armor covering their entire being thanks to Matilda. So he is indeed important. I know who to kill now, Ivreen voiced as her figure suddenly blurred. Twi tilde she appeared beside Rioli with 2 3-inch needles in her grasp, which she proceeded to stab sideways. She's fast. Matilda's eyes widened as she turned around as quickly as she could. Pa. Matilda grabbed Ivreen's hand before the needles could make contact with Rioli, stopping her in place with sheer strength. Unfortunately, even at that, both needles emitted yellow lights at their bases and streaked forward. PRKK tilde both needles poked through the surface of the armor surrounding Rioli's figure but were unable to pierce through any further. However, before Matilda could take any action, boom, boom, another explosion rang out, this time twice as powerful as the last. Matilda and everyone surrounding Rioli instantly got blasted away. Ivreen included. Bang! Matilda's body slammed into the other end of the wall, blasting through it and causing a small underground collapse. As the dust slowly began to clear up, people could be seen sprawled across the place bleeding from their orifices. Rioli grunted heavily as he struggled to get up beside a wall that had come crashing down. Grandpa Rioli. Ula dived out of nowhere and pushed him out of the way as a gigantic piece of rock fell from above. Bang! It slammed onto his initial spot and cracked open. Thank you, kiddo, Rioli voiced with an appreciative tone as he stared at his bleeding ankle. It turned out that he had taken damage from the blast and some areas on the armored silvery suit had come off. Your luck has run out. Ivreen's figure suddenly appeared before them with glowing yellow dots surrounding her figure. underscore 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 damn it. Damn it, damn it. Damn it. Toldu yelled as he ran from a bunch of guards in a rocker-looking hallway. By his side was a figure in a guard outfit as well, holding onto a rhombus-shaped piece of machinery. How in the name of Afris did they find out? Twenvik yelled back as they ran as quickly as they could. You're the guard. You tell me. Toldu screamed in both anger and fear. Tweehui tilde tweehui tilde tweehui tilde. Projectiles from the weaponry the guards had in their possession were being fired at these two as they fled from the disaster. We have to make sure we protect the separator machine till old Rioli gets down here to work it, Twenvik stated as they moved in a zigzag format to evade the projectiles. Death to the traitors, the guards behind chanted as they relentlessly pursued. How are we going to do that with all of these guards chasing after us? Toldu cried out. Screeve tilde. The entire place suddenly began to quake as they helplessly stooped forward. That is not good. Twenvik's eyes darted upwards with a tone of concern. What? What isnt? Toldu asked with shaky breath while wondering if things could get any worse than they already were. They closed the rafters. Twenvik answered. What? Toldu voiced with a tone of confusion. The palace dungeon has been locked down, which means they won't be able to get down here. They are trapped. Twenvik yelled with a tone of urgency as they closed in on an intersection up ahead. Okay, that did get worse. Toldu felt like giving up the moment he heard this. The moment they arrived at the intersection, a massive hole could be spotted further ahead along with a massive stairway that led upwards and downwards in a spiral format. About 100 feet above, Twenvik could spot the rocky wall in a horizontal format that acted as a barrier blocking anyone from leaving or coming down. Towards their right was a small path with a ledge that one could fall off if they weren't careful, and towards the left was another one that looked just like the one on the right. The guards behind were still chasing and drawing closer, but at that point Twenvik came to a decision. Take it, he handed the machine in his grasp to Toldu, whose eyes widened with disbelief. What teat? Before he could say anything, Twenvik cut him off. Head left and keep going till you see a turn on your right. It should lead you further downwards. Keep heading straight till you surpass 2 turnings, and when you arrive at the one that leads to your right, take it and keep moving forward till you arrive before a massive decorated door, Twenvik narrated very quickly. Wait, left right forward 4. Toldu's eyes were rolling in confusion as he voiced out, but Twenvik cut him short again. There's no time, that is where Her Majesty and the rest of them are kept. Before you get there the drugs should have kicked in, Twenvik yelled before speeding in the direction of the stairway. I must unlock that for them to have access. He pointed at the restricting rocky walls upwards while making his way up the stairs. Wait, what drugs? Did you say right after left? Oh, for the love of Afris testicles! Toldu yelled in defeat as he noticed Twenvik's figure ascending the stairs at a quick pace. Chapter 1351. Who snitched? Wait, what drugs? Did you say right after left? Oh, for the love of Afris testicles! Toldu yelled in defeat as he noticed Twenvik's figure ascending the stairs at a quick pace. Damn it! He cried out after noticing that the guards behind him were now only a few feet away. Toldu quickly turned towards the path on the left with the separator machine in his grasp. As the guard arrived at the 2 initial stopping points, they separated into 2 smaller groups. One part chased after Twenvik while the other followed Toldu. Twenvik's legs turned into some kind of spring as he reached a particular distance. He began bouncing from one height of the stairs to another, increasing the distance between himself and the guards. Damn the gods, there are more of them up there, Twenvik cursed as he spotted guards close to the area where the lockdown was initiated. Underscore 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 above the closed off part of the palace dungeon. A green-armored large figure stood before a person sprawled out on the ground, bleeding profusely. On the side, another feminine figure could be spotted missing half of her entire body. Her listless eyes, which were laced with horror, depicted what her final moments looked like. Ula! No, you merciless animal! Rioli was overcome with anger and pain as he stared at the incomplete corpse of the female beside him. Ula had gotten in the way before Ivreen could slaughter Rioli, so she ended up bearing the misfortune instead. Merciless? Traitors to the throne deserve no mercy, Ivreen stated with an undisturbed expression while the needles floating around her emitted a brighter yellow glow. You can go join her in the afterlife if you miss her that much. Ivreen's masculine voice turned deeper as her left eye emitted a menacing yellow glow. Thwoi Tilda, just as she flicked her fingers forward, a gigantic piece of silvery rock smashed into her. Bang! Her entire figure was sent flying as a part of her armor cracked open. Little pieces fell off as her body traveled across the air and slammed into the other side of the wall. Matilda appeared before old Rioli and took a glance at Ula's corpse before gritting her teeth in rage. Rioli shook his head, confirming Ula's death. Looks like you survived my initial attack, Ivreen voiced with a low tone as she cleaned off the blood leaking out the side of her mouth while her body was slumped against the dented rocky wall on the other side. You damn bitch! The entire vicinity quaked intensely as Matilda unleashed her full energy. She was only out for a second, yet upon her return, Ula was dead. She was a young and energetic girl dragged into this mess due to the governance of Dios and his 5 generals. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. Matilda had a newfound zeal to slaughter every single one of them. That's some power you have there, but it won't be enough, Ivreen said while standing to her feet with more needles appearing around her. You have protected that person 3 times now, which confirms my suspicion. He must be the mentioned important one. I'm guessing once I kill him this whole operation falls apart. Ivreen's statement caused Matilda to pause in her tracks. They know. Who could have snitched on us? Matilda couldn't help but think they got betrayed by someone in their circle. Rioli was truly to be protected since he was the only one who could activate the separator machine he built. Without him, everything would get ruined. Who did? It doesn't matter right now. I need to come up with a solution. If the Dios is not here by now or hasn't tampered with his connection to the slave shackles, maybe he is not aware. Maybe they haven't gotten the information to him yet. Maybe we still have a little bit of time. Matilda's eyes shone with determination as she let out a long breath. Seeing Ula like that had made her lose her calm, but the brief moment of retrospective thinking helped her regain it to an extent. She was still pissed, but at the very least she had it under control now. I will end your life and get Rioli down there. This planet will be free from bondage. Silvery liquid gathered around her figure, transforming into a massive spear as she and Ivreen prepared to lunge at each other. At this pivotal moment, the entire structure suddenly began quaking once more. Both Matilda and Ivreen paused as they recognized this. It wasn't due to any of them unleashing their energy. It was because the raft was opening. Screeve tilde bam. Everyone managed to get out of the way before the rocky walls underneath them could open completely. Some corpses belonging to the silhouettes that had infiltrated with Matilda fell through the hole after the lockdown was lifted. Only half a dozen of them were left at this point, minus Matilda and old Rioli. Matilda's eyes widened with a hopeful look as she grabbed Rioli beside her and leaped towards the stairway on the other side where the others in all-black outfits could be spotted. At this same moment, a person in a guard outfit climbed to their level with an extremely fatigued expression. His braided black hair seemed to have tangled and was very rough as his face twitched repeatedly. Twenvik. Get him down there immediately. Matilda ignored how tired he looked and handed Rioli over to him. Unconscious guards could be seen scattered across the stairways, which depicted what went down before the lockdown was lifted. Immediately after Twenvik received Rioli, 4 needles streaked across the air at incredible speed. Matilda waved her right hand and a wall of solid silver materialized before them. Go now, she yelled while thrusting her right hand forward. The entire wall shifted upwards based on her command and exploded a moment later. The vicinity quaked intensely as rocks began to fall from above. Twenvik had Rioli in his grasp as he bounced down the stairs as quickly as he could, moving from side to side to avoid the rocky projectiles descending from above. No. 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 Today is not the day I die, Twenvik yelled as he managed to evade one massive falling rock after the other with the troops in all black following from behind. Matilda stared downwards from her position above and let out a sigh of relief. I need to take care of her before she becomes a problem, not like she already is. Matilda recalled the silvery pieces scattered across the place and leaped forward. Ivreen also charged forward at this point and they clashed. Bang! Matilda's spear-shaped silvery weapon was stopped by a wall of glowing yellowish needles. Ivreen flicked her finger and tens of these needles dove forward. Matilda leaped backward as she channeled her bloodline. Sweet Tilda, her figure blurred as she swerved sideways continuously at insane speed. The needles missed her while she created more silvery spears around her and swung her arm forward. Thweewee Tilda. The spears streaked in Ivreen's direction while gathering an insane amount of energy around them. Boom. 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 It sounded like explosions were going off as the spears collided with multiple clusters of glowing yellow needles. The surrounding walls had already crumbled and now the stairways were taking the damage. There was no doubt that the entire infrastructure would come crumbling down if both of them continued. Meanwhile, in another location, a 9-foot-tall Abruikes male in a red shell-like armor could be seen trotting into a beautiful environment with a serious expression. General Ball. The guards in the vicinity instantly bowed the moment they spotted him. Where is the Emperor? He inquired while climbing a small stairway made from smooth glowing green stones. The Emperor doesn't wish to be disturbed right now. He has asked that we let no one into the throne room, one of the guards answered. This is a matter of grave importance. Should anyone stand in my path, they will surely meet their end. General Ball didn't stop for a second as he waltzed into the massive structure which was constructed to look like the upper body of a sharp-looking Abruikes ancestor. His figure was so quick even though he was only walking. He was out of sight before the guards could even raise their heads. Ball. A loud and domineering masculine voice reverberated across the vicinity as General Ball arrived before a massive throne. The throne was magnificently made from expensive materials that made it difficult for anyone to describe its beauty upon sight. Its backrest area was nearly 20 feet in height and 7 feet in width with circular teal and shiny black designs. Its armrest was shaped like a weapon and even its sides looked like all sorts of ornaments were glued to it. The 9 feet tall being seated on the throne with a straight expression had blue-colored skin just like the one standing before him. A visible 1-inch horn could be spotted beneath his chin area and he boasted a half-charred face that made him look even more devious. Chapter 1352 The Underground Garden Prison. He was clad in a majestic royal blue robe with green patterns. The one sitting on this throne was none other than Emperor Dios. General Ball lowered one knee to the ground before speaking. We have a problem, he stated. Emperor Dios' eyes squinted before replying. I sensed something was amiss. Tell me everything. Underscore 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 tilde. The palace dungeon tilde. The initial destruction and multiple quakes that plagued the place had come to a stop. A large part of the dungeon stairway had been obliterated and a large area of the walls were missing, leaving only holes that further led underground. A figure stood about 3 feet deep within the structure with disbelief in her eyes. Her armor had been blown off in most parts, exposing her feminine skin which was now reddened with blood. Staggering, she took a step backward as her eyes went from the female figure completely clad in silvery armor, down to her body. She sighted a large, visible, hole in her belly. Ivreen turned her head to stare at the massive, silver drill-like projectile embedded into the wall behind her. Theish tilde steam erupted from the hole in her belly region as the silvery, drill-shaped weapon happened to be extremely hot. Your mistake was thinking I reached my limit with how I can manipulate my abilities. I can apply it in ways that your mind will never be able to comprehend, Matilda voiced as she stretched her hand forward. The massive, silvery, drill-like weapon pulled out of the wall and transformed into a flaming sword that sliced Irene's arms off while returning to Matilda's grasp. She caught it and swung it sideways, causing the blood on the blade to splash across a part of the stairway. Prior to that, she had made one of her silver projectiles tiny enough that it couldn't be seen or even sensed. By the time it went through Irene's protective cluster of needles, it was too late for her to detect. The silvery drill suddenly turned massive the moment it pierced through her belly and caught flames before drilling through her, all in an instant. "Remember I told you your power wasn't enough?" Eve muttered weakly. "I wasn't talking about myself." Her voice trailed off as she gave up the ghost mid-speech. Anxiety and fear instantly spread across Matilda's face as she stared at Irene's lifeless body that continued to remain in a standing position even after her death. Bang! A massive blast suddenly rang out as a hole appeared above the structure. Before Matilda could react, a figure descended from above and appeared beside her with incredible speed. A glowing red blade was already swinging towards her right side with incredible energy spreading from it as it cut through the air. Matilda hastily raised her right arm to protect herself as silver covering materialized around her arm to form a double layer of protection. Her eyes widened as the blade sliced through the silvery layers of protection with ease, cleaving through her right arm in the process. While she was still in a state of disorientation, another figure had descended from above, but this one continued falling towards the bottom of the dungeon. At the bottom of the palace dungeon, a figure in a black outfit stood before a 30-foot-tall door with weird designs on it. He had a rhombus-shaped piece of machinery in his grasp. He turned around to stare at the scene behind him. Guards were strewn across the ground and passed out. If one were to look at the path that led towards the left behind, they would find the scenery to be exact as well. "So this is what he meant when he said drugs," Toldu voiced with a tone of realization. It turned out that Twenvik had laced the meals off all the guards around with sleeping drugs. Since he was also a guard, he was able to successfully pull this off based on Matilda's request. "Phew Tilda, I thought I would meet my end after reaching here." He let out a sigh of relief as he moved closer to the massive decorated door. He paused when he was only 1 foot away with a look of hesitation. What if guards are waiting on the other end of the door? I should wait for them before thinking of going in. He decided to wait for Twenvik to arrive. Toldu sat on the rocky floor for a couple of minutes before he felt the entire place rumbling. He must have opened it. Great. Toldu had a relieved expression on his face as he spoke. The massive door before him suddenly sprung open as well. His eyes widened as he swiftly picked up the rhombus-shaped piece of machinery and ran to the side to hide himself. He let out heavy breaths as he stood by the left side of the large door and waited. After waiting for nearly a minute, he realized that no one stepped out of the door. He slowly tiptoed to the side and peeked from the ledge of the door. His eyes widened in disbelief once more as what appeared in his line of sight was something he hadn't expected in the slightest. Within the door was a heavenly garden with all sorts of beautiful greenery and an artificial sun located within an artificial sky. A bunch of purple-skinned figures in white garments could be seen moving around. This is supposed to be a prison for Her Majesty and the rest of the royal family and guards who survived. Toldu still couldn't believe his eyes. "I'd rather live here than on the surface," he muttered before realizing that they didn't have any free will. No guards. He noticed there were no guards around but then realized that without free will they couldn't escape even if the opportunity presented itself. "If only I knew how to activate the separator machine," he thought with a look of cluelessness. At this same moment, the sound of multiple footsteps suddenly pandered into his eardrums. "Guards!" Toldu instantly became scared and began to take steps backward. In a couple of moments, a group of 8 appeared in his line of sight. He squinted his eyes for a second before beaming up with a smile. "Twenvik. Old Rioli," he yelled with a tone of excitement. "Quick, quick," he added as they ran as quickly as their legs could carry them. They soon arrived before the door as well, but this was no time to admire the view within. "Activate it quick," Toldu said with a tone of urgency as he passed the piece of machinery to old Rioli. Rioli immediately took it from his possession and set it down. Without wasting a single second, he began tapping on the multiple buttons on the piece of machinery. "Don't you need to get closer?" Twenvik questioned. "As long as they are within a 1-mile radius it should work," Rioli answered while focusing on working the machinery. "Now shut up and let me work," he uttered before Twenvik could ask another question. "Pat, pat, pat, pat. Almost there," he said after 10 seconds had gone by. "It should be." An unexpected situation suddenly occurred as old Riole's entire body was suddenly yanked across the air by an unfathomable energy. "Old Rioli!" they yelled as he got dragged into the garden prison. This was when they noticed that every single royal within the door had glowing red eyes. In their midst was a beautiful purple-skinned female with long flowing black hair and a black mark on her forehead. Her left arm was outstretched and old Rioli floated before her in a daze. "Your Majesty, no!" Toldu yelled. "They are being controlled, which means, the Emperor is aware." Twenvik's jaw dropped as he came to this realization. Everyone else's eyes widened as well as they heard this. "We need to get him back from them right away," Twenvik yelled as he bounced forward like a spring while the others ran in haphazardly. Due to their lack of coordination and numbers, Daria couldn't focus on every single one of them at the same time. This helped Twenvik's approach as he bounced once more while the others were getting swooned around. He descended from the air right above Daria and sent a kick at her face, causing her to crash towards the ground. "Sorry, Your Majesty," he voiced with an apologetic tone as he grabbed old Rioli and turned around. "I got him," he yelled while bouncing forward once more. At this moment, an unexpected occurrence suddenly played out. Thwoosh tilde, a burst of wind whooshed past them and Twenvik stared at his arm in a daze while he was still in midair. "Ah!" he mumbled as he noticed it was empty. Not only was old man Rioli missing but even his entire arm was gone. "Ah!" he cried in pain as he dropped from the air with blood gushing uncontrollably from his shoulder which was missing an arm. "If this person dies, that machine cannot be operated. Am I right?" A domineering voice suddenly reverberated across the vicinity. Chapter 1353. Don't think about leaving here alive. If this person dies, that machine cannot be operated. Am I right? A domineering voice suddenly reverberated across the vicinity. The entire place went quiet for an instant as immense tension caused the atmosphere to stiffen. Every single living creature within the environment had of fear plastered across their faces as they struggled to breathe. Emperor, Dios, Twenvik and Toldu voiced as sweat dribbled down their faces. "Don't." Toldu stretched his hand out towards old Rioli but before he could take a step further. Pop! Old Riole's head had exploded into smithereens, raining blood and mushy brain matter onto the garden greenery. The mouths of everyone hung open as they witnessed the scene. Immense fear gripped their hearts as they watched old Riole's headless body fall to the ground. Emperor Dios slowly took steps forward and even trampled upon the headless corpse as he approached the machine on the ground. They all watched while gulping down saliva. What were they even supposed to do in the face of such an opposition? Fight him? They wouldn't even be able to lay a finger on him before they met their end. Emperor Dios didn't need to squat. The rhombus-shaped machine lifted off the ground and landed in his grasp. "His death makes this useless now. That ends you lot's futile attempt to sabotage my reign," Emperor Dios said with an expressionless face. You don't think you can." One of the figures in all black struggled to move while speaking. Screeve tilde he suddenly noticed that his vision was splitting. One view was headed towards the left and the other towards the right. "Ah!" These was the last word he uttered before everything turned black. "I didn't say you could speak," Emperor Dios stated with a tone of unbridled indifference. The other 5 watched in horror as the one who had tried to speak earlier got divided into 2 halves. The greenery around them had been drenched in a reddish-brown color, causing the air to reek of a strong metallic stench. The pressure and fear in the vicinity was almost double as Twenvik clenched his empty shoulder tightly while shuddering in pain. "What can we do? If only I could get the separator machine, maybe I could try working it since old Rioli has done most of what is needed." Twenvik tried to remain calm in the face of the unbeatable adversity. The major goal still remained freeing Daria and the other royals. He wanted to make sure they achieved that at the very least so that old Riole's death wouldn't be in vain. He looked over to Toldu and the others trying to see if he could get any of their attention, but they were too far gone. Their eyes displayed just how frightened they were as their bodies shuddered as well. I will have your families lined up to watch you all suffer the consequences of going against my rule. You will all be stripped of clothing and tortured before the general public. I will have the revealer beasts pluck out your eyeballs and feast on your intestines alive. You will wish for death, but it won't come to save you lots from the gruesome pain I shall inflict on your bodies, minds, and souls. Emperor Dios kept speaking with a tone that caused everyone to shudder even more. I have to try something at least. Twenvik steeled his heart before gathering strength from his lower body since they were still intact. When I am. Emperor Dios was still speaking when Twenvik's body suddenly catapulted forward. Fool, Emperor Dios voiced with a calm tone before reaching out to grab Twenvik by the neck. Twenvik's body suddenly twisted in an unimaginable angle, completely taking Emperor Dios by surprise. He ended up grabbing Twenvik's lower half instead. However, Twenvik made use of this opportunity to grab the machine on Emperor Dios' other hand and turned his lower half into a complete tissue spring. Thwoosh he sprung forward with incredible speed while the machine was in his possession. However, Emperor Dios still had his hand wrapped around one of Twenvik's thighs. Twenvik knew he couldn't get away without making any sacrifices, which was why he sprung forward with a force that was higher than what his body could handle. Rip! His entire left leg was ripped off as he finally got free of Emperor Dios' grasp. A trail of blood was left across the air as his body traveled forward with incredible speed. Shit, what do I press? Tap. 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 While in mid-air he tapped a bunch of buttons. He had no idea what he was doing, but he continued with it as his body passed a height of 100 feet and he began to descend. Activate. A green button suddenly lit up, telling him to press it to finally activate the machine. Twenvik's eyes widened in astonishment as he instantly pushed his finger forward, but at the last moment, a figure suddenly appeared before him in mid-air. Pa! A loud slap reverberated across the vicinity as Twenvik was swatted down like a fly before he could tap the activate button. Bang! He slammed onto the ground below heavily, forming a crater in the process. Twenvik! Toldu yelled in horror as he dove forward. Within the crater, Twenvik was bleeding profusely. His other arm was gone as well, and now he was left with only a single limb. His face had turned grayish despite being smeared with blood. It was obvious that he was on the verge of death. Toldu lifted his head slightly with tears in his eyes. Twenvik, hey, stay with me. He yelled while tapping his face gently after noticing that his eyes were closing up. Caw. Twenvik coughed out blood as his eyes flickered with despair. I tried, my biz, T. Twenvik muttered weakly. You shouldn't have done that. Hey. Toldu couldn't stop tears from streaming down his face. Bam! Emperor Dios landed before them with the separator machine in his grasp. Yes, you shouldn't have, Emperor Dios voiced before clasping his hands together casually. Cruelly the separator machine was instantly smashed to bits. Toldu and the others stared at the falling pieces as the last vestiges of their hopes got snuffed out. It's over. Twenvik muttered as his eyes finally shut. This ends your foolhardy operation. Prepare to be punished. Emperor Dios turned around while speaking as guards suddenly began to troop into the surroundings. The guards quickly went from tens to hundreds to thousands in just a few seconds. It truly is over. Toldu said with a defeated expression. Looks like I arrived a little later than expected. A loud voice suddenly rang out from the entry point of the garden prison. It completely took everyone by surprise as they didn't sense the figure at the entry point until he spoke. It was like he didn't exist beforehand since the guards had been trooping in without spotting him there till he spoke. Emperor Dios paused in his steps as he stared at the newly arrived figure. The figure had a cone-shaped head with one large shade on his face. His 7-feet figure had a majestic dark cloak draped around him. The inner white robe wrapped tightly around his frame looked so exquisite one could almost see their reflection on it. That's Toldu's eyes widened in surprise as he recognized the figure just like everyone else around did. Baron Diov, what are you doing here? Emperor Dios questioned while knitting his eyes. I am just doing my work as an investigator, Emperor. Is this how you treat your subjects? Baron Diov inquired while stepping forward. You are supposed to leave today, Baron. You received my gifts already. Turn a blind eye to this. Emperor Dios finally had a tone of concern in his voice. Maybe I would have done that, but I have had a change of heart. You can have your gifts back. Baron Diov snapped his finger. Zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde zing tilde. Crate-like boxes appeared all over the place. These were the same boxes that were given to him at the dining table. What do you mean by this? Emperor Dios, who did not seem to be aware of the whole situation, questioned, with his expression growing with concern. What do you mean by what do I mean? I just returned your gifts, dumbass, Baron Diov said with an unbothered tone. Dumbass? Baron Diov doesn't speak like that. A red flag instantly appeared in Emperor Dios's mind. I am on their side, Baron Diov added. Does that mean, you are my enemy? Immense energy suddenly began to gather around Emperor Dios as he spoke. Obviously. I'm here to save the princess, or is she supposed to be a queen now? Baron Diov paused when he was only a few feet from Emperor Dios. And how do you intend to do that? Now that you have revealed your true intentions, don't think about leaving here alive. Chapter 1354. He is not Baron Diov. I won't let you bring the Alliance army to my doorsteps. Guards surrounded Baron Diov the moment Emperor Dios said that and awaited his instruction. I shouldn't have to use this for an enemy of your level, but... Ting tilde. They all watched as a strange-looking hourglass with golden sands appeared in Baron Diov's grasp. You destroyed something. I need to get it back, Baron Diov said while turning the hourglass upside down and throwing it into the air. What tilde? Before Emperor Dios or any of the guards around could make a move, a golden glow suddenly burst forth, causing every single living thing in the universe to come to a stop. The golden sands in the hourglass began pouring down in small quantities. How many minutes ago do you reckon that happened? Baron Diov, who was obviously Gustav in disguise, inquired. Maybe 10 minutes will be enough, the system responded internally. I got here 15 minutes earlier than the timer I was given because I saw Matilda getting her ass handed to her. Yet I was still late. Gustav shook his head. Careful not to use the ancient hourglass regularly. Remember it feeds off your life force energy, the system cautioned. Yeah, I'm aware. It may be mine, but it's still a very powerful sacred item. This time was inevitable since he destroyed the machine, Gustav said with a tone of understanding. That's enough, Gustav said while reaching out to grab the ancient hourglass. The moment he held it, the sands stopped pouring. Everything in the vicinity suddenly began to undergo a state of reversal. However, this wasn't happening just here alone. It was happening in every single galaxy in the universe. Gustav watched the Emperor move back and ascend into the air with the pieces of the separated machine merging and returning to its original state. Twenvik's limbs also returned with the exception of his right arm as he ascended across the air with the machine in his grasp. Time soon rewound to the point where Twenvik was back on the ground with a missing arm and Emperor Dios had the machine in his grasp. It's slowing down. I thought you said 10 minutes will be enough. Gustav questioned with a tone of dissatisfaction. Looks pretty okay to me, the system answered. The creator of the machine was already killed here, Gustav pointed out. So? One could picture the system shrugging its shoulders with the tone used. I have to use this again then, Gustav voiced while holding up the hourglass. Don't. Didn't I just warn you about frequent usage? The system opposed with a strong tone. He is still gonna be dead when time resumes, Gustav stated. What does that matter? You can operate the machine. If Twenvik, who has no prior experience with technology, could do it, what stops you from succeeding? You can't be that stupid, or can you? The system voiced with a tone of apprehension. That's not the issue. Gustav answered. Oh, don't tell me you're starting to become benevolent. Don't play God at your own detriment, Gustav. Let the dead lie, the system added. TCH, shut up, Gustav stepped forward while lowering his hand as the ancient hourglass vanished. Time was about to resume. He arrived before Emperor Dios, who was still in a paused state, and yanked the separator machine from his grasp. In the next moment, time returned to normal, and at this point Emperor Dios was speaking. I will have your families lined up to watch you all suffer the consequences of going against my rule. You will all be stripped of clothing and tortured before the general public. I will have the revealer beasts pluck out your eyeballs and feast on your ints. He suddenly paused as he noticed something. His hand was empty. Where is the machine? Emperor Dios wondered out loud with a confounded expression. It was at this moment that everyone noticed a new person in their midst. Is that? Twenvik and Toldus' eyes both widened at the same time. The newly arrived person had a cone-shaped head with one large shade on his face. His 7-feet figure had a majestic dark cloak draped around him. The white robe on the inside that wrapped tightly around his frame looked so exquisite one could almost see their reflection on it, and he stood a few feet away from Emperor Dios with the separator machine in his grasp. Baron Diov, what are you doing here? How do you have that? Emperor Dios instantly became alarmed. Not only was he unable to sense Baron Diov's presence until a while ago, he also couldn't comprehend how the machine was taken from him so easily without him noticing. He knew investigators were always powerful, but not this powerful. I am just answering your question. You asked me how I intended to rescue them. As Baron Diov spoke, Emperor Dios' face was filled with confusion as he tried to recall them having any conversation like that. This is how. Baron Diov tapped on multiple buttons on the separator machine, and in the next instant a small green light displayed activate. New. Emperor Dios moved swiftly in a bid to stop Baron Diov, but before he could even take a step forward, tap. Thwiish tilde the machine sent forth a surge of white energy that spread across the surroundings in an instant. Emperor Dios arrived before Baron Diov and thrusted his fist forward. Bang! The machine was blasted to smithereens, but it was already late. Daria, who was positioned 50 feet behind with the original royal guards and the last 2 royal family members around her, suddenly regained clarity. Her red eyes turned normal like the time they shared a meal with Baron Diov, and the same happened to the other royals beside her. Baron Diov, who held Emperor Dios' fist up to stop his punch from reaching him, looked into his eyes and spoke. It's over, Dios, Baron Diov stated. It is not over just because you freed them from my slave shackles. I have had enough. You all will perish here tonight. Emperor Dios yelled as energy began to build up around him. No one perishes on my watch, Baron Diov stated with an authoritative tone as he continued holding onto Emperor Dios' fist. Emperor Dios tried to free himself, but no matter how much he tried, he couldn't make Baron Diov budge. Let's step outside for a bit. 2 Haishu tilde both their figures suddenly vanished, leaving Daria, Toldu, Twenvik and the others there. That is Gustav Crimson. Toldu stated with a look of astonishment. We're saved. Ha ha ha. Twenvik yelled as he began laughing in relief. We're saved. Everyone else within the underground garden prison began jubilating as well. Your Majesty, are you okay? Toldu and a few others in all black quickly ran towards the purple-skinned beautiful lady with black markings on her forehead. I'm fine. Looks like Matilda succeeded in freeing us. Tears of joy began streaming down her face as the other royals also looked at each other in disbelief. Yes, she did it. Daria, you're you again. Celine, you too. The 3 last royal family members hugged one another. While they were still in a state of celebration, hundreds of guards trooped in with weapons. The 10 original royal guards who had regained their freedom moved to Daria's front to protect her. Daria patted one of the soldiers' shoulders from behind, who then proceeded to move away and give her space to pass through. Daria stood before everyone as the black marking on her forehead lit up. I am Empress Daria. Bow! She uttered with an authoritative tone. The thousands of guards at the entrance of the underground garden prison instantly fell to their knees. Bam! 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 They found themselves unable to go against her command. As they peered forward in disbelief, they realized that she was the true empress, the heir to the throne, and she had regained her free will. Tell the people of Abruikes that I have returned. Her unwaveringly powerful tone spread across the environment like a divine mandate. Tilde above the surface, tilde bang, 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 boom. Sounds of multiple clashes rang out as powerful figures streaked across the night sky while exchanging numerous blows. It looked like the sky was being ripped apart as sounds akin to 100 thunderbolts rang out vibrantly. The grounds quaked in the wake of the battle and the natives found themselves unable to sleep. Thwoosh tilde after another loud clash rang out, the figures in mid-air separated. On one side, a figure looked untouched while on the other side, two figures looked roughened up. How is he so powerful? Emperor Dios yelled to the one beside him who was clad in a red shell-like armor. My lord, I was trying to tell you but you didn't wait to listen to everything I had to say, General Ball stated while letting out hurried breaths. What? Emperor Dios had an irked expression as he uttered. He isn't Baron Diov. He is Gustav Crimson, General Ball revealed with a tone of wariness. Chapter 1355 The Planet Destroyer? He isn't Baron Diov. He is Gustav Crimson, General Ball revealed with a tone of wariness. Who is that? Emperor Dios questioned with a clueless tone. The one wanted by the Alliance. The youngster who almost became the champion of Aesop. General Ball yelled. Emperor Dios had a look of confusion for a couple of moments before his face suddenly lit up with an expression of realization. The Planet Destroyer? Emperor Dios voiced with a loud tone. General Ball nodded in affirmation. Emperor Dios turned to stare at the figure in dark robes floating ahead of them with an extremely wary expression. That is him. Emperor Dios was still in a state of shock. He wasn't one to care about the state of things on other planets or concern himself with the shenanigans of the Alliance, but there was no one who hadn't heard one or two things about what happened with Planet Osius. As one of the leaders of the Alliance, Planet Osius' destruction was widespread, and amidst all the noise, one person's name would always come up. Gustav Crimson. Well, since you know who I am now, I guess there is no point in maintaining this form, Baron Diov voiced from the other end while his physical appearance began undergoing a visible change. By the time the transformation was complete, what appeared in their line of sight was the face of an extremely enchanting male figure. His long dirty blonde hair looked so silky, anyone would easily long to caress them. His jawline was so well chiseled that not even the prettiest of male models on Earth would be able to contend. His lips so perfectly outlined that even beautiful girls would grow jealous. However, his eyes bore an incredible cold and piercing gaze that would make even the demons shiver at the sight of them. The moment Gustav took of the shade covering his face, Emperor Dios and General Ball subconsciously moved back. Those were no ordinary eyes. The energy emancipating from his figure had suddenly undergone a great change. Emperor Dios now understood why they were losing. Where is Quasp? Emperor Dios asked. He is supposed to have gotten the message and arrived here. I don't know why he is late, General Ball answered. Don't worry about your other general. I took care of him on my way here, Gustav voiced from the other end with the side of his lips curving upwards. What do you mean by? Before Emperor Dios could complete his statement, Gustav snapped his finger. Pa. A teal-colored bald head, smeared with bloodstains, appeared in his grasp. Emperor Dios and General Ball eyes instantly widened as they stared at the head with looks of disbelief. That is the strongest of my 5 generals. How did he? Emperor Dios was taken even more aback now. Turns out he already knew the full story before you did, Dios. He came after me immediately instead of heading here, nearly slaughtering my daughter in the process. Or rather, fake daughter. Gustav said while recalling what happened before he headed for this location. Matilda is in trouble. I am going to help her, Gustav said to Cersei within their accommodation room. But father, the timer says 20 minutes left, Cersei voiced while pointing at the holographic projection before them. Yeah, but she is in trouble. Gotta step in so she doesn't get killed, Gustav voiced while heading for the entrance. Stay here, Gustav instructed before vanishing. He instantly reappeared nearly 1,000 feet above the massive structure. Hover has been activated, Gustav was about to turn around and fly away when he sensed something. He paused in that moment and a blue star streaked from the east corner of the sky. Bang! It crashed into the structure below at insane speed, infiltrating it in the blink of an eye. A powerful surge of energy had sent everything within a 10,000 feet-mile radius flying. He laughed maniacally before tightening his grasp around Circe's neck and leaping into the air. Foo-hi! They ascended up to 10,000 feet across the air in an instant, piercing through the night clouds like rocket launchers. Gustav looked up with an indifferent expression as he noticed their descent. Thwoosh tilde General Quasp had Circe faced downward as they descended from the height of over 10,000 feet without slowing. Boom! A large crash rang out, bringing with it a powerful shockwave that sent a blast so strong, everything within a 10-mile radius was leveled. Gustav stood in the midst of this destruction as everything around him was obliterated. His robes flapped intensely but he remained unscathed. He remained in a state of levitation as he stared down at the destruction before him. A large crater was situated below which he proceeded to descend into. In the middle of the crater was General Quasp atop Circe, with his hand still wrapped around her throat. The frost surrounding Circe's figure shattered, revealing her blooded body. She was bleeding from her head, eyes, nose, and mouth. It also seemed she had shattered a lot of bones internally. Her entire body looked battered. It is commendable that you survived that, but your body will be obliterated if I do it one more time. General Quasp ignored her hurried breathing and brought his face close to hers before asking once more. Where is he? Tell me if you wish to survive. Circe's mouth opened slightly before turning into a smile. He, she giggled lightly, causing General Quasp's face to light up in anguish. Are you laughing at me? Such insolence. I will hack you to pieces and feed your remains to the beast. General Quasp yelled while reaching for the axe strapped to his back. The massive 6-foot axe instantly lit up with a blue glow the moment he grabbed it. He raised it and swung it downwards at Circe's figure, separating her into two halves. Heh! General Quasp uttered as he noticed that he only thought he swung the axe down successfully. His hand was still raised with the axe in his grasp and Circe was still underneath him alive. He tried to lower his hand but no matter how much he tried, he was unable to. He slowly turned his face around and that was when he spotted the figure. The person he had been looking for all this time. Gustav Crimson. He yelled in anguish, forgetting that up until a moment ago he couldn't sense any presence. Gustav, who was still taking on the form of Baron Diov, was a little surprised at the time. He didn't think the opposition was aware of his original identity. However, he still reacted calm with his fingers wrapped around the blade of the axe. He had moved to stop General Quasp from hacking Circe since he decided this had gone on for long enough. How powerful is this axe? He voiced while yanking it out of General Quasp's grasp and kicking him forward. Bang! Chapter 1356. The end of a tyrannical reign. General Quasp instantly got sent flying and tumbled multiple times in mid-air before slamming into the wall of the crater. The glow on the axe dimmed the moment General Quasp stopped making contact with it. Does the axe blade get dull if it isn't in the hand of its owner? Gustav questioned, but he already knew the answer to this. You will never be able to use it to cut anything down, you bastard. General Quasp yelled from the other end as he jumped to his feet. I see. I have always wondered how it would feel to wield a dull axe. Let's see how sharp I can cut with this, Gustav voiced with a smirk. You can't. Before General Quasp could complete his statement, Gustav's figure suddenly appeared before him. Thwoosh tilde. A burst of wind spread in every direction, distracting General Quasp from noticing a part of his body flying across the air. Oh, look at that. I was aiming to slice you in two. This blade is truly blunt. General Quasp's eyes widened the moment Gustav uttered these words. His eyes darted around, searching his body, and then he finally noticed. My hand. Arag. He cried in horror as he noticed that everything below his left elbow had gone missing. He couldn't comprehend how Gustav managed to not just slice through his arm but his entire hand in one go with a blunt axe. Not to mention how sturdy his skin was, which would not get penetrated with a sharp blade. Impossible. It was like piercing a person with wood. I wonder how sharp it would be if it was in the hand of its owner. Gustav voiced while reaching out. Fue hi tilde, the cleaved-off hand floated off the ground and landed in his grasp. Genetic assimilation complete, Gustav's arm transformed into a replica of General Quasp's within seconds. He dropped the cleaved-off hand and placed the axe in his hand, which had adopted the look of General Quasp's arm. Thean and Hugh. The axe immediately lit up with a blue glow, causing a sinister smile to appear on Gustav's face. "Would you look at that?" he muttered with a tone of interest. All this time, General Quasp watched with a look of horror. His mouth was still wide open as he couldn't find the words to say. "Now, let's see how sharp this blade truly is," Gustav said before swinging the glowing axe diagonally. Nu, a blinding blue light engulfed the vicinity as a very sharp arc shot forward. Twae tilde, twae tilde, twae tilde, twae tilde, twae tilde. The arc split into twos and from twos to fours. It kept replicating. In less than 3 seconds, 1,000,000 blue arcs had slashed forward, ripping everything in its path to pieces. Every piece of matter up ahead came crumbling down like dust, mixing with the pieces of the flesh, bones, and armor of General Quasp. The crater that had been formed in the ground increased by over tenfold as structures and mountains thousands of feet up ahead became collateral damage as well. While it looked like it had taken a lot of time for the slices to replicate, in actuality, it had taken only a moment. Amongst all the ruckus, General Quasp's head was the only thing that had survived the onslaught. This was because he had dashed forward at the last millisecond in a bid to save himself. Unfortunately, only his head got out of the slice range. Gustav had caught the head, which flew across the air after General Quasp's body got obliterated. "Thanks for the trophy," Gustav muttered before snapping his fingers. "Pa." The head vanished in the next moment and he turned around to head for Circe, who was half dead. A smile appeared on her face the moment she spotted Gustav in her line of vision. "Thank you, Daddy," she voiced out. "Did you know I was watching the whole time?" Gustav inquired. She shook her head weakly. "No." "Then, why did you refuse to tell him anything?" Gustav asked. "Because it would be a betrayal to Father. I would rather die than betray Father," Circe said with a tone of conviction. Gustav was taken aback by her response because he read Circe and discovered she was telling the truth. "We've only known each other for less than 2 weeks. Where did such a feeling come from?" He wondered, but now wasn't the time to ruminate on her words. Gustav squatted before her and placed a healing pill in her mouth. "How did he?" Quasp would never go down so easily. Emperor Dios furrowed his brows as he peered forward. "He would have been a strong opponent if I hadn't taken him by surprise," Gustav replied while raising General Quasp's head. "Damn it. This is a difficult situation," General Ball swore internally. "Say, would you two be able to handle an attack from this?" Gustav questioned as a massive 6-foot-long axe appeared in his grasp. "What? He has Quasp world-splitting axe." General Ball and Emperor Dios voiced simultaneously, and in the next moment, their faces were filled with even more disbelief as Gustav's right arm transformed into a replica of General's Quasp hand. The world-splitting axe emitted a bright blue glow as Gustav raised it. Fu wumsh tilde. Wind began to gather immensely around the vicinity, causing both opponents to shrink back in fear. They knew how powerful and heavy the world-splitting axe was. A weapon as large as Gustav's entire body, yet raised with ease like a piece of paper. "Get him before he swings," Emperor Dios shouted before dashing forward. Thwoosh tilde. They both streaked forward, appearing before Gustav instantly. General Ball grabbed the axe handle while a large scarlet glowing sword materialized in Emperor Dios' grasp. Swee tilde. He swung sideways powerfully. Gustav's figure vanished, causing the blade to slice through thin air. The axe was left in General Ball's grasp, who found it difficult to lift on his own. Gustav reappeared behind Emperor Dios and sent a fist hurling at his spine. Emperor Dios managed to react in time, raising the side of his sword to block the fist at the last moment. "Power boost has been activated." Boom! The moment Gustav's fist collided with the sword, A loud thunderclap-like sound reverberated across the vicinity. Tuhui tilde Emperor Dios got pushed back by the unfathomable force of Gustav's punch and slammed into General Ball, causing both of them to get sent flying. He grabbed hold of the world-splitting axe which got blasted out of General Ball's grasp the moment both of them collided. The axe lit up once more and he proceeded to swing downwards powerfully. Slash. A massive blue arc instantly ripped downwards, gathering so much energy that space twisted in its wake. The slash multiplied immediately, turning to millions of glowing blue lines descending from the sky like a divine punishment from the great heavens. Emperor! General Ball yelled as he put himself before Emperor Dios before the slashes hit. Dihain! Aga! He roared while thrusting his palm forward and shot out a powerful red beam at the descending powerful blue lines. Boom! 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 The sound of explosions and powerful collisions rang out for the next couple of seconds, cinching with the scream of a living being in turmoil. Gustav stood in midair, waiting for the smoke and debris to clear as the collision of attacks had reduced the vicinity to shambles. Still alive. Good, Gustav muttered while snapping his finger. Pa! The axe in his grasp vanished as he descended from the sky. Fuehai tilde in his line of sight was a crater that was thousands of feet deep and hundreds of miles wide. Gustav landed before a figure who had a blooded slab of meat splattered across his body. He knelt in place with a visible look of horror. I used a lesser amount of strength this time to reduce destruction so you would be spared, Gustav said to Emperor Dios, who was stained with blood from the pieces of General Ball's body parts. That was not his full strength. Even Quasp would not be able to use the world splitter to cause this much destruction. Emperor Dios' will to battle was shattered completely at this point. Monster. This word rang in his mind continuously as he recalled that Gustav was just a 21-year-old. Why would you spare my life? Emperor Dios asked. Don't give me that look like I am showing mercy. I am not, Gustav said while walking towards him. It is not my place to end you. I will let Daria and the people you had under your tyrannical reign decide what to do to you, Gustav added while grabbing Emperor Dios by the hair. Fuehai tilde they both vanished from the vicinity in the next instant. It was finally over. The battle that shook the planet. The battle that kept the people of Abruikes awake for the entirety of the night, and as it came to an end so did the 11 years of Emperor Dios' tyrannical reign. The day would later be remembered all across the planet for centuries to come. Chapter 1357 She is a Companion's The day would be remembered all across the planet for centuries to come. As promised, Gustav handed Dios over to Daria, leaving his fate in the hands of the new empress. Gustav couldn't stick around much longer so he left when the morning came. It was almost by his original agreement with Dios. He and Matilda had spoken briefly before he left. Thank you really. This is something I've wanted to take care of for over 10 years. You changed the fate of planet Abruikes in just 3 days of your arrival here. She stared at Gustav with appreciation in her eyes. I made a promise. I never turn back on my words, Gustav answered. Facial hair had already started to grow on his face. It was his original look after staying for over 8 months without getting a shave. He hadn't bothered to get one since he was a shapeshifter. He could always make his face appear without facial hair at any time. You're the best. Thanks for having my back, Matilda said while lightly fist-bumping Gustav on his left chest area. It had been a very long night for her. The second general had taken her by complete surprise and she had lost her hand at the moment of their encounter. Fortunately, Gustav had been watching the whole time and after dealing with the strongest general, Quasp, he immediately headed to Matilda's side to help her. He had appeared when Matilda was close to getting pierced in the chest and they dealt with the second general together. Matilda had killed the 5th general earlier and Gustav dealt with 3 other generals alongside Dios. As for the 4th general, he surrendered himself instead of engaging in a fruitless battle. The tide had been completely turned and the army within the empire all succumbed to Daria's reign. Information spread like wildfire about the former princess taking back control and becoming the empress. The people rejoiced. Daria wants to thank you personally, Matilda said to Gustav. I have to leave. I was meant to rendezvous with Endrik 5 days ago, Gustav shook his head. You can't hold on for one more day? The people of Abruikes would want to thank their savior. Daria approached from up ahead with guards. It would seem she had heard Gustav's response. Nah. I didn't do this for the glory. I would rather they don't know my name. Also, impressed for time. I have a lot of important matters to attend to, Gustav said with a deep tone. You are really just as Matilda described. It is an honor that I ever got to meet you, Gustav crimson. I wish we had more time to get to know each other, but I understand your plight. Daria spoke sweetly while extending her hand for a handshake. Daria was 8 feet tall, so Gustav had to raise his head a little to match her eyes. I trust you will do better than he did, Gustav returned the handshake while speaking. I will do everything in my power to restore my planet, Daria swore with a determined gaze. Gustav nodded in satisfaction before turning to Matilda. I'm leaving. Endrik should have some information for me on that matter, Gustav said to her. Matilda turned fidgety as she heard that. Don't worry, you can still stay here and help out till we actually come up with a way to save her. You don't need to come with me, Gustav added. I'm worried, what if we never? Before Matilda could complete her sentence, Gustav stopped her by placing his hand on her shoulder. We will save her and Falco. No matter how long it takes, we will, he said with a tone of reassurance. Matilda relaxed a bit after hearing this but still couldn't hide her teary eyes. I have to leave now, Gustav reminded me. Theory Tilda, a reddish feminine figure about 5 feet tall, phased out of Gustav. Finally I can get a breather. Enough of this sentimental discussion, let's go. The teenage girl with long red hair spoke with a tinge of annoyance and rudeness. Hey. Daria and Matilda both voiced out simultaneously as they noticed the short redhead. Who is she? Matilda questioned while moving around the teenage girl. Daria also lowered her body a bit to touch the face of the teenage girl. They ignored her rudeness and instantly found her adorable. Her big round eyes and smooth skin made her look like a life-sized doll. She's a companion, Gustav answered while rolling his eyes. So cute. Daria muttered. Companion? I literally live in you, dumbass, the teenage-looking girl yelled. Gustav, just how long have you kept this companion from us? Matilda said while playing with the yellowish ribbon attached to the teenage girl's head, who just stood there with her arms wrapped around her flat chest. Not long, Gustav answered before turning away. The teenage-looking girl nearly gnawed at him. Anyways, gotta go now, Gustav answered while walking away. May your journey through the galaxies be safe, Daria voiced from behind. See you soon, Gus, Matilda yelled from behind while waving. Gustav paused after reaching a distance and turned his neck around. You coming? You'd better let me roam free next time, the system pouted before following after him. She walked very briskly, surpassing him in the distance after just a few seconds. She really became more troublesome, Gustav voiced internally. I can hear you, she yelled from up ahead. Get out, Gustav stated before stepping forward. Daria watched them leave with a feeling of great appreciation in her heart. She would never forget that night. The night she got freed. I have to live up to his expectations, tilde earth tilde bang. A loud crash rang out within an office as a man stood before a table that had been split apart with his fist lowered. He was clad in a very expensive-looking green suit and had glasses on. It has been over 8 months and the MBO keeps giving me the same excuse. The man who had 2 large bodyguards behind him stated with a tone of dissatisfaction. I must ask you to calm yourself, sir. Many MBO officers are currently on this case and even Grand Commander Shen has been investigating this situation as well, the one on the other end of the broken office table replied. MBO officers trooped into the place upon hearing the disturbance, but the man on the other end of the table, who was a general, raised his hand to dismiss them. They nodded and turned to leave the office immediately after seeing the gesture. If the MBO doesn't get my son back, Tristan Empire will pull back its funding, the middle-aged man with smooth skin and short black hair stated. Sir, we're doing everything we can right now, believe me. Just give us some time, the general said with a pleading tone. 8 months is a lot of time. I want to see my son. I want to hold him, I want to hug him. Maybe if it was your kid you would understand, the man yelled once more before turning around. Mr. Tristan. The general voiced while standing to his feet, causing the middle-aged man to pause. If the MBO can't get my son back, I'll do it myself, Mr. Tristan concluded before walking out. The bodyguards swiftly followed behind him while the general's mouth hung open after realizing that he had gone. General Dickstrat slumped back to his seat with a worried expression on his face. The situation was quite a helpless one. Mr. Tristan got to the parking lot outside the MBO tower and more guards appeared, following him from the sides as they headed in the direction of a row of exotic-looking hovercars. The door of the one at the forefront was opened up for him and he proceeded to move in. "Good day, sir." The moment he stepped into his car, his eardrums were accosted by the voice of an unknown individual within. "Who the hell are you?" Mr. Tristan's voice was laced with wariness as he stared at the dark-skinned young man sitting on the other end. "Don't be alarmed. Before you alert your bodyguards or anything, you should know that I am a friend of your son," the dark-skinned young man with a very bushy afro hair voiced calmly. I think I recognize you. Weren't you one of those kids that took part in ISOP?" Mr. Tristan squinted his eyes as he reminisced. "Yes, I am. I was also a part of Falco's set in MBO camp and graduated alongside him as well. We have all been friends for over 3 years," the dark-skinned young man responded. "Remind me what your name was again?" Mr. Tristan questioned. "I am Elobhos Emmanuel, but everyone calls me EE, including your son," EE said while extending his arm for a handshake. "EE. My son might have mentioned you," Mr. Tristan responded while receiving the handshake. Chapter 1358 Fishing for Answers. "But why would you ambush me like this? What are you doing in my car?" Mr. Tristan still had a hint of hostility in his tone as he questioned. "I have been trying to contact you for some time to no avail. You're a very difficult person to contact, so I took my chance when the opportunity arose," EE answered. "Trying to contact me? Why?" Mr. Tristan asked. "I wanted to talk about Falco." The moment EE gave this answer, Mr. Tristan's eyes lit up. "Did you find my son? What is?" "No. At least not yet," EE cut Mr. Tristan off before he could conclude, causing the poor man's face to darken a bit. "But all of his friends, myself included, are working to get him back," EE said with a tone of reassurance. "If the MBO can't do it, what makes you kids think you can?" Tristan questioned while rubbing his temples. "Because we were there when it all went down. We were at the forefront of it all. No one witnessed what we did. No one knows everything we know. If anyone can bring back your son, it is us," EE stated with an expression of certainty. You sound so sure." Mr. Tristan was taken aback by his tone of confidence. "That's also because we have someone on our side, someone who the entire universe longs to acquire." "Who is?" "Sir Tristan. The major reason you and I need to talk is based on the origin of your son. If we wish to get Falco back, I need to know everything." Mr. Tristan paused with a slightly confounded look on his face before replying. "Okay. What exactly do you mean by origin? Is Falco truly your son?" EE inquired with a tone of suspiciousness. "What sort of idiotic question is this? Look at my face and tell me you don't see the semblance between me and my son. Of course, he is my son and I do not doubt that." Mr. Tristan yelled loudly. Calm. A loud knock on the side of the tilted window caused things to quieten a bit. "What is it?" Mr. Tristan asked with hostility in his voice. "Sir, are we not leaving?" a bodyguard asked from outside. "Not." Mr. Tristan was about to respond when EE butted in. "I think it's better we take this discussion to a more secluded location. You're gonna want to hear what I have to say about Falco," EE said with a cryptic tone. Let's go." Mr. Tristan gestured at the bodyguard. In deep space, a spacecraft navigated through an area of brownish space dust. The sphere-shaped spacecraft swerved as a bunch of gray asteroids fritzed past. The spacecraft was moving at such incredible speed and it took a lot of navigation to get past the asteroids without taking on any damage. The blazing bluish light shooting out of the side of the spacecraft was the only source of illumination in that part of space. After a couple more hours of drifting across space, a bunch of gloomy, icy-colored stars could be spotted in the distance. Within the spacecraft, Gustav sat before the control panel with Cersei and the system in physical form strapped to the seats behind. When Gustav noticed the icy-colored stars which looked like planets of their own in the distance, he unstrapped himself. "We're closing in on the Gizmic Taurin galaxy," he announced. "That took us nearly 2 weeks of traveling." "How slow?" The system sounded irritated. "If you had a faster means of travel, why didn't you provide it?" Gustav made a load-sking sound with his tongue after speaking. "Are we there yet, Daddy?" Cersei questioned. "No, we still have a long way to go, but it shouldn't take us more than a day," Gustav answered. "Cersei understands." Cersei nodded. "This is your chance to go back to planet Vespa. If you want it, I could send you back there right now," Gustav added quietly. "No. I want to stay with you." Cersei shook her head. "Are you sure? You most definitely have free will to go with whatever you wish," Gustav asked her again. "Yes, I am sure," she responded with a tone of certainty. "All right then," Gustav said before turning around to head back to his initial sitting area. He suddenly paused as he thought of something. "You're still too weak as you are," he said while turning around and walking back towards Cersei. "Here is a little reward for being a good girl," Gustav said while placing his hand on her head. "Bloodline upgrade has been activated." Cersei had a look of cluelessness on her face till she felt power flowing into her. Earth EE and Mr. Tristan could be spotted sitting in a luxurious living room. It was incredibly large and furnished with expensive decor. There was a large statue in the middle of the living room of a man in a suit, holding onto a walking cane. The statue was nearly 30 feet tall, with the ceiling of the living room being even higher in height. It was carved out of high-grade gems and had pristine transparent water trickling from the tip of the walking cane into an exalted mini-pool of sorts. The stairways were positioned on the far ends of the living room with an elevator area on the east. If EE wasn't in a serious conversation with Mr. Tristan at the moment, he would have been admiring the incredible view in front of him. If Falco was here right now, I would have called him a lucky rich bastard for growing up in a place like this. For some reason, none of them had ever been to Falco's house, so this was the first time East was seeing his place, and he was also the first amongst the group to visit. "Are you telling me that before any of that happened, Falco was having nightmares of a strange person claiming to be his real father?" Mr. Tristan questioned with a troubled expression. "Yes, this person had been plaguing his nightmares for some time. Claimed to be his true father, the ruler of some unknown dimension. Falco was also said to be heir to the throne since he got some type of crown. We know it wasn't Falco just being paranoid and imagining it because Gustav Crimson personally witnessed the physical manifestation of the crown," EE answered. "Gustav Crimson? The universal fugitive?" Mr. Tristan said with a look of skepticism. "I know how it sounds, but the world seems to have forgotten that he saved the Earth more than once. Also, he fought to protect your son so many times. He is the reason the rest of us managed to make it back to Earth safely. So, before you try to discredit him with the lies the Alliance is spewing about him, remember his deeds." EE responded begrudgingly. I know he is someone my son values and respects because just as my son has mentioned your name before, he has also mentioned that of the youngster, Gustav Crimson, but did he truly destroy planet Osius?" Mr. Tristan questioned, his eyes denoting suspicion. "No. It is all a setup because they realized what Gustav is capable of and everyone now wants him for themselves," EE answered before explaining. "Planet Osius was attacked by underlings of this person who is also responsible for taking Falco and our other friend. This was another way we confirmed that Falco wasn't just having nightmares, he was having an encounter with whoever that being was, and that being destroyed planet Osius because he wanted to take Falco and kill Gustav." Mr. Tristan had a more troubled look on his face as he clasped his palms together and lowered his head. "What exactly are we dealing with here?" Mr. Tristan questioned in a low voice. "We haven't completely figured it out yet, but it isn't an easy opponent. I need you to tell me everything about Falco's origin. Is there anything you're hiding? It could help us in getting him back, EE requested thoughtfully. I don't know what to tell you. That boy is my son and I never doubted it for the last 20 years since his birth. My wife, she is incapable of, I am not accusing your wife of anything, EE chimed in before it could breed a misunderstanding. I am asking if you remember any weird occurrence years ago. Maybe before his birth or after his birth. Could be anything, just try to remember, EE recalling Gustav being an otherworldly being, despite his birth parents' identity as mixed bloods made him have an open mind. Anything was possible at this point, regardless of how things were looking. I think I recall an odd occurrence when my wife was still pregnant with him. I never really thought much of it till you mentioned this, Mr. Tristan said with a reminiscent look. You're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.